Welcome and good morning. This is Work Shifting, What Work Looks Like Next. I'm Kylie Lambert, Senior Programming Director for Bloomberg Live, and I'll be your host today. To get us started, I want to acknowledge the support of our sponsors, our presenting sponsors, BCG, LinkedIn Sales Solutions, and Plume, and our presenting sponsors, BCG, LinkedIn Sales Solutions, and Plume, and our supporting sponsor, TriNet. A little bit of housekeeping before we get started. If you have any trouble with today's broadcast, just refresh your browser. If that doesn't work, you can head on over to the event chat and hit the support tab, and one of our engineers will be able to help you out. While you're at the event chat, be sure to engage with us. Send us your questions, your comments. Engage with other attendees. We want to hear from you. You can also follow us along on social. We are at Bloomberg Live. You can use the hashtag WorkShifting. And for real-time description of today's event, you can click the link in the session description to open the Thyssen page and follow along there. To get us started, I want to talk about something I noticed this week. We ran a few Twitter polls asking various questions about the future of work. And one of the polls we ran was, the question is, what is the one silver lining you'll take away from the past year? We had over 1,200 respondents to the poll, and a full 53% said none. There was no silver lining. We are ready to move on. And I think we all understand that sentiment. The last 12 months have been incredibly difficult between the pandemic, the shutdown, schools being closed, remote work, the unrest of last summer. I feel like there's a lot we want to put behind us. But I do feel like there are some silver linings. And I feel like some of our speakers today feel the same way. So hopefully today's program will bring you a little bit of hope for the future and a little bit of optimism for what we can expect next as we look ahead to the next 12 to 24 months. To get us started then, I want to introduce the Vice President of the Global Business Group for Facebook, Carolyn Everson, and she'll be joined by our own Caroline Hyde.
Carolyn Everson, what a joy to have you joining the Bloomberg Work Shifting Conference and discussion. And I think it's so important that you're here to really start the discussion off, because not only can people see from your bio your success, the influence that you have within the business, the 40,000 people you help manage, but what they perhaps don't see, that I see so much at the moment, is the way in which you are networking and discussing and helping bring diverse voices to the main at the moment. You're using your private networks, you're also using your public social channels. The Ask Me Anythings you're doing on Instagram at the moment, where anyone wanting to emulate some of your success, understand your learnings, but also understand your vulnerabilities and where you feel that perhaps you could have done better, can listen in, ask you whatever is on their mind, perhaps where you get your fabulous Zoom outfits like this jumper that we see right now. But I think you're such an authentic voice to have start this discussion. And let's start that discussion with the Zoom outfits, with the way in which you are currently operating as a business. How has the pandemic, the health crisis, the economic crisis, the social crisis, the work from home made it different on your day-to-day? What does today look like for you?
Well, thank you so much for having me, Caroline. The reality is that this last year, I think fundamentally everything has changed. We have changed how we work, where we work, the type of leadership we bring to the table. And of course, just from a business perspective, what the role Facebook and our platforms can play in providing accurate information. But let me start with how it's changed for me personally. I think it is very clear that all of us are bringing our authentic selves to the workplace now that work is at home and it's not just working from home. We have people doing Zoom meetings in their bedroom. That's where I am right now. We are seeing the window into people's lives with their children and their pets. And we can't deny the fact that there is no longer a separation between work and home life. And I deeply believe that it is ushering in an urgent era of enlightened leadership. And what I mean by that is, for my almost 30 years of being in the workplace and all of the training and education I've received, a lot of it was about how to be an effective leader, how to make sure you deliver the numbers, how to make sure that you're delivering on the plans for the business. But what is more important is actually how we show up as enlightened leaders, a topic I'm incredibly passionate about, which is simply bringing the humanity into the work environment, demonstrating our authenticity, our vulnerabilities, our empathy, our generosity, really just human qualities. And by opening ourselves up, we're really having very different types of conversations with our team members. At the end of the day, leaders and everyone alike, we all get up in the morning, we all brush our teeth and put our jumpers and outfits on. And I think the more approachable we can be as leaders, I believe the totally a different dialogue is opening up in companies.
So interesting you say that, and apologies to the audience when you hear my 1-year-old wake up at some point. She's in the room just below me. You're getting a very authentic version of our mad London living right now. But Carolyn, how is that conversation becoming a reality? Are people able to dial into your Zoom conference, the individuals on your team, when they're having a rough day? What does it look like tangibly?
Well, I always say when you see somebody on Zoom or Skype or whatever video service we're using, you don't know actually what's going on behind the camera. You don't know what kind of morning they've had, what kind of evening they've had before, whether, there's a madhouse going on behind the scenes and they've just put on their, smile and got in front of the Zoom in order to look, professional. And so the first thing I say to everybody is just check in with everybody that you do a meeting with. How are you doing today? Because that usually will open up a dialogue around what's really going on behind the scenes. For me, when I think about the last year, between losing my dad in December of 2019, I entered 2020 trying to process that grief, talking very openly, by the way, with my team that I was, seeking therapy around how much that grief was overwhelming me, I should say. Then COVID hits and it has impacted people in so many different ways on many different timelines. Then you layer in racial injustice and the awakening that occurred around the world. And now you're layering in a lot of anxiety about what the future of work is. But you know what? Behind the scenes, there were 8 people living in my home, 6 dogs. I was managing my own grief. I was trying to manage my mom, who is really, really suffering from the loss of her husband of 58 years, my father. And, there were many days where it was chaos behind the scenes. And yet I had to put the good face on when I got in front of the Zoom. And I've tried to humanize that and really speak very openly about it. So it gives people the permission to know that none of us have this all figured out. We're all making it up on the fly. I mean, before this interview, Caroline, my husband got feedback that my glasses were glaring, my $3 glasses from Amazon into the screen, and he's running around. And if I could turn the camera around, there's like sheets and masking tape all over the windows right now, and I'm not even sure it made a difference. But that's the reality. We're all trying to figure it out together.
On that note, then, how are you? How are you doing? How are you? How did people ask you in the peak of, I can imagine for you, you talk about anxiety, you talk about feeling isolated, the hunger for human interaction, particularly at that moment where you were leading the business that was suffering the boycott coming from some of your key clients. How did you feel? What did you learn?
There was no question that 2020 was the hardest professional year I have had in my career. Across a number of dimensions. You mentioned the boycott. Obviously, we were dealing with COVID. I was dealing a lot behind the scenes personally with myself and my mom and the grief. A lot of issues were happening. And so when I look back, like part of me is just grateful that I got through 2020 with my feet on the ground, but that was not all smooth sailing. There were many days where I would break down. Break down in tears and wonder, is it, how is it going to get better? How am I going to get through it? But I found strength in optimism. I am a very optimistic person, and I have a Maya Angelou print in my bathroom that I see every day, which is about tomorrow being better. And people will forget, what you said, but they'll never forget how you made them feel. And I feel an enormous obligation to the team that I lead, to the clients and partners, to the community that I represent, to ensure that I leave them, each moment, whether that's a meeting or a speech, with a feeling of optimism that we are going to get through this. And we're starting to see the signs of that in certain countries. And yet other countries like Brazil are in the midst of, what might be a true humanitarian crisis. And so it's really understanding the audience and dialing up optimism when need be, but also being a realist and understanding what people are going through. And what that all means is empathy, is showing up with deep empathy that the way you and I might be experiencing this are likely very different. We might have people on our teams that are living by themselves, that have poor Wi-Fi connections or live in multi-generation housing and are desperate to get back in the office. I have other people that are looking at it and saying, you know what? I want my commute time back. I want to have dinner with my family every night, particularly working parents. And I think there's going to be a real reflection period coming out of this. You know, I like to say, as big as the digital transformation has been for businesses over the last year, where they've had to become more digital, more e-commerce focused, I actually believe the human transformation that has occurred and is occurring is going to be even bigger.
So many launch pads from there and where we go from those few comments. Carolyn, therefore, let's dig down on what you think the future of Facebook looks like. As I think it's Germany facing lockdown, the US feeling a more optimistic place right now. What do you think work life, I wouldn't say it's a balance ever, but the fusion of our work and our life work, how do you think that looks like in 2021, 2022 and there on out?
I think, Caroline, the biggest shift is that the future of work is really about the future of workers and about how we allow a lot more flexibility into the workplace, which I think is going to be a net hugely positive thing for society. So, for example, we came out very early that we are in support of remote work. And what we mean by remote work is truly allowing people to work wherever they want to be, as opposed to having to come to a central office and hub. And what that opens up is enormous opportunities for inclusivity. Think of engineers that can suddenly apply to work at Facebook without having to move to the expensive hubs like London and Singapore and San Francisco and Seattle. Suddenly we can get engineering talent from all around the world. So I'm very excited about the remote work options. I think there will be people that want to be back in an office environment 5 days a week, and that certainly will be an option for a portion of the population. And then I think there's going to be a lot of flexibility in the in-between, where people are going to really curate how they work to make it work for their life. You know, one of the things that I have been very passionate about at Facebook, and we launched about 7 years ago, is a program called Fuel. And I know I've shared some of the elements with you around it, around writing visions and being very clear about what's important to you. And for me, in order to have an extraordinary company that delivers exceptional results, you need to have a happy workforce. People need to know that they can achieve both. And for me, that means we're going to have to adapt to many different modes of working, and that is going to stretch us as leaders. But at the end of the day, at the heart of it, I think we're all going to be better in the future of work and what the corporate culture sort of 2.0 looks like from here.
You talk about a happy employee base, and of course, in many ways, there is a responsibility that's fallen not just on your shoulders as a leader, but every one of the employees at Facebook. When you look at the role and responsibility of the business throughout the social strife that we've seen in particular, how do you think Facebook's owning that and speaking to its own employee base and able to watch their CEO up in front of Congress for the upteenth time, trying to defend sort of the ways in which it counteracts hate speech, the way in which Facebook does try to deal with misinformation? Is that something that you think the employees are able to digest right now and the business is leading forward on?
I think I can speak on behalf of myself, and I think this is probably a similar feeling. If I didn't personally believe that we were taking necessary steps to constantly improve the way we show up around the safety of our platforms, then that would be a very difficult thing to digest and frankly to stay at the company. And what I have seen is a constant thirst for improving the way we handle these societal issues. So if I look back on 2020, one of the most pivotal moments, I think, as a leader was a question that was posed at the leadership meeting in early January. Now, you have to remember, that's when, at the point, it was called the coronavirus. It was mostly in China, at least that was our understanding. And a question was posed, what decision do we need to make today? And if we don't make it, we're going to regret not making that decision in 2 to 3 weeks. I had never heard a question like that in a company. The urgency around that question was really profound. And what came out of that was an understanding and a very firm decision, and I would argue pretty significant cultural pivot, to not just have these platforms and our platforms worry about taking misinformation down, which we certainly do on an ongoing basis, but more importantly, to serve as a place of accurate and reliable information. And we launched the COVID Information Center as a result, I believe, of that single question. And the COVID Information Center has now been viewed by 2 billion people in over almost 190 countries. But importantly, it demonstrated what can platforms of our size do when we reach 3 billion people. We have an enormous responsibility, and it's not just about misinformation. It's actually now stepping into providing accurate and reliable information. And so we've taken the COVID Center, we've launched the Vaccine Information Center with a desire to give people accurate information about vaccines and encourage 50 million people to get vaccinated. We launched the Climate Science Center in September to provide accurate information about the climate. We launched the Voting Information Center to try to get 4 million people registered to vote and importantly, know where and how to vote. And so what this has really pushed us in is a real acceptance of just the enormity of our responsibility to, of course, keep the platform safe as we possibly can be, but also to provide accurate information. And I think as a culture, that shift was pivotal and very, very critical for our future.
Of course, your role is about helping businesses, small, medium, large, target their own audience as well. In this moment where all small businesses had to shut their doors, large businesses too, Facebook became crucial to be able to access new buyers, to be able to actually sell, to be able to make ends meet. How did you see that responsibility as well, particularly around Black Lives Matter? I see the moves that you made in terms of signaling that this is a Black business, you can support it. What are some of the ways in which you think you really reorientated and refocused in that way too?
We recognize the role that we play in 200 million businesses' futures very quickly on as this virus started to spread. And we realized that 200 million businesses depend on us and use our tools for free. Only a tiny fraction of those 200 million actually pay us, about 10 million of the 200 million. So 200 million small businesses were depending on us for tools, for education, for grants. And in addition, not just businesses overall, we understood how many of them were being severely impacted by the COVID virus. But more importantly, to some degree, was the impact on women and Black and Brown owned businesses. They were being disproportionately impacted at an alarming rate. And so we made very, very accelerated and I would say aggressive decisions and investments to become a real driver of economic growth and recovery for small businesses. We contributed, over $100 million in grants. We did $100 million to Black and Brown owned businesses. We rolled out accelerated training and commerce and shop capability so that, and I'm sure you've experienced this in your local village in London, there are businesses that were never digitized and suddenly they had to become digitized. You suddenly could order online or through mobile from maybe your favorite restaurant that never before even embraced it. We had vegetable shops and fruit stands in Europe that were suddenly using WhatsApp to try to take orders and deliver them to people's doorstops. And so the acceleration of the digital transformation for these businesses was done by urgency and a sense of survival. But I believe actually it's going to set them up for incredible growth going forward. And what we have seen, if history repeats itself, is often during crisis or major economic depressions, some of the most innovative and entrepreneurial activity comes out of that. And in the US alone, 4.4 million businesses were started in the last year. There's a flurry of entrepreneurial activity. And so that's why I remain very optimistic. I think you have permission to invent on the fly. You have permission to innovate and try things. And I think the digital transformation, yes, it was done, as I said, by necessity, but it is going to serve businesses incredibly well for the future.
So to that Maya Angelou, feeling of how you make them feel, remaining optimistic, do you think that the role of Facebook in all its family, whether it be WhatsApp, whether it be Messenger, of course, whether it be Instagram, remains as vital as it has been in 2020 and the beginning of 2021?
So, Caroline, I think our role is even more vital now than ever. And it's not Facebook, the company, or the leader's role. It's not. It's actually the people that use our platforms. And when the stories get written about how we as a society, a global society, navigated the global pandemic, how did businesses recover? There's going to be incredible stories across the board. But I'll tell you what some of the most incredible stories are going to be. They're going to be about the humans, the people that use our platforms. And one of my favorite examples is I tried desperately to get my mother a COVID vaccination appointment. I tried at night. I was up trying to go on multiple websites, and I was like having no success. And I was panicked because I had just lost my dad. And so the notion of like losing my mother to COVID was like it's not on my watch. I cannot allow this to happen. I was really maniacal about it, but I had trouble getting her an appointment. And then I found the Facebook groups, the vaccination angels, the vaccination volunteers that are operating in every state and every country now to help the elderly, people that are not as technology enabled, to find vaccine appointments. Those are going to be the stories. Those are the human stories that are going to be written in the future around how did we all navigate this? How did the bravery of the first responders, what communities did to come together in Facebook groups? That is, I think, going to be the future of when the story is written, and the one that at the end of the day, it always comes down to the people. It's never what a single company does or doesn't do. It's the power of humanity. And I think people have brought that out in spades.
And you pointed out, as you were telling us, the way in which you shared your anxiety, the way in which you shared your vulnerability. How do you remain authentic to that? How do you ensure you keep those doors wide open when suddenly the life, maybe it doesn't turn a corner, but for you it does, and you do suddenly feel that you're not looking after you, however many dogs, the work-life balance gets a little bit easier. How do you think you will change as a leader and maintain that?
I think, I've been on a personal journey around the difference between effective and enlightened leadership for a number of years. As you mentioned, I've written about it, and I intend to write more about it. And I am passionate about this. And so for me, it wasn't just COVID hitting that, suddenly I saw the light about bringing humanity into leadership and the way I show up. I've been on this journey for quite some time, and I learn every single day about what that means and the reaction that I get from people. And so for me, this is something that is going to, if I don't show up as an enlightened leader and bringing my humanity to any environment I'm in, then I should pack my bags and go home, because I care so deeply about it. And I really care about being approachable and making sure that everybody understands that none of us have this all figured out. We're all in this together, and we're all on a learning journey across every dimension. And so what I'm most excited about is seeing other leaders getting the awareness and religion about this, because what that means for the future of work is that I think we're going to be in an environment that's much more kind. And I do believe at the end of the day, kindness in the work environment, which is a soft word, and many people will say, well, where are the hard metrics? You watch companies in the future, those that have happier employees and more kind environments, they're going to outperform other companies. I'm convinced of it. They're going to attract better talent, and they're going to deliver better results. And I think that's a really good thing for everyone.
And you wrote about that in terms of actually being able to measure it, to make it a metric. You said, hey, Bloomberg, put out an index, a happiness index. The challenge is on us to be able to moderate and really measure it across businesses. And I love that piece in Fortune that you put out. Lastly, you said you want other leaders to get what you say is religion, the gospel of vulnerability is how you wrote about it. Are they getting it in Facebook more broadly, do you think?
I think we're seeing every leader go through an evolution on how they lead. And I think it's, again, just like small businesses had to reinvent themselves by necessity, I think what we're seeing across every company is leaders having to reinvent themselves by necessity. You can't go through a year like 2020 and have a global pandemic, have racial injustice, have mental health issues increasing at the rate they are and not reevaluate how you show up as a leader. I just don't believe that's possible. And if it is, then you've just put an armored guard around yourself. And at the end of the day, I think those leaders are going to be far and few between. And I don't think they're going to be set up for success, because what people want real environments. They want to understand that it is okay to show up as who they are, the good, the bad, the ugly. And you have to create an environment where there is psychological safety in doing so. When people have that psychological safety in their work environment, they perform better. And the data is clear around that. So yes, I am passionate about an index, just as we saw what happened with ESG and how that is being used as an investment criteria. I actually think the happiness of cultures and the health of corporate cultures needs to be part of the financial evaluation as investors think about where to put their money.
Carolyn, I can't thank you enough for bringing your authentic self, your messages to our audience. I think it's really important that they've been able to see it on this platform, but they go and see it across your other platforms. I love seeing what you're doing across Instagram, the way in which you're answering anyone's questions and really keeping it to your own viewpoints and that of culture and awareness. And you've really helped so many in our audience today, I think, take a few lessons from you. So appreciate the time, appreciate your wonderful commitment to the cause, and here's to the gospel of vulnerability. We sing it.
Thank you so much, Caroline. It was really great speaking with you, and I appreciate the opportunity.
Thank you both so much for that. What a great start to the morning. I think the themes that were touched on in that conversation are going to animate conversations throughout the entire day. I do want to take a minute to acknowledge some of our viewers on the platform. We have people tuning in from Japan, Portugal, Dubai, South Africa, the Philippines, all across the United States. The conversation in the chat is robust. I encourage you to join it. We have lots to talk about today. I also want to give a special shout out to our friend Nancy Brenner, who's watching the program live from the Javits Center vaccination site here in New York. Nancy, thank you for all you do. And now, to keep the conversation going, I want to turn it over to my colleague, Shonali Bosick. She's sitting down with Jonathan Lister, the VP of Global Sales Solutions and the Canada Country Head for LinkedIn, and Reggie Van Lee, Partner and Chief Transformation Officer at the Carlyle Group. Turn it over to you, Shonali.
Thank you so much, Kylie, and thank you both for joining us today. You know, this pandemic has taught us that on top of being employees for all the companies that we work for, we're also very human, right? And I know that a lot has happened in the last year, but I'm really curious to hear from both of you. You know, what are the biggest challenges that you've endured with your colleagues this year, and how have you overcome them? Maybe, Jonathan, you want to get us started on what that might have looked like at LinkedIn.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Thanks, Shonali. You know, I think, the biggest challenge, I think we're finding, one is all employees and all people are experiencing the pandemic differently, first of all. And so I think that's very different than it has been in the past. I think also that even the companies that are doing well through the pandemic, their employees are doing a lot less well, or their employees are struggling. I think we're also starting to see this real divide grow between leaders and employees. Leaders are doing more well, employees are doing less well. These are all different than they used to be. And so I think we're through LinkedIn, as we look at our member base, our 740 million members, we look at our employees, we look at our customers, all of these things are happening across all of those places. And I think for us, what's striking home is that there is probably a new model of leadership that is required, or that we're starting to think about. And that's really one of, coming from a place of compassion, coming from a place of connecting with employees, creating clarity where possible, but very different than I think it has been in the past. This idea of really needing to be compassionate about individuals and kind of meeting them where they are. And maybe just lastly, as a result of people being in all these different places through the pandemic, employee burnout is exceptionally high. We have a product called Glint. We measure sentiment, and around August of last year, employee burnout hit this all-time high, and it's kept on increasing ever since. So I think we have to manage that, to think about how to not just deal with that, but how to inspire through that. And I think the what may happen through that is really we can expect a fair amount of either employee attrition or people who are just generally looking for their next role because employee burnout is so high. So think about how to lead
get back to that and how you measure it, but I would love to hear from Reggie too on this point, because I know, Reggie, you as Chief Transformation Officer over at Carlyle, you're operating at the highest rungs of the company and thinking about this. What is the biggest issue your employees are facing?
Well, first, I couldn't agree more with what has been said, and culture at Carlyle is so very important. And I'm proud to say that even before the COVID, the notion of leaders engaging with employees and having the sort of compassion and interest was very high on our value system. But of course, that gets challenged when you're not with people directly and working with them directly. And as was said before, this notion of digital wellness and the issues people have had of burnout, digital burnout and burnout in general, certainly were issues that we've had to be confronted with. We put in training for our managers so that they can detect notions of burnout in people and help them develop ways, techniques to deal with that. So both to see it before it gets too bad and to engage in some meaningful way. So that which was already compassion, I think in the firm has had to step up to compassion in the face of you not being physically with people and having to remotely find ways to keep people engaged, keep them happy, help them set boundaries between their work and their life so that working at home doesn't become living at work in some people's cases. Those are some of the challenges we've been addressing.
Jonathan, you mentioned tools that LinkedIn has to measure employee burnout. How does that work? What are the inputs to figure that kind of thing out?
Yeah, Glint is a product that we sell publicly. It measures sentiment. It's a survey tool, and so we're able to look at aggregated data on employee sentiment. That's how we understand how burnout was trending. But it's just one of I think many things that have changed through the pandemic. To Reggie's point on connection, people are craving connection, right? We're all working from home, or through last year, most people have worked from home. It's really hard to connect digitally. And so the idea of trying to be able to reach out and create platforms for connection is really important. I think one of the other things we've seen is, employees are speaking up more. People are just they're bringing their personal lives to work in a very, very different way. We're all seeing that in our meetings, in our kind of professional lives, but we're also seeing it on the LinkedIn platform. I think the LinkedIn platform as a place for conversation has grown pretty dramatically. We've seen many more conversations on LinkedIn over the last year. We've seen people sharing data more, sharing content in very different kinds of ways. That's all changed again. It's a real reflection that people are looking for ways to bring their personal lives to work because they're so intertwined right now. And but I don't that's not likely to change, at least not certainly to go back to the way it was before.
Well, another thing that's not likely to change is this increased use of technology, right? This was such a big year of Zoom, right, of Microsoft Teams. Reggie, where does the digital life start and end? And what are some of the risks behind the new ways that we're operating? I know you're taking a close look at that at Carlyle.
Exactly. Well, first, we're not looking back. We're moving forward and adapting to the future. And we think this agile approach to work and life is really important. Something we've been practicing, but certainly we put it in turbo drive now. And the reality is once we do return to the office, whatever that means in various environments, the important thing is to distinguish between those meetings, those interactions that are okay, if not better, to be done virtually, and those things that really should be done in person. And we're doing some real deep thinking around the sort of collaborative brainstorming sessions that certainly should be done in person, and the sort of meetings that in large groups that are geographically dispersed, it's probably better to do it virtually so that you can level the playing field of people being able to participate in the meetings in a meaningful sort of way. So there are some areas where virtual is not only okay, but better. And there's certainly those areas where in-person is preferred and better. And we're sorting that out, and we'll launch it in a sort of agile way and see how it goes.
What does this look like over at LinkedIn also, Jonathan? Because, you have your own employees to communicate with, but also you had mentioned your clients as well. How do you see them using the platform differently or other forms of technology, right? I mean, that's kind of one of the benefits, too, of having both the finance and the tech, experience from both of you here also. Do you see people using platforms differently than they did pre-pandemic?
Certainly, and maybe before I touch on that, though, I think Reggie talked about agile, and I think he's spot on. What we expect to see is really this like hybrid environment, this hybrid work environment going forward, and I think it's going to be pretty messy, right? Because a lot of it will come down to how do people want to work as individuals. Some people will want to work. When we look at sentiment and look at surveys, lots of people want to get back to the office, but essentially nobody wants to get back to the office full time. So we want to get back to the office some portion of the week or however they work, and they want to do some digital and some not in person. And I think that will play out in very different ways depending on the teams, and we'll try to organize it in certain ways. But at the end of the day, whether they're your employees or, in our case, you asked about customers, a lot of it will come down to how do they want to work, what's right for them as individuals, and what's right for their company. So I think it's going to take a while to kind of work through this. In terms of tools, though, absolutely, one of the most interesting things we're seeing is this shift to this shift to digital events. These events used to be in person. These events are now digital. Some events will go back to being, in person, but lots won't. This is a great forum in many ways for certain kinds of events. And on LinkedIn, we have LinkedIn Live. We have essentially an events platform. That usage is way up, and it's really effective for certain things. And so I don't think that's going to go back to the way it was before. Lots of these events have to be in person. There's a great reason to connect, live with people. But lots don't. Lots can be done extremely well digitally. The quality of this is incredible.
So, of course, Reggie.
I'm sorry, I was going to say, I'm a technologist, and so I believe in the use of tools. But the reality is tools are just tools. We have to be careful that we're really thinking about what's the best way to have a productive and inclusive sort of workforce. And for us, the thing that will drive us to whether we do stuff in person or do it hybrid is what amount of collaboration is required in doing your work productively, and what amount of co-location with others is also required to do that. So we're trying to get down to really understand what drives productive and inclusive work, and then we'll pick the right tool for what works in making our work productive.
We're getting a question from the audience already, and this is really the burning question on so many people's minds, and it's how will employers start to employ a larger remote workforce moving forward, and to what extent will employers start to hire workers who are truly remote, 100% remote?
Yeah. I can start if you wish. The reality is, when I asked this question within Carlyle, I discovered that already pre-COVID, there were maybe a couple of handfuls of people that were hired perhaps remotely, and certainly were working productively remotely, because the team that they were working on, the work that they were doing, the geography in which they were sitting, the level at which they were in the firm was okay to work remotely. So you need to consider all of those factors in driving to that sort of reality. But the bigger reality is that overwhelming people need to work with others. And so I don't think we'll find mass swarms of people that will be working remotely. But I do think we need, in an agile way, to have the flexibility when this person and the skills they bring to the table and their working mode can be effective remotely, then that's fine.
How does this play out over at LinkedIn? Yep. Mm-hmm.
To add to that, I think I largely agree. I think we're thinking a lot about what there's certain roles that have to be co-located. The teams just work better. There's a real reason they're co-located. A lot of engineering roles are co-located for very good reasons, but so are sales teams. And I still think there will be roles that will be sort of remote eligible, that if the individual, if they want to work remote on a team, they can. There will be other teams that, have to be co-located. And so again, I think we're heading for a world where there's, there will be a wide variety of how people work. We'll have to set a fair number of policies. And I think a lot of those policies, to Reggie's point, will be around what's required in order to make work function, in order to make people, productive, but also to inspire them, because people, are going to want to work certain ways. So I think it'll be quite different, but I think there will be definitely remote eligible, more sort of remote eligible roles than there ever have been in the past. I don't think there's going to be a mass, transformation to remote work.
Well, it's interesting because, over in the finance industry, you have firms like Apollo and Two Sigma, and we've reported this, that they're testing, right? They're testing the potential for, 2 days a week from work from home. Reggie, what does this look like over at Carlyle? What kind of plans are you testing? And, can it be so prescriptive where it's, 1 day or 2 days for most employees? Or are you thinking about it differently in some fashion?
We're trying not to be overly prescriptive because things change and they may not work. But it's clear that there are sort of 3 boxes of employees that we're thinking about. There are those that, to the point we made before, can work and want to work remotely. And so they will be eligible to work remotely. And remotely doesn't mean that you never come into the office, because we also want to do community building, institution building. So perhaps, say, once a quarter, they will come into the office, but they're otherwise remote. Then there's a box of people that will go back to the office as they had before, always in the office, sort of 5 days a week, which also doesn't mean every once in a while they can't work from home. So they will be mostly in the office, but perhaps not all the time. But the overwhelming majority of people, I think, in that middle box, that will work 2 to 4 days a week in the office. That could change week to week. That could change month to month. And we want to provide that flexibility within boundary conditions so that they can work productively. And as I said, agilely work through it and see what really works.
How soon do you think that LinkedIn and Carlyle can bring their workforces back to the office, given what we're seeing with vaccinations?
Yeah, I can start on that. I mean, this is a global issue. So as much as the U.S. Is moving forward, at a fairly fast clip on vaccinations, that is not the case, in other markets. So it's very, very different kind of country by country and region by region. The way we think about it, at the end of the day, it's going to be safety first. We're going to, as we have through the pandemic, we're going to put our employee safety and our employee well-being first. And that will really dictate when we move back to offices and at what pace we move back to offices and who gets to go back to offices first. I think the first people back to offices will be people who have a real need. Maybe it's their personal conditions that they work under, or again, it may be related to the teamwork that they do. So it'll be very much a phased approach back in. It will be different region to region. It's still not clear. We have the protocols ready to go. When we think it's safe to go back, at what point we think it's safe to go back. But as we can tell, market to market, that's changing pretty dramatically.
Yeah. I would agree. And the reality is some of Carlyle's offices have already opened, are in regions where it's okay, and we safety first with the employees, but came to the determination that it's okay for them to go back to office. But clearly in the U.S. and many other offices, they're not back in full speed. That having been said, there are people that, for, let's call it hardship cases, really needed to leave home and work in the office. And now there are people in the office, small populations, but there are people working in the office as well. But we're thinking that with the rollout of vaccinations, both in the U.S. and across the world, with people taking their summer vacations, and we're strongly encouraging people to take time and take some sort of summer vacation, that by the fall, we think we'll be able to sort of open all of our offices in a more fulsome way. So we're hoping for the fall and being agile in the meantime.
Interestingly, Jonathan, at the very start of this discussion, you had mentioned employee attrition and retention. Interestingly, again, tech and finance here, the biggest complaints for as long as I've been on this beat was that finance people are losing people to tech, tech people are losing people to finance. What are you seeing in terms of the decisions your employees are making in terms of where they, what industry they work in, whether they want to change jobs in light of this pandemic, and whether you're seeing any sort of competition and tension between, your companies, your industries?
Yeah, I think it's different in as much as, tech broadly has done sort of well as an industry through the pandemic. And so there's a lot of opportunity in tech. And so we, if I speak just for kind of LinkedIn and tech, we're certainly seeing, a very robust market that I think combined with, employee burnout will lead to people eventually making a decision to leave. I expect this is broad across, kind of all of technology. But as the economy comes back, this will be an issue kind of in every industry, right? You'll have a combination of businesses and industries starting to do well and employee burnout that's been, sort of simmering for the better part of a year. So my cautionary note is I think companies and leaders have to start to think about what this is going to look like post-pandemic as industries pick up, and how to manage not just employee attrition, but again, it comes back to employee well-being. Like, part of this is creating certainty for employees where you can, kind of meeting them where they are, this different kind of leadership that I talked about. And I think another part of it is helping employees understand what the benefits are of working where they are today versus taking a chance or moving across the street as industries start to pick up. But I expect we'll start to see this as COVID resolves.
No, I agree. I think that by the time you get to attrition, you've already lost the employee engagement game. And so what we want to do is to make sure that we have the right level of engagement with employees so that they don't even get to the point of any sort of attrition. And the reality is, it should be indifferent to industry. It should be a personal choice that someone makes to leave a company for some reasons that are specific to them. But sort of holistic industry sort of challenges shouldn't be there. And at Carlyle, we're trying to make sure that we are engaging employees the right sort of way. We do have the sensitivity to the issues. We are preventing burnout. We are looking for hints and tips of when they're getting towards that point of burnout and addressing them before that happens.
Also over in the financial industry, there was a lot of news lately about young bankers and young private equity executives and how much work they've taken on away from their bosses, away from mentorship, away from friendship from their peers. Are you noticing a difference when it comes to your younger workers at this time? And how are you catering to their needs as they've been remote?
I don't think that we've seen a huge difference in younger versus not younger employees. I think that they come down to the particular team that they're working on, and quite honestly, their management. And that's why we're doing this really aggressive training with our managers so that they're engaging, spending one-on-one time where they can, understanding the issues that their employees have, young or old, because we think some of these issues are across the sort of age spectrum. But I do know that there are all these hypotheses about millennials and other younger generation people. But at this point, we've not seen a huge difference there.
Jonathan, are you seeing?
Yeah, I think a slightly different perspective. I would say maybe early in career versus younger and older. Like, very much people who are earlier in career are having a harder time. And maybe in particular, frontline managers, I think over the last year have had maybe some of the most challenging times, right? Frontline managers have been carrying the burden of being kind of new in career leaders, inexperienced in many cases, or less experienced. And at the same time, they have many of the same personal issues that new employees do or individual contributors do. And so I think they've really been carrying the burden. And I think so we're working very hard to kind of help our frontline managers both kind of step into this new leadership model of being more collaborative, of communicating better, of communicating more authentically and being vulnerable, and at the same time helping to kind of their own employee well-being. So I would pay close attention to frontline managers through COVID, because I think they've borne a lot of the brunt. And maybe the other thing I would say is, again, I talked about the divide between leaders and individual contributors. I think that's very real. If you poll and you talk to leaders are broadly doing well, or at least doing better. Maybe they have the experience, maybe they have more established, home routines, but they are generally doing better than individual contributors. I think we're seeing this divide grow, and I think we have to be very conscious that we don't break our sort of social contract with our, earlier in career employees as our companies start to do better post-pandemic, that we make sure our employees are doing better as well.
Yeah, I want to follow up on that, but we do have another audience. Oh, sorry, Reggie, go ahead.
I was going to agree. I think Jonathan's exactly right. Back to that young versus old, it really is new to the firm versus someone who's been in the firm for a long time. And there's collinearity between I've been with the firm a long time and I'm a leader. So I think that that's part of what we're seeing, that people who are in the fabric of the culture, have been there for a while, know people, know how to communicate and connect with people, are doing better than the new people who are still trying to figure out, what is this environment? How am I successful in this environment? Who are my mentors, my advocates? How do I make it work? So we are doing a lot of work around onboarding, especially in this remote environment, and putting some extra activities and some extra HR programs in place to make sure that people new to the firm are being brought into the firm in the right sort of way.
I do have another question about management, but we have an audience question. And, they're wondering whether you guys think that the new skills that are emerging in this hybrid digital work environment will be part of formal training going forward for companies.
Yeah, I'd love to take that, but if I can, I had one more comment based on Reggie's last response. I thought was great. Reggie touched on connection, and I think that's really core. Early in career employees, you have fewer connections inside a company, and leaders by and large have a lot more connections, and that's actually that's highly correlated with burnout. Like, the less connected you are, leads to more burnout. And so I think a takeaway for leaders is really kind of working hard to help your early in career employees inside your company get connected to whomever, their peers, but really build networks inside the company, because those networks, when we were physical, you could have your spontaneous water cooler conversations, whatever else they were, to help build those networks fairly quickly. We don't have that. And so we have to really work hard to build those connections. So Reggie, thanks for bringing that up. I think it's a super important point. On the skills issue, this is I think it's a really, really important issue. LinkedIn thinks a lot about skills. We think about discrete skills as really being sort of the composite, or rather maybe a role is a composite of skills. Actually, we announced last week that we'd launched a new product called Skills Path. And Skills Path is really a way to help identify unique skills that are required to gain certain roles, and to help train for those skills. Because what we saw through the pandemic, we saw the elimination of huge amounts of jobs in the beginning, and what we found was often the jobs that were eliminated, were like other jobs that it would be possible for people to get. So in other words, like a food service worker has many of the same skills as a customer service agent, but they're lacking a few. And so if we can identify those like discrete skills and train on those discrete skills, we can actually do a great job of re-employing people fairly quickly. Not a lot of formal training, not like long educational times, just help them understand and train on those 2 or 3 skills and get them back to work pretty quickly. So LinkedIn's super focused on that. Again, just launched this product called Skills Path, and are working hard to help people gain the skills that will be required to help them reemploy quickly, either during COVID or post-COVID.
Yeah, no, I agree. I think it is both an issue of skills and goals. And we have, even before the pandemic, we started and we've sort of hyperdrive the notion of skills around communication, skills around active listening, skills around empathy with your employees. And while those seem sort of nebulous, there are ways that you can help managers better develop those set of skills, better listening skills, better empathy skills, et cetera. And then to make sure that those skills that are most important are connected to the goals, performance goals that they have as well. And so we try to follow through, not just from the theoretical and the qualitative, but that which turns into actual goals for those people.
Both of you, speaking of listening skills, both of you said at the beginning that employees have felt more empowered to speak up. So if you look back at, the last couple of months, do you guys have anecdotes on maybe the most interesting thing you've heard from one of your employees and what they've wanted of you?
Yeah, I've had the fortune of speaking to, well, let me start by saying there's another program that Carlisle's put in place that's called Carlisle Connect. So every month or every other month, you're connected to a new person in the firm who you haven't met before. And you have a 15, 20-minute conversation. And from that comes additional conversations with them. So you sort of grow your network. And it's actually give you an opportunity to meet people that perhaps you wouldn't have met even pre-COVID through this program, right? In those conversations, I've talked to people who were with the firm before, went away to business school, graduate school, and came back to the firm and observed the enhanced treatment of some of these issues around empowerment, around empathy, around better communication, sharing of information, feeling like you're part of a broader community, feeling like you're part of an institution. So it was good for me to know that in our transformation agenda, we are actually making some progress. And a couple of the people I spoke to gave that observation. But more so, I think the notion of the way the firm has shown our real interest in the health and well-being of the employees, including if indeed you need to come back to the office, we put all the protocols in place, but you can come back to the office. If indeed you want to stay at home, we're not encouraging senior people to come in so that does not cause junior people to feel as though they have to come to the office. So in a bunch of ways, the employees are feeling the difference in the approach the firm has taken to really being serious about their well-being and their health.
Maybe just kind of a 30-second response on this too, because I think it's really important. I think as leaders, myself included, have really worked hard to be more vulnerable and be more open and be more, front and center with employees. We've obviously we've had like lots of reactions. Some of those reactions, there's been a lot more, emotions that have been brought to the workplace, right? Like really powerful emotions that we, typically hadn't seen. But at the same time, there's been a lot of these incredible moments of joy. People have really, as teams have tried to thrive through this, we've seen all kinds of really creative ways to help teams bond, all kinds of some of them really simple, but all these, these costume parties and all these trivia games. But it's really been great to see the spontaneous, I call them moments of joy that I think we're trying to foster, but frankly, it's very much bottoms up. And so allowing teams to, be personal, have these moments, and be real kind of in their meetings, I think has been really great to see.
So we have a minute left. Any final thoughts here? We could talk about this topic forever. And I know, I know we will be. We're talking about it for a while, so.
Well, I think two things I'd say. One, I think it's very important that employers continue to listen to their employees, because the reality is the way someone feels at this moment could change over time. So you have to stay abreast of the evolution as we all move into this new normal and this hybrid environment. And I think the other thing is to continue to show that compassion and interest in the employees in a way that they can feel it. We have a Namaste wellness program that we have in place here at the firm. And some people said, well, I'm not a yoga person, but others have said, wow, the fact that even exists, even though I may not participate in it, says the firm is really thinking about my well-being in a different sort of way. So I think that you have to be creative, you have to be agile, but you have to constantly listen and evolve as the world evolves.
I would just add, get comfortable being authentic, get comfortable, being compassionate, get comfortable learning, because I think those are all going to be the core competencies for leaders going forward.
Thank you guys so much for your time. I'm excited to follow up on this topic, and I hope everyone enjoys the rest of our panelists as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Hello to everyone tuned in. I'm Todd Grantham, Chief Marketing Officer at Plume, and I'm so glad you've joined us for the Bloomberg Work Shifting Summit. For years, we've been talking about the future of work as some far and distant concept. Well, we're no longer in a world of hypotheticals. The pandemic has woken us up to the new reality, and it's given an impetus for us to finally rethink the way we work and how we define our workspace and shape our workforce. It's given us permission to explore options and take risks that we would not have otherwise thought about. So what does work look like next? Well, many lessons were learned in 2020, especially in those early months. Working and schooling from home became the norm for many of us during the pandemic. For some, there's been enough benefit that they've opted to continue to work that way. As vaccination programs start to take effect, some businesses are opting to move back to the office, but many are adopting a hybrid model. Ford just announced 30,000 of their employees are going to be able to continue to work from home even after the pandemic. They're not exactly your typical tech company moving to a remote workforce. This shows that this movement to remote work is real. In any case, the workspace of right now has to be fluid, one where technology must play a role to enhance business operations and productivity, improve efficiency, and keep you close to your employees and customers. Being connected to the internet and available online has taken on an entirely new level of importance. Based on our data from Plume-powered US households, the number of people active online at home during the workday more than doubled in a matter of weeks in the first half of 2020. And our data shows they're working longer hours than ever before as well. Home computer usage during the workday has skyrocketed, in some regions by 200% since February 2020. The average computer is online for more than 5.5 hours between 6 a.m. and 6 p.m. People are working later into the evening as well. The computer usage is up by 70% after 6 p.m. Our job at Plume is to ensure that none of those busy homes suffer any of the negative effects of the sudden surge in load, traffic, or interference. Again, based on our data, the CSP's broadband speeds to the home are actually remaining stable, so they've done their job. It is the increased demand and device usage that had occurred inside the home that has the greatest potential to create extreme increases in disruption. However, for Plume-powered households, I'm proud to say the quality of device experience has been consistent, thanks to our intelligent, self-optimizing Wi-Fi algorithms. We've spent the last few years focused on the future, continuously innovating and enhancing our platform to close the gap between the speed and evolution expected of home Wi-Fi, including the proliferation of IoT devices, and the infrastructure to support that explosion. And we've had some real breakthroughs. We designed a platform specifically for consumers that gives them flawless connectivity with self-optimizing Wi-Fi, cybersecurity, access controls, and more. And it's incredibly easy for them to use. We addressed and overcame the barriers of traditional broadband to help consumer communication service providers deliver flawless, self-optimizing Wi-Fi to their subscribers, as well as give them visibility on the back end to help manage all of those subscribers. We created the world's first open and hardware-independent solution that enables the quick delivery of new services for connected homes and beyond at massive scale, all based on the open source software called OpenSync. You see, we believe the experience is everything. We have a saying at Plume, a device is only as smart as the network it's connected to. And because we're talking about retooling for the future and rethinking the way we work, it won't matter how sound your strategy is or how intelligent your technology is when the connectivity is flawed and the experience suffers. Sure, the era of the in-person office isn't ending anytime soon, but given the renewed focus on business resilience, agility, and adaptability, what will be important is the ability to connect and access content and information anywhere, anytime, and across any device quickly. If anything, last year showed us the importance of being able to sense and respond quickly to the needs of the business and its people. Whether you're a small business needing a better integrated solution or working from home and needing truly intelligent and reliable internet, we're working hard to deliver the secure, personalized services you need, all from the cloud in real time. We get it. The kids should never miss a minute of school. You should never wonder if it is your connection that is glitching on the video conference. And you have to be 100% confident that the data you're transferring is secure. And most importantly, you can never miss a single moment of The Queen's Gambit or the most recent Ryan Reynolds flick. At the end of the day, we believe that reliable and robust connectivity is key for the success in our digital-first world. I've taken enough of your time now, and it's time to get on with the rest of the show. But I'd love to continue this conversation with you. This is a time for meaningful change, and we can explore the best way forward together. Thanks for listening. Take care and stay safe.
Hello, everybody. I'm Carol Masser of Bloomberg Radio and Bloomberg TV, Bloomberg Business Week, and I'm here with Jared Spataro. He's Corporate Vice President of Microsoft 365. Jared, it is so great to have you back with us because you guys accumulate so much data that really gives us an idea of how this working from home has been working out during the pandemic. We have some great numbers to get through. Before we start, though, generally speaking, hybrid, working from home, I mean, has it turned out to be the work savior that we thought it would be?
Well, if we go back a year, I think one of the big questions that people had was simply, would people work from home? Would they be able to work from home? Would they watch Netflix? The numbers actually show us that productivity has continued at about the same rate. In some cases, it's increased. And so, it has saved businesses. At the same time, as we're going to see in the numbers, it is masking the exhaustion that the workforce is feeling as a result of it. So there's a real tension here that we're feeling. The numbers bear that out.
I have so many conversations about stress and digital exhaustion in general. How has it changed, though? Because you guys have done data points throughout the past year. How has it progressed? How have the data points, generally speaking, changed?
Well, initially we saw a year ago as people were just trying to adjust, there was a real scramble trying to figure out what tools to use, how that would work. We've seen an explosion of really time in meetings. That's become the tool that people have used to connect. Oh, we need to meet. Let's set 30 minutes on the calendar. We're going to need 60 minutes for that. And so we've seen things really take off, in that way. People have more meetings on the calendar. In fact, their time in meetings has more than doubled. And at the same time, their feeling of connection to their team has actually gone down. We released an update to our report yesterday that said that at the beginning of the pandemic, employees reported 91% of employees reported feeling connected to their team. By the time we got to December of last year, that had dropped to 79%. So we're seeing kind of those ties start to weaken a bit.
Hey, let's take a step back, because I'm assuming everybody knows the data points. I mean, Microsoft, we know you accumulate millions of data points. Tell us about, you do this Microsoft Work Trend Index. Tell us exactly what you're looking at and the kind of data that you're accumulating.
You bet. For me, this is, I love this study because it quantifies a lot of what we're feeling. And so what we did is we went out across 31 different countries. We took a survey of more than 30,000 employees, people working in organizations of all sizes. We were just trying to get a sense of how they were feeling and what they were experiencing. So we asked them questions like, how connected do you feel to your team? What do you feel about your workload? What do you think about the expectations that your employer has for you? Then we took those data points and we just sliced and diced them, trying to understand the trends, what was happening. And then trying to understand things like, were there correlations with demographic differences? And that's where we started to tease out since the difference between leaders and employees who aren't leaders in an organization. And we started to see some trends that really popped for us.
All right, so let's drill down, because what I do love about it is this data is so specific. So let's go through some. First of all, big picture. You guys took a look at meetings, emails, chat, documents. We've got a slide for our viewers. So let's talk about this. So 148%, what was that, increase in meetings?
Correct. Increase in meeting minutes. And I love this chart that folks are looking at right now. What it shows you is, as you look at the two different axes we're looking at, top and bottom, you can see meeting minutes and you can see chat minutes. What's happening here is you see an initial spike, so this bump that goes up as people all start to work from home. You might think that that would come down over time, but if you watch those lines, they continue to go up. So we have not only seen that initial spike that everybody felt, we also continue to see these meeting and chat minutes grow over time. That's creating this sense of digital exhaustion. If you look up top, you can see some of the numbers that are pretty astounding. As an example, the average team user sends 45% more chats per week. They're doing 42% more chats after hours. There's a 66% increase in the number of people working in documents. I mean, as you add these things up, they end up being weight. It really compounds that feeling of exhaustion that we talked about.
All right, so let's drill down a little bit further. What's interesting, too, is you guys looked at kind of, and this is what I love, like the disconnect between what leaders and leadership might be seeing versus their employees that are working at home. Let's pull up the slide, and this takes a look specifically at that, because leaders are starting to kind of make decisions and think about, all right, what does our workspace need to look like?
That's right. Yeah. Well, there's a whole bunch of data points we can interleave here. Let's first just talk about this idea of flexibility and what people are wanting. We are finding that people do want more time with their team. 67% of people want more in-person time with their team. So they're saying, hey, I'd love to see the people I work with in person. That just seems to be so important to them. At the same time, over 70% of them are saying that they like the flexibility that they've had during the pandemic. I have people tell me, boy, I'm getting, as an example, to eat breakfast with my kids for the first time ever. I get to drop my kids off at school in some cases where schools have restarted. So they like that flexibility. Bosses have started to reconfigure their workspaces already. And so we see that 66%, or let's call it 2/3 of bosses, are already starting physical space redesigns to make this happen. But that is masking kind of this greater trend that you indicate, where we see kind of this bifurcation in how people have weathered the storm here. When we look at people with decision-making authority, 61% of those folks say that they are thriving in the current time. So they're really doing well. When we compare that, however, to the average worker, that's a full 23 percentage points higher than that average worker. And here on the data points that you're showing in the slide, we can actually see some of the real differences. Up top, you see the percentage of folks who are saying that they are thriving. Down below, you see folks who are saying that they are just surviving. So this is a real difference. It is creating that wrenching feeling that we have just all across the world. It's not a United States thing. And it really is setting us up to need to solve this.
Well, what's great about this, and hold this slide up for a second, Jared, because business leaders, that's the, all the way on the left, if you're looking at the screen, 61% say that they're thriving, 39% say that they're surviving or struggling. But if you look at married, working moms, Gen Z, frontline workers, single, like you can see that there are some groups that are really having a tough time with this.
That's right. Yeah. I mean, the things that jump out to me, the single folks, very clear that there's a feeling of isolation. I certainly feel that as we have gone to do what we'd call the qualitative work to talk to people, not just do the numbers. That pops out really quickly. And then, as you indicated, if we look in there, working moms, we've seen lots of reports on that. We see the numbers here. And Gen Z is the one that was somewhat surprising to me because I just would think of them as digitally connected.
Yeah.
You would have thought of them as digital natives. But they are really struggling here. And in fact, one of the conclusions from our report is this idea that we're going to have to re-energize Gen Z when it comes to their engagement in the workforce. There's something going on here over the last 12 months that really means something to the workforce dynamic.
Listen, and I don't want to get to, I know sometimes with demographics, you have to be careful with age, but we've talked about this, had these conversations, Jared, that if you're older and you've got established relationships, working from home was probably easier. You weren't bashful about, picking up or saying to a boss, oh, I want to do a Zoom call, or just giving them a call. Younger ones, or even maybe new employees to a place, they were kind of lost.
Yeah, indeed. I mean, if I pick it up for a moment and just think about some of the things that we were seeing again in the qualitative work, Gen Z tends to be more single, more early in career. They have less broad, less deep networks. They have less experience in the workplace. So you add those things up and they compound. They really do make a difference in how someone is doing. We also see, just a difference in terms of where they are and length of time with the company to understand how the culture works. At Microsoft, just as a data point, over the course of the pandemic, so the last 12 months, we've hired 25,000 people who have never set foot inside any of our offices. So that's a really big kind of influx of talent that we've got to bring in some way in a digital environment.
Hey, we did a poll of our audience today, and we talked to about 900 that took the poll and asked the question, Jared, has your productivity suffered in the work from home environment? So from working from home, has your productivity suffered? And what we found is about 49% said yes, nearly 51% said no. So it's kind of interesting how people are seeing it. It's kind of almost an even split. What would you say, generally speaking, has been kind of, our views on how productive we are? Because I know I felt pretty productive early on, but I do feel like as it dragged on, it was a little exhausting in terms of there was no delineation between home and work.
Yeah, it's really interesting. Your numbers taken then just mirror what we've seen around the world with these 30,000 people. A lot of people are saying, yeah, I'm, at least as productive. Maybe I'm a little bit more productive. But there are a couple of kind of data points, I think, that help us get a sense for the texture, the feel of what's actually going on. So when we look at kind of, this idea of, okay, you're productive, but what else is happening? We see that there is this sense that there's a burden. And let me quantify the burden for a moment. 54% of workers globally, even though they said they were productive, said that they feel overworked. So over half of folks saying they feel overworked. Almost 40%, 39% said that they feel absolutely exhausted. That's a very strong word to use in this case. And so it was this sense of like, hey, I was doing good in the beginning, but now it's very, very difficult. And then that leads us to one that I think is a really interesting part of the whole equation here, especially for managers and leaders to understand, is what's happening to networks. What we found is there was a spike initially in the strength of networks, how people reported they were feeling with their coworkers. That spiked, and then mostly it's held steady. So people have essentially leaned on the people they know best to get things done. But what we've seen is what we call weak ties, these ties out to other groups that maybe you just bumped into people, maybe you saw them every once in a while in a meeting. Those ties have diminished almost entirely. They have become very, very weak. So the net result is organizations have become more siloed. And I feel that at work, many people feel that. That's an example of something that's changing the dynamic of how we can actually get work done organizationally. And that's a cause of concern, I'd say, for leaders.
It's kind of interesting if you think about the last couple of years, the work trend has been these open environments, right? Nobody has offices anymore. And so it's kind of open door. You're running into your boss or different colleagues that you might not. That's very much the culture of us here at Bloomberg. And then all of a sudden you go to you're siloed in your home. It's such a contrast. Is there, what have we learned as a result of that? You guys are collecting all the data points.
Yeah, we have just learned, it has been known for a long time in organizational studies that these weak ties, this kind of bumping into people as you indicate, that's actually what brings things together. Creativity, as an example, really thrives very best in an environment where you're taking ideas that may not be within your kind of immediate network. So what we've learned is that this can affect creativity, that the idea that you're just kind of very siloed and working with the people that you work with the most, you can end up really in a place of groupthink. You can end up not being able to tap into all the resources in your organization. So the most important thing we think that leaders can do is to be very deliberate. This is a moment, and I hope we get to that here soon, where it's not just all downside. Of course there's pressure, of course there's this idea of exhaustion, but boy, there is upside here for us. And so we recommend that you not only kind of look at the glasses as half empty, but also look at it as half full and see what we can do going forward as well.
Jared, one of the things about this past year, right? We've had many crises. We've talked a lot about racism, inequities that have been unearthed. And so I do wonder, the working from home situation, because of the pandemic, what about the inequities that already existed in workforce, whether you're a minority, whether you're a woman? We talked a little bit about, women working from home at this point. I mean, what do the data points show? Has it gotten worse as a result of it? Or can working from home ultimately, or hybrid, help out some of these groups?
Well, I'm an eternal optimist, so I love to look at the silver lining to the cloud here, and it definitely has. We were able to pull in signals from all across our network. One of those places was LinkedIn, and we saw that over the last 12 months that we have seen job postings on LinkedIn that were remote increased by 5x, so 5 times as large as they were previously. That just simply indicates that remote is becoming more a part of our culture. Now, what's that mean for us? Well, the good news is we're finding that women, Gen Z, and those without graduate degrees actually are more likely to apply for those remote jobs than anyone else. In other words, they're saying, hey, that flexibility could really help me out. If we take that even further, what I'd love to see now is that as people are starting to open up their ideas in terms of, I think we can pull this remote thing off for a longer period of time if we incorporate it into our operating model, we're starting to see companies now tap into talent pools they haven't been able to get. As an example, Microsoft has always been pretty Redmond-centric when it's come to kind of our product development culture and the work that we do here in Redmond. I'm really excited. We're starting to hire in Atlanta. I just hired a fantastic executive in Atlanta. We've, the time that I told her that she could stay in Atlanta and didn't need to move for this job was the time it opened up for her. And so again, it's just a great anecdotal example of what we're able to do as we tap into new labor pools with the technology and the new operating model. So I'm very excited about that.
Jared, we've got questions coming in, and I do wonder, are there any data points that you guys have collected that kind of say what employees are thinking about? All right, what does it mean if I choose to work home and a colleague of mine chooses to go to the office? Am I going to be disadvantaged long term?
Well, here's the thing that I don't think anyone will be surprised about, but FOMO is real, right? This fear of missing out is something that we all feel. And the data and the qualitative results really point to this idea that people are very worried about what's next. So here's how I think about it. When we all were in the office, I think we had figured that out after many decades. When we all have been home, we've kind of mostly learned how to do that. We are just about ready to enter into what I'm calling the messy middle, where some people are going to be in the office and some people won't. And so there is this real fear right now that, wow, what happens if the boss goes in? Does that mean I've got to go in? If I don't go in, or I choose these flexible work from home policies, as we see many people want to, does that mean I can't advance or be promoted in my career? And so our perspective on this, as we've gone around and kind of looked at the data and talked to so many companies, is this is a moment of leadership where leaders need to recognize, hey, you can't just let this play out. The kind of default play out rhythm here is going to turn into a little bit of chaos and be the worst of all worlds. So leaders need to stand up and be really thoughtful. In particular, one just very specific thing I can tell leaders is you've got to model this idea of sometimes staying home. When you do that and people see, oh, the boss stayed home, it looks like she stayed home, I can stay home sometimes too. That's going to make all the difference. That's how you lead culturally, and that's what the findings are really pointing us towards.
Jared, let's talk a little bit more about what leaders need to do. And I think what's interesting is we get more data points as you guys collect them. You see how the data points have either progressed or moved or changed. I mean, companies, I know leaders, CEOs who have already shut down their offices in New York and moved out because they say all our workers want to be at home. Do we need to kind of take a moment to digest what has happened in the past 12 months? We're not out of it yet, but do we need to take, as leaders, a moment to kind of digest it before we start making some big policy changes in how we are working at companies?
Absolutely. What I tell leaders, and I'm learning as much as anyone else, but what I tell leaders is this is a moment to stop, pause, think, really take counsel from the people around you and see it as a moment of leadership. I see, again, the silver lining, this awesome opportunity in front of us to take the best of all worlds and combine them together. But in order to do that, the way I'd phrase it is you've got to come up with a new operating model. That operating model is going to have some cultural changes. It's going to have some norms that are new. It's going to have, in some cases, policies. You can't do that on your own. You really need to make yourself a student of the time. Get counsel from people around you. Involve people who are going to be taking the ramifications of your decisions, and recognize that we're all going to learn as we go. So this idea of a plan, and in particular a plan that takes into account your people and what they want, your space and how you'll deal with that space, and then finally the technology that you'll use to bind it all together. For us, this is the moment to really look at that. I think, whenever you have a crisis, it really reveals the man or woman in charge. You get this opportunity to stand up and show your vision, and that's what I encourage leaders to do today.
You mentioned, technology, and we've got an audience question that comes in. That you guys, in terms of your research, have you looked at anything when it comes to fatigue? Are there differences between video meetings versus audio calls?
Absolutely. And not only, I would tease out not just video meetings and audio calls, what the technology can do today is that it essentially gives us a whole bunch of different modes of communication. There are, for instance, what we call real-time modes, just like we're having right now, where we can go back and forth, with no delay in between us. That includes things like audio calls. It includes, depending on how we use it, chat. Certainly includes video. There's also kind of asynchronous tools, things that allow us to, place a message. Email is probably the best known of that, but even chat can be used in this way. Mm-hmm. And so what we are seeing is that we have to develop new, much healthier digital habits. When all you have is a hammer, everything looks like a nail. When all you have is a video conference, you think that's the way to get work done. So we're encouraging people to be a bit more broad in their thinking and make sure that they think about all the different modes of communication and collaboration. Doing that will reduce digital fatigue. We don't always have to be talking to each other to get things done. And that's an important eureka moment when you realize it.
I don't always want to be on a Zoom call. I'm just going to put it out there. But you're right, like variety. I remember last time you were on and that we talked for our Bloomberg Live audience, I think you talked about the backgrounds of people, right? That having too many different backgrounds visually was just overstimulating. And so you kind of provided some conformity when it comes to that. We just have about a minute or so left. Final thought, do you think, in a year, if you do another round of data points, what do you think will be maybe some of the themes, trends when it comes to how work is shifting?
Boy, I think we'll see a couple. First off, I think we're going to see a real difference in companies. Those who have had leaders who have stood up and recognized, wow, the decisions I make right now are going to set me on a trajectory, a course for growth going forward. We're going to see a difference in their performance. We're going to see a difference in their ability to attract talent. Those who let this play out, they're going to find themselves in a world of hurt because we're essentially going to see compounding effects of digital exhaustion. That's number one. Number two, I think we're all going to wake up and recognize that the labor market has changed in massive ways, kind of right underneath our feet. 2 data points that I'll end us with that we didn't talk about previously is 46% of people are saying that they are planning a physical relocation as a result of the more flexible policies they expect. 41% of people are contemplating leaving their current employer. I don't think anybody's ready for this massive earthquake within the talent pool that we're feeling. But there is upside. That means that companies who are proactive are going to go find the best talent and bring them into their organizations and really differentiate themselves from others. So I think there's going to be a culling, if you will, of the business community. We're going to see those leaders who are effective at this time, and we're going to see those who become laggards as well.
Just very, very quickly. So will this grand experiment that was forced on us, will we kind of look back and say we've learned a lot in a good way? Just quickly.
I think so. I think we will. I think there's the best of both worlds available if we will be proactive. I think there's the worst of all worlds that will fall upon us if we're not.
Jared, you are amazing. Love all these data points. Jared Spataro, Corporate Vice President over at Microsoft 365. Thank you so much. Really enjoyed it. Thank you.
Thank you, Carol. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Alain Sylvain. I'm the CEO of Sylvain, a strategy and design consultancy. And I'm here to talk about post-purpose. What happens when companies go beyond purpose and discover the power of obsession? Just by way of introduction, like I said, my company is a little strategy and design consultancy. We help companies think about the future of their products and their brands. We're a certified B Corporation. We've been around for 11 years. We work with a lot of companies in different categories. Check us out at sylvain.co, work in technology and finance, sports, and so on. But really, let's get started. Let's talk about why we're here and really get to the heart of this idea of purpose. The world of business in general is just drunk with this notion of purpose. Like, if there's such thing as business pop culture, everything that people have talked about has been about purpose recently. And sometimes purpose is talked about as corporate social responsibility, or talked about as social impact. But really, the meaning of purpose is really about the reason for which something is done or created, or for which something exists. The idea that a company is in service of a reason to exist that's greater than just revenue or just profits. And no better example exists than Patagonia. It's sort of the poster child for all things related to purpose. You know, people roll their eyes, you bring up Patagonia, they're like, yeah, I get it. And they're in business to save the planet. Yeah, they're privately owned, for-profit organization, but yet has this really ambitious social agenda tied to the environment. And going so far as to even tell people not to buy their products in advertising. This is a famous ad and advertising campaign they did in 2011, where they literally said, "Don't buy this jacket." And over the course of Patagonia's growth, and especially over the last 10 years, where they've really doubled down on this idea of social purpose, or purpose in general, success has kind of shot through the roof. They're now over $1 billion company, and the biggest certified B Corporation in the world. Not only from a financial point of view are they highly successful from a labor point of view, they're also very successful. They have a 4% employee turnover rate compared to the average US rate of 12 to 15% annually and 10.9% globally. Their retention rate among working moms is at 100%, which is just kind of unbelievable. Clearly, their purpose is potent. And as a result of the examples like that, there's this idea and this kind of thing in culture and business pop culture now around purpose. You know, got purpose? Do you have purpose? Everyone has noticed Patagonia's purpose-driven success, and we've all become obsessed with it. As a result, a lot of companies have stepped up and taken the high road. You see Jamie Dimon at JP Morgan and Larry Fink at BlackRock with the Business Roundtable, really underlying the importance of having a reason to exist beyond profits alone. And of course, the emergence of certified B corporations, of which Sylvain is one. That too is an example. There were 1,500 certified B Corps when we applied for it in 2016, and now there are almost 4,000. And as a result of all this energy around purpose, there's something that we'd like to call the purpose industrial complex, a strategic relationship between companies, consultancies, nonprofits, and governments that builds appealing and profitable commercial brands through culturally relevant media narratives. There is sort of like a hype around purpose, where maybe the notion of purpose and the allure of purpose is greater than what the idea itself is. And there's sort of a conspiracy among companies and media to build these really aspirational, lofty stories around companies. And there's tons to look at. There are books and there are articles, and I don't need to tell you all the things that are popped up around why purpose is important. And it's beyond that. If you go to LinkedIn and you search Chief Purpose Officer on LinkedIn, you're going to get 650,000 results. 650,000 Chief Purpose Officers? Like, what is that? Of course, Clubhouse, a place where people have these intimate one-on-one or group conversations. There are 83 clubs that are tied to purpose. You don't search purpose in Amazon Books. You're going to see tons of books related to business purpose, but also self-help purpose, which is really where this idea came from, and no better icon exists than Tony Robbins. If you can't, you must. If you must, you can. And that's sort of the earnest approach to reason to exist that has entered the business world. And you've got these like talking heads that are on stage pounding their chests saying to companies, do you have purpose? Do you have a reason to exist? And I am too complicit in this. I do this. I've done it many, many times. I've been on stage many times talking to companies about why purpose is important, how it's important to go beyond, to embrace a purpose. And there's good business case for that. 70% of Gen Z and millennials believe a brand should have a purpose they personally believe in. It's considered, at this point, business 101. It's considered good business, and that's the result. That's the reason we saw in 2020 so many companies try to step up in the midst of COVID, in the midst of the killing of George Floyd, and all the other crises we saw in 2020 we've seen since. You're seeing companies play a little bit more of an active role. And a great example of that is Blackout Tuesday. If you remember, a few days or weeks after the killing of George Floyd, companies, stopped talking about their sales and stopped talking about certain features of their product and took a moment to put up this black square. Users and companies did that. And it was this kind of profound moment where companies did it everywhere. And what was interesting to me is like, just a day later, a couple days later, they went back to promoting some of their own features or talking about their own brand. For that brief moment, they put a purpose sort of out there. Did it diminish the purpose when it kind of disappeared afterwards and they haven't done it yet? Does it diminish the importance of it? And there's kind of a trope, it's kind of a joke among brand marketing people how there's a language and a way to promote these brands in the midst of these crises. You know, there's this great fake manifesto that was created. We at Brand are committed to fighting injustice by posting images to Twitter that express our commitment to fighting injustice. To that end, we offer this solemn white on black JPEG that expresses vague solidarity with the black community, but will quietly elide the specifics of what is wrong, what needs to change, or in what ways we'll do anything about it. There was this really passive it was actually passive. All this activity that happened in 2020 when it comes to activities that were greater than revenue were actually very passive and some might say meaningless. And consumers see that, consumers believe that. 53% of consumers think brands trust wash or aren't as committed to helping society as they claim. That's half. It's a significant portion. And Nike got so much attention for the support of Colin Kaepernick maybe 4 years ago, or 3 years ago. 60% of survey participants felt positively about Nike after viewing the ad. But of that group, only 45% thought Nike was genuinely committed to racial justice. Again, about half of the people have a sense of skepticism about why these companies are doing these things. Now, don't get me wrong, purpose still matters. Purpose, of course, is important, but the problem is that it's become a bit of a rhetorical exercise. McKinsey did this studies where they found that 82% of people felt it was important for their companies to have a purpose, but only 42% felt their company's purpose statement had any impact. Again, about half. There's an underlying truth about half of people are suspect about whether companies really live out their purpose. They believe it's important, but do they actually execute on it? 94% of consumers believe the companies they engage with should have a strong purpose. 83% of consumers said companies should only earn a profit if they also deliver a positive impact. Purpose is a given. You know, having a purpose is just fundamental. To me, this is just about showing up in 2021 as a corporation. You need to have a purpose. You need to have a reason to exist. That part, it's easy. And it's time to stop our collective obsession with purpose and actually obsess about obsession. We need to be obsessed about the purpose itself. And there's no greater example of that than Roger Bannister, who, of course, committed to the 4-minute mile. And it wasn't only to finish the mile, to finish the race. It was actually to achieve something. And with this ruthless obsession, he trained and studied to get under those 4 minutes. Enough about purpose. Yes, enough. We get there's a reason to exist beyond the company and beyond the profits. But what about the obsession for that purpose? You know, obsession sometimes gets, you kind of misconstrue it and it's, viewed as a little crazy and the portrayal in pop culture is a little wacky or a little insane or OCD or perfectionist or, germophobia. As a kid, it's kind of cute to be obsessed, but when you're older, it's kind of weird and bizarre. But actually, there's actually a virtue to obsession. And if you look at this great quote in Psychology Today, when you obsess, you learn how to extinguish distractions so that you can concentrate. You accept the hard existential fact that if you intend to matter, you must act as if you matter. You retrain your brain, asking it to halt its pursuit of fluff and worry, to instead embrace its own potential. That's the power of obsession. And think about, I'm going to read the quote again, but think about it this time through the eyes of a corporation, okay? When you obsess, you learn how to extinguish distractions so that you can concentrate. You accept the hard existential fact that if you intend to matter, you must act as if you matter. You retrain your organization, asking it to halt its pursuit of fluff and worry, to instead embrace its own potential. Could you imagine if companies were obsessed with their purpose in the way that great inventors and great stories of mankind showed the virtues of obsession? Thomas Edison and the light bulb, the ambition of the moonshot, or the decoding of the human genome. That all came from an intense obsession on a purpose. So purpose alone doesn't seem to be it for me. To me, it falls short. To me, it's about purposeful obsession, an idea or thought that ruthlessly preoccupies the mind in service of a grand vision or ambitious goal. It's one thing to be purposed. It's another thing to be obsessed about that purpose. Which brings me back to Patagonia. And the reason people love Patagonia is actually wrong. It's not about the purpose. What actually makes them interesting is their obsession with that purpose. That's the reason Patagonia is an incredible example that we should point to. You know, my company's actually worked with Patagonia, and it was amazing. We had people in the office, and there was a swell in the Pacific Ocean, a surge of waves, and there's a policy there that when the surf comes up, you drop work and you go surfing. He famously said, "I don't care when you work as long as the job gets done. If there's surfing conditions, you surf." That's crazy. That's like, let's call that obsession. Is very intense. And he also famously said, "I drive old cars. All my Patagonia clothes are years and years old. I hardly have anything new. I try to lead a very simple life. I'm not a consumer of anything, and I much prefer sleeping on somebody's floor than in a motel room." And we know this firsthand. When we worked with them, we had to share rooms and fly economy and all these things that you don't see in the world of business. And that's because of Patagonia's obsession with their purpose. Not because of their purpose, but because of the obsession with their purpose. Or how about their tags where they famously said, "Vote the assholes out" around election time in 2020. Or the fact that they boldly said that the president stole your land and took the $10 million in tax cuts and gave them to environmental charities. That's a level of obsession that's so great. The purpose is perhaps a guiding light, but the obsession pushes you to the limits of how to assert that. They imposed an earth tax on themselves starting in 1985 for a 1% for the planet. These are not small things. This is not purpose. This is conviction. This is obsession. So how do you ignite your purposeful obsession? How do you find that in the work that you do every day? And I'm going to give you 5 pathways to think about. 5 pathways to purposeful obsession. The first, insatiable curiosity. Think about master builders, Lego master builders that look at everything around them and think about how they can create them using Legos. They're fiercely curious. Or Google and all the experiments that they put to work to really asking coders to submit ideas, to develop new ideas, constantly flexing their curiosity. Number 2, unwavering belief. Chanel famously, this luxury French fashion house, they have such a commitment to femininity and what they stand for that they will never, ever sell products online. It's a luxury experience that needs to be experienced in person. And they have an unwavering belief in the store experience and femininity that they'll never, ever change. That's like a seriously unwavering belief. Or how about Sun Ra, the story of Sun Ra, who the artist who claimed that he was sent to Earth from outer space to save humanity and bring harmony to the world. He had such a clear conviction about why he was here, and the music he made was a manifestation of that. Unwavering belief is a key part of obsession. Audacious vision. You can see the big picture and the incremental steps to get there. You really are bold enough to put something out there, a vision that's greater than you. Tesla famously has their master plan with intense clarity about why they exist and what they're doing. Build a sports car. Use that money to build an affordable car. Use that money to build an even more affordable car while doing the above, also provide zero-emission electric power generation options. That is an audacious vision, which is a key part to obsession. And it goes, there are the Elon Musks and then the Larry Finks, who too, through his annual letter, made a bold commitment to long-term purpose, strategy, climate change. Then there's the next one, immersive flow. When you fall into a flow state where you can be singularly focused on one thing and you apply your brain to that, incredible things can happen. Bill Gates, there's this great story where every year when he was CEO, he would take a week, and he called it Think Week, where he would go off in a cabin and read the memos and pitches of his team around new innovations and new ideas. And that week manifested is where Xbox came from. It's where Internet Explorer came from. This intense idea of being singularly focused on something and being in a moment of flow is truly a trait tied to obsession. Or how about this profound quote? Distraction is the enemy of vision. It's pretty powerful. You'd think it was a great philosopher. It was a different sort of philosopher. It was Kanye who said it. Distraction is the enemy of vision. Distraction is the enemy of vision. Last is contagious energy. The idea that this is something you believe in so much that you need to share it. You have to share it. It has to be spread. And of course, Clubhouse is one of these things over recent months that emerged in culture and in business pop culture, where it's just something that you feel like it's a community that you have to share and be a part of. You see that with the stands and the K-pop, the BTS army, like this idea of the stand culture where you stand alongside like-minded people in pursuit of one shared obsession. At best, when your purpose and your obsession are disjointed, your vision can be a house of cards. At worst, it can get perverted. And a great example of this is WeWork, how their purpose seemed to be about giving people the room and the ability to live their full lives, but their obsession was not aligned with that. The obsession perhaps was more about real estate and was more about growth. And that, of course, had a result. Or you think about the other side, when purpose and obsession is aligned. When they're aligned, they empower you to shape the future by sheer will. And a great example of that is Impossible Foods, that are so obsessed with basically making meat redundant, that they've studied beef at a molecular level. They've employed science in ways that you've never seen in this space in order to truly create a plant-based alternative. That is an obsession, a ruthless obsession that's tied to purpose. So how will you free your own purposeful obsession? Here's some questions to think about. I'll close with 5 questions tied to those pathways. Insatiable curiosity. What do you never tire of learning about? Unwavering belief. What are you willing to stand for alone? Audacious vision. What is the bold future that you aspire to realize? Immersive flow. What one thing brings you unrivaled focus? Contagious energy. What are you doing to inspire others to get behind you? Insatiable curiosity, unwavering belief, audacious vision, immersive flow, and contagious energy. Thank you for your time. Check us out at sylvain.co. And my name is Alain, CEO of Sylvain, and we'll see you again.
Alain, hi, it's good to see you.
Hey, good to see you, Kylie.
So that was really great. I was just looking at the event chat, and I can tell that it's really this idea of purposeful obsession is really resonating with people, which is something I'm sure you hear a lot when you give this presentation. I did want to take a minute to sort of tie it back to a few things that we've heard earlier today, and something that I feel like is going to come up later today. There's a lot of talk about sort of how to, what companies should be doing to attract Gen Z talent, right? And I think that you really have your finger on the pulse with this question. So it's a little bit 2 parts. One is, do you think the pandemic and this sort of moment in time has given companies sort of a unique moment to sort of think differently about their purpose and maybe lean more towards obsession? And also, well, let's start there, and then I'll ask the other part. So, do you think we're in a unique moment in time for companies to sort of rethink how they're approaching their purpose?
Yes, I think so. And I think it's got 2 sides. I think there is a unique moment in time where companies now have a inspiring permission to kind of assert a reason to exist beyond their revenue. But at the same time, there's also this kind of perverted window of opportunity around trends, where companies are leaning into it, and companies that in the past you would think had no right to have a reason to exist, to assert a reason to exist, are kind of taking advantage of that. Really seeing that it's in the zeitgeist. So, yes, I think 2020 brought that opportunity, but not entirely, for good.
Yeah, totally fair. I mean, I get it. I totally agree with you. I think there's some, I think we can both agree there's some fairly cynical marketing out there that is. Your example of the black squares, I think, was sort of captured that in a real way. It's a way to signal. It's virtue signaling with no real intent. And you and I were talking the other day, and this leads me to sort of the next part of this question is, being of a certain age, I feel like cynicism is sort of like baked into my core. But your attitude is that Gen Z specifically, Gen Z millennials, but Gen Z specifically, have quite a bit of optimism, and that maybe that they're seeing beyond sort of the cynical marketing ploys and actually looking for the real thing. Do you think that Gen Z is a more optimistic generation, and that these messages are resounding more specifically with them?
Absolutely, but not in the way that you might think. And optimism, I think, is the right word. But optimism also suggests some sort of naivete at the same time. what makes that generation very different than ours, if I can say that, Kylie, we are the cynical older people, is that the Gen Z, they really believe these companies are tools to achieve the ambition that the people themselves want. They don't view companies as a distant, aspirational sort of idea. They understand marketing. They understand what these purpose statements mean. They understand how much it costs to get on the Super Bowl. They understand what an influencer is. And so for them, they're not really victims or consumers of marketing. It's kind of the other way around. They really view companies as tools. And so companies are now subservient to Gen Z versus generations like us. We looked up to these big companies. And we were looking for guidance from the big companies. I think big companies are now looking for guidance from Gen Z. And at the company, we talk a lot about how a lot of people are trying to hack Gen Z. Like, can we hack them? Can we figure them out? When in reality, I think young people are hacking companies to achieve their own end,
No, I totally agree. I think part of that is maybe why there's less cynicism. My theory is that, growing up in the 80s and 90s, like I think there was a lot more brand worship because we didn't have the interaction with those brands that people have now. Right. And I think there's a way to sort of hold brands to account that we didn't necessarily have, right? And so maybe that sort of offsets the cynical part of that. We do have a question from the audience. Let me see if I can read that. So the question from the audience is, do you feel disruptive technologies like AI, machine learning, and 5G can help level the playing field and add to the diverse and inclusive nature of the human experience, and why? So I guess in context of purpose and obsession, what do you feel like how do you feel companies can use these emerging technologies in like good and powerful ways? Beyond sort of Patagonia's beautiful photographs and mantras, right. Like how can other companies use those technologies?
Well, a key, remember, the way I look at it is like there's purpose and there's obsession and then there's purposeful obsession. And a key driver to be obsessed about anything, especially anything involving humans, is empathy. And I think these technologies are actually empathy machines. If you ask me, if 5G is available to everybody, and mobile technology is where it is, and AI can bring hyper-relevant experiences to each person, then you're gaining a whole new intimacy with mankind, if I can use that term, humankind, that really allows for obsession to happen. But I don't think that alone is it. I don't think AI, machine learning, and these kind of leaps in technology alone. I think it is a lot about the kind of the emotional tenor that we're in, which gets back to that Gen Z point. That drives most of it. Technology is changing everything. Of course, it's disrupting everything, accelerating maybe everything. But I wouldn't say that in itself is that kind of bridge to purposeful obsession.
Right. I totally agree with that. And I think also, it's something that Kathy Bassant's going to talk about later. Kathy Bassant from Bank of America about, the technologies are only as good as the people that are creating them, right? The codes are only as reliable as the diverse teams that are building them, right? And it's speaking of perversion, like it is easy to pervert AI, machine learning based on who's writing that code.
If I can,
you brought up BTS. Go ahead.
One quick thing, and maybe something to ask her later. Something to think about later is this. Just this reminder that technology is made by humans, as like you said, and oftentimes we believe we're subservient to technology, that somehow we should follow what technology, because big data or machine learning or AI is saying it's the future, we sort of are changing our life to adapt to that, when in reality, these are tools that are byproducts of our life. So this kind of power dynamic, I think, is an interesting thing to explore with her, is like, where is the hierarchy? What is technology in service of people, or in people in service of technology?
No, that's an excellent question. I totally agree, and I think that if you look at a company like Apple, like putting as many iPhones in pockets as they have, it's a legitimate question. It's like, does my iPhone work for me, or do I work for my iPhone? And I think that's a real question. So. Well, we're just about out of time. I just want to go ahead and say thank you again. I've really enjoyed talking with you. That presentation was amazing, and I hope we can get you back on in the future at some point to talk about the next phase. Alain Sylvain, thank you so much for joining us.
Yeah, thanks, Kylie. Always love talking to you.
All right, good to see you.
Bye.
Face-to-face relationships were essential to the way we worked. Now, clients have a new set of problems. LinkedIn Sales Navigator helps me connect with customers in this new reality. It's about putting the buyer first. Making sure you have a clear understanding of what they need is what's going to make the partnership successful.
Hello, I'm Tim Stenevec from Bloomberg Quick Take and Bloomberg Business Week Radio. I'm very pleased to be joined right now by Rob Falzon, Vice Chair at Prudential Financial. Rob, it's great to talk to you. Prudential does this Pulse of the American Worker survey. You've been doing it for years. You've done a dozen of them. Gives us insight into the way that the American worker is feeling. And I got to tell you, here we are, 55 weeks, but who's counting, into working from home for so many people. How's the American worker doing?
Yeah, so first, the survey that we've done started back in 2017, so pre the pandemic. And we've done, as you noted, a dozen of them now. And for us, this gives us insight into what's, we call it the pulse of the American worker, because it's giving us insight into what's on their minds, where their concerns are. For us, the American worker is our, it's our employee, it's also our customer. And so it's an area where we have a keen degree of interest. And from that was some interesting trends that we're able to observe that we're sharing. So, to your question, condition of the American worker is stressed right now on multiple fronts. I'd say, first, the experience of the pandemic in working remote. Remote has been, if you separate remote from pandemic, remote's been helping with the pandemic, but nonetheless, the idea of being fully remote in a pandemic has added a lot of stress, both professionally and personally, and we see that coming through our surveys. Interesting implications for how people want to work on a go-forward basis, and we could talk a little bit about that. The second is one of the repercussions of the pandemic has been a dramatic acceleration in the adoption of technology, digitization, use of data, automation, ways to deal with in a remote environment when you have to continue to service customers and actually try to improve the service to customers. That's left the American worker feeling insecure about whether they have the skills that are relevant to the economy that in a fast forward of adoption of technology. And then third, interesting observation that's come from the surveys has been this financial resiliency or lack of financial resiliency that many American workers have, and the vulnerability that they've had through the pandemic. And the statistics around that are actually quite daunting in terms of how unprepared they were coming into the pandemic, and therefore the struggles that they're having in getting through the pandemic. So each of those has been interesting and separate topics.
Well, let's start with number one, the working from home experience, because I think at the beginning of this, as companies were scrambling really to figure out how to keep their employees working during lockdowns, during the pandemic, while at the same time employees juggling school and responsibilities all at the same time. What happened to productivity?
Well, yeah, it's a great question. Actually, productivity skyrocketed. So a little kind of counterintuitive. The underlying question is it sustainable? So our external surveys show that, more than, about 2/3 of the people have indicated that productivity was actually at or above where it was pre-pandemic. Now, you have to look into why. And so the generators to that have been the productivity thing that I mentioned before. So the adoption of technology, 72% of people surveyed said they've got the right tools to function in this environment. And that's actually quite encouraging. That's probably sustainable. But another source of that productivity enhancement has been the time that people are putting in. And when we did our survey, some interesting tidbits from that, people are saving on average almost an hour in a commute. Half of that has been reinvested back into the workday, right? People have only taken less than half the vacation that they took a year ago, prior to the pandemic. And the other interesting piece is the day. We talk about living at work. Well, work is living at home, right? So one of the manifestations of that is the shoulders. The beginning and the end of the day have gotten completely blurred. So people are working longer during the day as well. And so, question as to whether that component of it is actually sustainable, and probably not. So a rise in productivity, but an expectation that that's going to level out, if not sort of recede to a certain extent.
Yeah, look, we're hearing a lot of anecdotal reports right now, especially when it comes to how bankers are feeling on Wall Street, just about the fact that they are feeling overworked. We saw news a couple weeks ago from analysts at Goldman Sachs who say that they're working 105-hour work weeks. We have companies like Jefferies offering Peloton bikes to try to retain that talent. Citi CEO Jane Fraser saying last week that they were going to do these Zoom-free Fridays. The big question, I think, is really how management is dealing with these issues of burnout. And obviously it's different when it comes to different industries, but in general, are employees happy with what they're doing right now with the setup? Because at the beginning, it felt like it was a flexibility, but as you mentioned, there is that blurring of lines between work and home that I think is starting to trouble a lot of people.
It is, and that's, we have to learn to work in a remote environment. So there are new skills that have to be learned for that. I would say, if I think about the employee experience, there's some, being fully remote as opposed to, a hybrid type work arrangement, which I think is the future of the workplace, quite frankly. But being fully remote is not ideal for people. It isolates them from the organization, and so they feel that social isolation. They also, have the issue of working from home, and if they don't have offices that are private in a corner of the house, they've got, the interruptions that are associated with that and the balancing of, in a pandemic, children and elder care. So that, that's been a negative experience and put a lot of stress. The professional part of it, managing the workday, is something that organizations and leaders are going to have to pay a lot of attention to, because remote is here to stay, and they're going to have to teach employees and organizations how to operate in a remote environment. So that includes things like, no meetings Fridays, and includes things like no meeting hours during a certain portion of the day. It also includes, coaching people on how they start the day and how they end the day, and giving them sort of tricks to create. You had the commute. If you don't have the commute, how do you create the illusion of a commute so that there actually is a beginning of the day and an end of the day? And another aspect of this is, I think, of the employee experience has been around access to training and job mobility. That's something else we saw in the report. The one in 4 employees actually plans to change jobs, change employers post the pandemic. Some of that's a manifestation of the frustration. Right, but some of it is they're not seeing opportunities to move in their careers, and when you're working remotely, you have to figure out how you still give people career development and career opportunities.
Well, let's talk about that in the context of a hybrid work environment, because we did a Bloomberg Live survey on Twitter. More than 1,000 people answered when it came to how they're thinking about hybrid work. They said in a post-pandemic world, an ideal return to work arrangement looks like, and 64% said a remote in-office hybrid. You can see the results of the poll right there, Rob. What do you think the office place of the future has to look like in order to maximize productivity and employee satisfaction in a hybrid remote environment?
Yeah, so first, your survey, entirely consistent with what we're seeing. Actually, 87% of our respondents said that they prefer a hybrid environment, a partially remote environment, 1 day a week or more. Our internal company surveys, 92%. That's effectively everyone. There's some people who can't work remotely. So then you need to think about, all right, if you want to accommodate that environment going forward, what does the workplace need to look for? Massive opportunity here for companies to think about creating a moment of reentry into the workplace in a hybrid arrangement. And from our standpoint, as we think about that, it means you have to completely redesign the workspace around why people are coming back into work. So the benefit of remote work is, if you're doing heads down work, you can do that at home on the computer. You don't need to go into the workplace to do that. In fact, the workplace, the office, is no longer be the place where you do traditional work. The office is going to be a place where you do the non-traditional work, which is the ideation, the planning, the meetings, the conferences. It's the socialization that's required in order to really increase productivity. You have to have workspace that's going to accommodate that. So, we're tearing down offices and creating open space. We're creating conference rooms. We're creating meeting rooms. We're creating open areas. Creating an environment which will accommodate why people are coming back into the office, which is to work with each other, not to work at their desks on their computers.
Hey, Rob, how do you make sure that people don't always take, Monday and Friday as the days that they want to stay home, and maybe Tuesday and Wednesday are the days that they come into the office? Because if we are thinking about this hybrid collaborative environment, you really have to do this on a team by team basis, right? If you want people who are there in person to actually interact with one another and make sure that, only one person from the team, prevent only one person from the team coming in, like that's not ideal, right?
Yeah. So there is the concern that if people are thinking, 3 days a week is ideal, and that's Tuesday through Thursday, and everyone wants to be off on Monday and Fridays. The upside of that is when they want to be together, they'll all be there. The downside is it's hard to create the space, right, to accommodate that. And what you're trying to do is get rid of offices and create meeting space. You don't have enough meeting space and nor enough offices to accommodate all that. Our view of that, Tim, is you really need to push that down into the organization. Teams have to figure this out. So there's software you can arrange, you can use that allow people to schedule and to reserve space. So you got to give them the tools to be able to do it. But that there's no one answer across an entire enterprise for that. You really have to empower teams to find the right solution. So for some teams, remote may mean 4 days a week in the office. For other teams, remote may mean 4 days out of the office. And you have to have the flexibility, I think, to accommodate all of those models. And ensure that from a totality standpoint, you've got the space designed to facilitate it, but allow individual teams to find the solutions that's going to work for them and not wind up with the phenomena of Tuesday through Thursday.
Hey, Rob, I want to go back to something that you mentioned a little earlier, this idea of reskilling and employee retention, because I think if we were having this conversation a year ago, when we were just entering lockdown, when we were just entering the pandemic, the conversation would have been really about how employees were scared about losing their jobs. And certainly, here in the United States, millions of people are still unemployed, but something interesting that has happened over the last year has been that a lot of the workers who have been fortunate enough to work from home have been able to work from home. And in fact, like you mentioned, are thinking about what their career path looks like on the other side of this pandemic. How do you nurture talent in a remote hybrid environment? And also, what does this mean for what you call reskilling and the skills gap that we could see in the next few years?
Yeah, so a couple, I think, interesting observations on that, Tim, just to pile on to your own. We forget that before the pandemic, there were 7 million job openings that we couldn't fill across the country. And the reason we couldn't fill them is we couldn't find the talent with the skill set to do that. So we had a skills gap coming into the pandemic, and that skills gap has widened. And that's what our survey is showing. So when we surveyed pre-pandemic, a third of the population indicated that they didn't think they had the skills today to be competitive in the marketplace. They were concerned about losing jobs. And when they rolled that forward 5 to 10 years, that number went from a third of the population to half the population. And our most recent surveys, since we've been in the pandemic, show that we're already up to 45% of the population is worried that they don't have skills relevant to what's required today. So this is a challenge. It's a challenge for employees, it's a challenge for workers, and it's a challenge for employers, for leaders, because the reality is we had those 7 million openings. We couldn't fill them. You're not going to be able to hire your way externally out of this problem. You're going to have to invest in your workforce, invest in your talent in order to try to solve part of this problem. So it's a matter of reskilling and upskilling and investing in the programming to do that, and figuring out how to do that in an environment, as you said, where you're going to be hybrid. So we've stood up something we call our talent workplace. It's got something we call the accelerator. It allows people to do a skills assessment and then look at gaps and then take modular training. And that training is offered sort of on an online basis, as well as we have live coaches to help get them through it. It's a level of investment that's going to be required, because if you don't make that investment in talent, you're going to find yourself really short on the skills front. And that's going to affect the competitiveness in the marketplace.
But how do you prevent people from leaving who you are nurturing talent-wise?
Yeah.
If you're retraining them, if you're reskilling them, if you're upskilling them, how do you prevent them from going to a different firm?
Right, so that's a scary figure when you think about 1 in every 4 thinking about changing employers. That wasn't just changing jobs; it was changing employers, right? So it's not just a matter of burnout. This is a matter of they actually want to find new places, and we sort of look into this and try to figure out, so what's driving that? And there are 2 things that I would point to, Tim. One is there's this disassociation that people are feeling with their companies, with their platforms. It's my own experience. You and others listening to this may be experiencing it as well. Is the intensity with which you're dealing with your day-to-day contacts has gone up dramatically, right? So we're all dealing with the same people on a day-to-day basis more intensively than we did pre-pandemic. But that wider circle and that second circle of contacts that we had, we've lost touch with them. We don't see them in the hallway. We don't walk by their office. We don't pop in and say hello. We don't, and that's a major element of culture and, frankly, productivity as well. And so there's this disassociation with colleagues that leads to a disassociation with culture and the platform. And it makes people think that, you know what, I'm not as attached to this company as I thought I once was, so I'm willing to look at things on the outside. So issue one is you have to solve the cultural issue. You got to get people back to work eventually and in this hybrid environment where they can begin to rebuild some of those relationships. The second thing that we've noticed is that people feel stuck. In the last year, there's been a reduced amount of mobility. And people are looking at that and saying, I want to continue to professionally and personally develop. How do I do that at this company? I don't see the opportunity. So I think I'm going to look elsewhere to do that because, you know, at least in a remote environment, it looks like that's going to be more challenging. And so you have to solve for that. You need to be meeting with people and then understanding where their career aspirations are and actually painting the picture for them as to how they can accomplish that, how they can continue to fulfill, you know, their aspirations around mobility and career development, and that, you know, they're not stuck where they are. But I think a lot of companies have been, you know, we've had our eye off the talent ball to a certain extent because we've been dealing with a crisis. So we got to get our eyes back on talent.
Rob, in the two and a half minutes or so that we have left, I want to talk about policy and where you think that policymakers fit into this conversation. What would you like to see from policymakers in Washington or local and state officials when it comes to how they're thinking about the workforce of the future?
Well, I think there are two aspects of this. You know, one is this idea of skilling, and policy has to engage in this. I don't think that this can be solved solely in the private sector, nor do I think it can be solved solely in the public sector. I do think there needs to be an intersection of public and private policy in order for the skilling to occur. So there's a certain amount we can do as an employer. There's an amount we can do as industries and associations. But the public sector is going to have to engage in this as well. The second aspect of it is around this financial resiliency of workers. And so they're distracted and they're stressed. Because, you know, not only are they dealing with the pandemic and the skills gap, they're also dealing with the reality of, you know, depleted emergency savings and not having enough money to pay their bills. And, you know, there's real financial stress in the system. And so that needs to be solved on a go-forward basis. The benefit package available to employees needs to be solved for in a different way than we have historically. It's been based in the workplace. It probably still works, basing it out of the workplace, but it needs to be, you know, more inclusive. It needs to be more integrated and it needs to be portable in order for people to feel as if they've got the benefit package and the sustainability or durability of jobs because they've got the right skills to see them through. 80% of the respondents to our survey expect companies to do something about this, and 80% of the people in our survey expect government to do something about this as well.
So what's the right answer?
I think the right answer is a private-public partnership around skilling and around more universal benefits that need to be available that create the safety net for individuals, help them get from, you know, this idea of stability to sustainability, ultimately to you know, sort of wealth creation. I think there's a fairly clear path in how we can go about doing that, but we need to engage. Use this opportunity of recovery from the pandemic and the recession as an opportunity to sort of think about how we create a system that's a little different than what we've historically had, that, you know, creates those outcomes for employees. And I think, you know, corporate America and public America can join together and provide those sort of packages to employees. And I think it'll create positive outcomes for employers, and it'll create positive outcomes for our American households as well.
Hey, Rob Falzon, we got to leave it there. Thank you so much for joining us. Rob Falzon, Vice Chair at Prudential Financial. Kylie, back to you.
Thank you, Tim.
Thanks so much, Rob and Tim. And for everyone asking in the event chat, the new Prudential Pulse of the American Worker Survey will be available on April 6th. So keep an eye out for that. Up next, we have a really great conversation with a couple of my favorite people. Carol Massar from Bloomberg is going to be talking with Barbara Humpton, the president and CEO of Siemens Corporation, about our schools, which is something I know that all of us with children are thinking deeply about. So, Carol, I'll turn it over to you.
Great. Good stuff. Kylie, thank you so much. And I'm looking forward to this conversation. Barbara, so good to have you here with us. And we are going to drill down into schools because we've all talked about we can't get back to work if our kids aren't back to school. And I have to start, though, with some news because it plays into our conversation today. And that is President Biden's proposed massive infrastructure plan. We're going to get more details on it later today. $2.5 trillion or $2.25 trillion that's going to be spent on everything. Siemens is a company that gets infrastructure on a lot of different levels. What do you think about this?
Yeah, this is actually a really exciting day, isn't it? To see the administration proposing such bold moves in things that really matter. You know, here we are thinking that we're at the end, or should I say the beginning of the end of a pandemic. And yet we're also at the beginning of something brand new. When we think about the power of infrastructure, and particularly the power of infrastructure using today's connected technologies, we have the chance to drive a step change that's going to basically create the foundation for a strong economy for decades to come. So we at Siemens are bullish on the next steps in America's infrastructure.
Is it safe to say that companies have already been calling you in anticipation of this spending or focus on infrastructure?
Siemens has been focused on infrastructure for a long time, and I often get asked, you know, does a change of administration make a big difference? And this is truly a bipartisan topic. So I'm proud to say that Siemens, for over 160 years, has been building America's infrastructure here in the U.S., right? Everything from originally getting involved in power, in healthcare, in transportation, now the future of buildings, the future of manufacturing. These are things where we've got broad ecosystems, partners all across the country ready to perform. And I think this is a chance to up our game.
You talk about the future, Barbara. So talk to us about visibility that you feel like you have, generally speaking. We're going to drill down into schools in particular. But when you look at the economy from your vantage point, you work with so many different industries, so many different companies, so many different suppliers. What's the economic and business environment? What does it look like? What visibility do you have right now?
Yeah, we recognize that there's been such tremendous impact on the economy throughout the pandemic. This has been a really tough year. And yet, if you look across verticals within this market, you see some exciting signals. As I say, there are segments of the market that have been stepping up, responding to the call, actually transforming themselves. We knew before coronavirus hit that we were at the brink of a digital transformation. This Internet of Things that is going to be so much bigger than the last decade of the Internet of People. So we recognize the opportunity ahead. There are strong verticals beginning to make a move. And where we focused most deeply during the days of the pandemic was first hospitals, making sure healthcare had access to the technologies they needed. Then schools, obviously working with our partners to make sure we were supporting the education of our children, but also in industry, stepping up, helping pharmaceuticals, medical devices, helping those who are producing PPE, the items we need every day that are going to be vital to us. All of these, we've been able to ramp up production, help people with the tools we can bring to the table. But far more important than the technology and the tools has been the people. It's been phenomenal to see relationships come to fruition and get creative.
So in terms of the economic outlook, do you feel like you have a lot of visibility about the next 6 months or so? Like, does the economy feel a lot better?
Yeah, I'm bullish. We are all bullish on this. We know that there's pent-up demand. We know that as things come back online, there's going to be a surge to respond to immediate needs, and we see the power of the transformation ahead.
All right, so let's talk about schools, because the conversation I have had so many times, and I bet you have as well over the past year, is that it was hard for people to get back work. It is hard for parents to get back to work if they've got young children and those kids aren't in school. What are you hearing? What are your expectations about when it comes to school districts, what's being done and what needs to be done?
Yeah, Carol, it's that, right? It's what impact has this had on working people, but it's also what impact has this had on the workforce of the future? A year of lost learning opportunities is something we all need to be concerned about. So we've been working with school districts all across the country. With the American Rescue Plan, right? We have an amazing amount of funding available to us now, some $280 billion for both K through 12 and higher ed, to help schools adapt their operations to what we're now dealing with as reality. Now, a lot of people can do a lot of things with those resources. We're really encouraging leaders to take a look at technologies that are available to us today to actually make those school buildings, those school facilities healthier. Years ago, we all, put in place HVAC systems, et cetera. A lot of that infrastructure is over 50 years old now. We have technologies today, including things like safe ozone-free ionization, things like UV treatment, ways to actually adapt HVAC systems so that we can provide healthier indoor environments. I mean, let's face it, the air quality is 5 times more contaminated inside than outside, and yet we're spending over 90% of our time indoors. It's important that we get these indoor facilities to be as healthy as possible.
I want to ask you, and I want to bring in a poll, because we talked to our audience here at this Bloomberg Live event, and we asked them specifically about, do you trust your company operations to keep you safe if and when you return to your office? And fully half are saying they don't trust their companies to keep them safe. And when you talk about safety, you just touched upon it, Barbara. It's all kinds of things, but it's air quality. When you see that, are you surprised by those numbers?
Yes and no, right? We are still in the early days where folks need insight into information and data. I mean, what forms the basis for trust? It really comes from 2 factors. One is, do I believe that this organization is competent? Do they understand and have knowledge of what needs to be done here? And then what about integrity? Are these people who will be trustworthy with me? And so I think all of us, businesses, government, et cetera, have to earn that trust. We at Siemens are relying on the science, and we're doing all we can to educate people on the tools that are available to us today. And knowledge is growing every day.
You took me to a place, and I want to get back to more of the tools and the technology, because you guys are front and center with that. But is there now a new, or should there be a new informal contract between leaders, heads of companies, and their employees when it comes to safety? It's not just about falling downstairs, but it's also about, this pandemic has taught us so much more. It's much more deeper. So should there kind of be an informal, formal contract when it comes to safety at work?
Well, I hope other companies are like us. We've made the environmental health and safety aspect of our business the foundation of our business. And we have a motto. It's a simple one. We take care of each other. It's something that guides us each day. And throughout this past year, our EHS professionals have really been heroes, being on the front line, providing our employees with more information, informing upper management about the things we need to understand about the environment. At Siemens, we do have the need to have people in work environments every single day. But for those who have the flexibility to work from everywhere, our new deal, our agreement is, hey, from here on out, 2 to 3 days, wherever you're most productive. So I do think, we have tools and techniques to make those fixed work environments like factories, like hospitals, like schools, healthier. And we have the ability now to give people more flexibility to make their own choices through digital connections.
It's interesting. A question just coming in from our audience about this, Barbara. It says, it has to do with mental health, which is something I have had, go back a year. I don't think I would have expected to have these conversations with CEOs and leaders like yourself, but it has infiltrated every conversation, and that has to do with the mental well-being as well as the physical well-being of their employees. This question coming in, what system do you have in place for people juggling so many chaotic situations in their lives, which are causing unimaginable mental stress for them?
Yeah, the first actually is making us all aware that it's a reality, right? Actually stepping up and saying, this is a fact of today's work life. And we used to talk about work-life balance. I've always been a proponent at Siemens, and I know at many, many other. Pardon me?
No, we had a little freeze, but go ahead. We're good.
Okay. With over this past year, we've all come to the reality of working in an environment where, pardon me, am I still there with you, Carol?
Nope, you're here. You're good.
Okay, thank you. I am getting a freeze.
Order.
Yes, so we have absolutely added mental wellness tools to our toolkit so that managers and employees can have open dialogue. Employees can have conversations with people outside of the company if they're not comfortable speaking up inside the company. All of those are there to assist us as we deal with this reality.
All right, let's get back to schools, because you are assisting schools, helping get back their kids back to classrooms, teachers back, so that parents can get back to work. Tell me about some of the specific examples. Tell me about the conversations you're having with school districts. How does it work? Is this a local thing that you've got to go district by district versus the federal government doing something overarching?
Yeah, actually, this is fascinating because you know how many school districts we have across the country, and each of them needs to make these decisions based on their current situation. Happily, we at Siemens are local everywhere. So we've empowered the technicians on our team to go out, work with their customers, identify what their specific needs are. What the federal government has done in providing funding with guidance from the CDC about how we can proceed, how best to keep spaces safe. We now have a framework in which we can operate. One of the other things we're doing at Siemens is actually working as a financial partner, not necessarily in all cases helping to finance ourselves, though we can in certain conditions. But what's more important is helping decision makers know where to go to get the funds. And then what can you do with it? Well, an example is Malloy College, right in New York, right? Educating future nurses and starting, with their business school, wanting to keep their facilities open. They've actually worked with us to implement these air purification technologies in their buildings, and they have plans to be fully open in the fall. It's given their faculty and students a lot of confidence. We've seen the same thing. There's a school system in Augusta, Maine, and I just had the chance to speak to their director of facilities and responsible for their buildings yesterday, and he was sharing with me the decision-making process they went through. It takes stakeholder buy-in at the local level. And so we really appreciate the chance to help spread the word. Wow, this is something that can and should be implemented locally.
Hey, one thing I'm thinking, there's got to be a bunch of parents who are listening. I'm a parent. The conversations we need to be having with our school systems as parents to make sure that when we do send our kids back, it's safe. And it's not just about this pandemic, but I know you and I have talked before, there are more to come.
Yeah, well, that's what's so exciting about this particular moment, Carol. Now, think about these technologies I'm talking about. If we have technologies that can actually destroy pathogens in the air that circulates in a school, if we can make the air healthier, it's not just about defeating the coronavirus. This is about giving us a healthier school environment from here on out. And what would that do for us? Think about the potential of next year's cold and flu season. And you know how often we've been, sent home. We've got kids who are cranky. And well, it turns out there's research available to us that actually shows this cleaner air improves cognitive ability. What if our students can actually learn better in the school environment? Again, I think this is a moment that's a chance to change the game, to make us stronger, in essence, almost vaccinating the schools themselves.
So listen, this past year, we've all become kind of armchair scientists, right? Learning how a virus develops and spreads, how a vaccine, the R&D that's required to making one. So what's the question that we should be asking them as parents, again, like to our school systems? Is it about air purification? That's the thing we should be focusing on. What types of ventilation? What should we be asking our systems?
Yeah, I think we are dealing and we will deal in the future with more airborne threats. And I think it's an absolutely important question for parents to be asking, how is the system measuring its air quality and what are the results? And then advocating for changes, and some of them are simple technological changes that can be made as part of an upgrade that in fact can drive more energy efficient building performance and, in a way, pay for itself, right? Just because we are making upgrades that give us that energy payback. I think that's the kind of question parents can be asking and encouraging of their decision makers.
What do you think is going to happen in terms of future building development? Like, we've seen green buildings, right? That's been around at least for a decade, but it's not everywhere. What are you hearing with developers and builders? Are they thinking differently because of this past year about the types of systems they want to put into new buildings?
They certainly are, but the first question that we need to ask is, how will we use buildings? I'm a firm believer that the way we will now use, say, office buildings is going to fundamentally change, right? We're hearing from so many businesses who are saying, I do want to give my employees more flexibility, but I need places for us to meet, convene. Well, so if we're going to change the use of buildings, then we'll also probably be changing their configuration. Here's what's cool. We've got technology today that will allow us to turn these buildings into players in the Internet of Things. We can install sensors. We can then use data to give us more control over spaces. We can get flexibility as we move forward. And that single dollar that we spend in, toward that next upgrade is really a triple play, right? We can get healthier. We can get more sustainable in terms of energy efficiency, and we can be more resilient. This is our big message as we deal with the American Jobs Plan that's being announced today. Mm-hmm. This idea that if we're smart about these investments we make, we get the walk-off home run that we're looking for.
Hey, one thing I've got to ask you, you're a leader, it's a global company, you're in charge of the U.S. operations, lots of employees, lots of suppliers. You've had to take care of your team, but there's a question coming in from our audience. As a CEO, you have to take care of everyone else. What about you? How do you take care of yourself? How have you dealt with this past year and made sure that you were where you needed to be to take care of everyone else, personally, professionally?
Audience, thank you for the question. And I'll tell you, I do have one asset really working for me, and that is I'm an optimist. I'm somebody who believes that it's times of disruption like this that give us the greatest opportunity to shape the future that we want. So anytime my world gets rocked through something that happens that I can't control, the question I ask myself is, what opportunities are in this moment? And what I've seen at Siemens is people stepping up. The number one thing my CFO said to me early on in the pandemic was, Barb, I want to be useful. And so what I've found, what I've learned this year is the power of being able to unlock the willingness of others to step up and do more, to help shoulder the burden. And it's been such a gift.
It's interesting. Alain Sylvain earlier talked about a company's obsession on a purposeful obsession. What would you say going forward and after what you've learned this year is your purposeful obsession?
I'm obsessed, if you can't tell it already from this conversation, with the promise of responsible application of technology to address the world's greatest challenges. And now, we often see things more clearly in the rearview mirror. I can see my whole career has been building up to this moment. This idea that, yes, we have powerful technologies that can be used in ways that are harmful. We recognize that, but we also have the power to turn those toward positive outcomes, and that's my mission.
So in terms of going forward, you talked about systems that we need to put in place. And this kind of pertains to an audience question. Do you think a lot of things are probably going to be changed going forward in terms of safety at companies, safety at schools, right, in order to make sure we're ready for the next pandemic? Do you think a company will continue to incorporate health and safety? It's embedded in a company's strategy moving forward indefinitely as a result of what happened this past year? Or are we going to see companies kind of back off some of these strategies that they implemented during COVID-19? What are you guys going to do at Siemens?
Well, hey, I'll share a lesson from Siemens that I hope everybody will pay heed to. Safety has been, as I say, foundational for us, and it's part of the fabric of our culture. And I'll give you an example of a factory. We had an electrical switchgear factory supporting data center development, and under extreme pressure to produce. They had actually a poor safety record. And so what we did was, this was 18 months, 2 years ago, we actually encouraged them into the fold of really driving safety as their number one priority. What's the cool thing about a focus on safety is it actually embraces everything else. Yes, we saw.
Mm-hmm. Did we lose her?
Because at Siemens, we're not taking our eye off the ball because it is foundational to everything we do.
Barbara, you're a champ dealing with technological snafus in this environment. Thank you so much. We covered so much ground. Look forward to talking to you again. Barbara Humpton, thank you so much.
Thanks. Bye.
Thanks so much, Carol and Barbara. That was fantastic. Up next, we have a panel that I'm very proud of, and I'm very excited to share it with you all. We have Tamla Oates-Forney, the Chief People Officer for Waste Management, Christy Pombianchi, the Chief Human Resources Officer for Verizon, and Kirsten Robinson, the Chief People and Employee Experiences Officer for Ford Motor Company. They're joined by Bloomberg New York Bureau Chief Shelley Banjo for a conversation about what might be the toughest job in corporate America over the last 12 months and what they all see around the corner for the rest of 2021 and beyond. Shelley, over to you.
Thank you so much, and thank you guys for joining us. I know that this is such a fascinating topic, and everybody wants to know, what does the future of work look like right now for me? And nobody's been on the front lines of that more than you guys have. I was hoping you could just help us set the scene a little bit, take the temperature on where your workforces are at this moment. How many of them are remote, at home, in the office? Just a quick lightning round to give us a sense of where everybody is right now. Kirsten, you want to start with you?
You bet. Good morning, Shelley. It's great to be with you. So we have the vast majority of our workforce coming into work every day in our manufacturing plants and facilities and warehouses. We have about 30,000 employees here in the US who are non-place dependent. That is, their work can be done remotely. And that's the workforce that we've just introduced some changes for in terms of how we're thinking about the evolution of where and how they get work done.
Great. And Tamla?
So here at Waste Management, we have about 40,000 of our frontline employees who never left their place of employment. So they have been working to serve our customers throughout this pandemic. We have another 10,000 employees that are office-based that are working remotely at this time. Our plan is to start transitioning our workforce back on a volunteer basis May 3rd, and ultimately we plan to be back in the office on July 1st. But with that back in the office, we have 3 designations of our workers. So we have those that are deemed as office-based. We also have a portion that's deemed as hybrid, and about 50% of those 10,000 will be remote.
And what about you, Christy?
Thanks. Just building on the other comments. So Verizon, we have about 130,000 employees, and like my co-panelists here, our frontline teams have been working throughout the pandemic. We have employees in our technician and our service teams, as well as our retail store teams. And so that's about 50,000 employees. We also have approximately 20,000 customer care team members that have been working remote. And actually, we've decided to continue having on a remote basis, even post-COVID. And then the balance of our workers have been both a hybrid of working remote and working in the office as needed. And we're going to look to codify all the learnings of the last year as we go forward and hopefully put the pandemic in the rearview mirror.
So clearly not managing such a diverse, different type of workforce. Before we go into the future of work, I was hoping you guys could take a second to kind of reflect on that moment where you knew, this isn't just a temporary thing. Shifting from, okay, it's not just a month of triage, it's actually, this is going to take a real big shift. So, Christy, I was hoping we could start with you telling me a little bit about when you realized that that was going to take a much bigger shift than you probably had initially thought.
Yeah, I think in the March timeframe, we were really all jumped into action. A lot of us had activated our Asia crisis response and Europe crisis response teams in January and February. But as the pandemic moved from Europe to the North American continent, and we also began to see the World Health Organization call it a pandemic, I think that's when we realized, okay, we're in for something that may take a few months. But it wasn't until probably June or July, as there was a second wave working its way through the regions that had first experienced the pandemic, that reality really set in that this was something we were going to be living with for a long time. And with the spikes that were really taxing healthcare systems across many of the countries we worked in, we realized this was going to be with us for probably a year.
And what did that mean for you, that you had to shift that mindset from a temporary fix to a real shift in programming?
You know, from the beginning, we had to stay operational, I think, like my co-panelists. So we tried to take a three-prong approach. You know, I was sort of leading the day-to-day triage of COVID crisis response so that the business leaders and their teams could be focused on how do we continue to execute, keep people connected, continue to drive services, and a few other team members that stayed focused on the longer term and how COVID might be changing the landscape of what was required from our business going forward. And so as a leadership team, we meet a couple of times a week focusing on the crisis, the delivery on our key priorities, as well as the future and how COVID was affecting that. And for our employees, I think it meant we started Crisis Comms with updates every day, a COVID webpage, and a live broadcast. And we've continued to do that for the entire year. And really what it meant for our employees was wanting to just know how were things changing, because around them, whether it was communities, family support, schools, the disease itself, really a lot of unknowns. And so communication from us became almost a constant norm that people were relying on.
So interesting. And I want to shift it over to Kirsten, because you guys actually not only had to shift work, but also the nature of your work altogether with the PPE. Can you take us behind the scenes into what that decision looked like?
No, thank you for that. I mean, I think it's just a great example of innovation and agility. And so very quickly, when we looked at the scarcity of the availability of PPE in the community, our teams huddled and they wanted to very much be part of the solution. And so they did a lot of brainstorming and figuring out how to best help. And given some of our manufacturing facilities were forced to idle early on in the pandemic, that we wanted to convert and use those facilities to make both PPE but also respirators. And full credit to the Ford workforce, because we had so many volunteers. We had more volunteers actually than we could accommodate for employees that really wanted to help and be part of the solution in serving the community.
Are you guys still doing that?
We're still making PPE, that's right, and we're not making respirators at the moment, but should the need arise, we certainly can pivot and continue to do that, but we're continuing to make PPE.
That's great. That's really interesting. And Tom, I wanted to talk to you because one thing that we spoke about earlier was that you have 5 generations of workforce, of people at your workforce. Can you tell me how you had to kind of address all those different generations and all the different job, descriptions, and how you kind of had to tailor and communicate to each of them?
So the first thing that we done was making sure that our people were safe. So we maintained the integrity of safety for our workforce, both in terms of their environment, but also in terms of their financial safety. So irrespective of their generation, we put their safety first, and how the application of their safety went about was different depending on where they worked. For instance, safety for those folks on the front line meant making sure they had the proper PPE, that their launch protocols and things like that were distanced and socially distanced, and they had the appropriate protocol in place. But for those that were in the office, it meant moving them from working into the office to working from home. And so, again, we wanted to make sure that they were safe, but the application of that safety was different depending on the type of work they were doing and where they were doing it. The other thing that we did, as I said previously, was protecting the financial safety of our workforce. In addition to preparing for their physical safety, one of the first things that we did as a leadership team is said to our employees that irrespective of the duration of time of this pandemic, we are going to maintain your financial safety, which meant that we were guaranteeing 40 hours of work, irrespective of the volume. And that helped all generations, right? So depending on where they were, no matter if they're in the office or on the front line, they had the same element of safety. So, we have different types of jobs, driving a truck, technicians, people working in the office. And so we really wanted to treat our employees the same, but the application of that was different depending on the type of work they were doing, not necessarily the generation.
And when did you realize that as you bring people back now, that you weren't going to go back to having everyone in the office?
We learned a lot. We learned a lot, and as my co-panelists have said, we learned a lot during this process. And at first, we thought we could never have all these people working remotely, but what we found was with the technology, they were more efficient and more effective, and able to do things, in a more transparent way. We were able to see them working in a more transparent way, but it also gave us a competitive advantage. We didn't have, when we're hiring people now, we don't have the geographic restrictions that we once had, and that could make us more nimble as a workforce. And so we looked at what are we learning from this, and why do jobs really have to be done in the office? Can we not do them differently and do them better? And that's what we've learned. Not all jobs are required to be in the office. And if we do this the right way with the right tools, the right engagement from our leaders, it could be a competitive advantage for us in terms of cost and flexibility and the types of people we're able to attract.
Are you guys already finding that you're able to attract better talent because you're not focused on one geography over another?
Absolutely. We've been doing it now. I will tell you that our recruiting process has changed as well, because we've been having to do a lot of recruiting online versus in person. And so while that process has gone a lot faster, we have to be very deliberate about making sure we have a cultural fit. So when we've cast the net for some of our roles now, we can cast it a lot wider, right? And I think as a company, we also garnered a lot of goodwill regarding how we treated our employees. And that, again, that's kind of got people intrigued about working for this company, because we're so much more than waste. We are a profitable company doing socially good things, and we treat our people really well, as evidenced about, how we treated them during this pandemic. And so people are now intrigued. And now that they don't have to come or live in a certain geography, they were like, this is a pretty great place to work. You don't have the same level of volatility that you may have in other markets, because irrespective of what's going on in the world, you're going to always need our services. Imagine a world, or even this pandemic, without a waste management. It would not be a great place to be.
I want to shift over to Christy and ask you a little bit about this idea of change management, because we're finally a year into this. I feel like people are finally in a rhythm again. Okay, I can kind of figure out the stay-at-home thing. I know what the challenges are. I know all of a sudden it's like, okay, now do I have to go back to the office? What's that going to mean? How are you managing employees through that really huge mental burden?
Yeah, I think it's a great question. And I think for our workforce, the last year's brought a lot of changes. One of the things that I think was a highlight or a silver lining was just the level of innovation and creativity and teamwork that our employees brought forward to come up with creative solutions like touchless retail, or how to do service to customers when we couldn't go into homes. And we created a Tech C app where technicians could service clients from the curbside, or give them materials outside the door and do follow-up calls. So really, we want to tap into that ingenuity. And what we've been doing is just constant communications. We try to give a lot of advance notice. We're constantly communicating what's happening with COVID, what's happening with treatments, what's happening with the vaccine. So we're constantly giving people health and wellness update information, and then talking about what does that mean for ways of working going forward. And what we've been thinking about is in 2019, we had started Verizon 2.0 and talked a lot about new ways of working. And in a lot of ways, as we found ourselves catapulted into the pandemic, we were actually able to accelerate a lot of those concepts, which were a lot more agile teams working across locations and really challenging some of the traditional norms of everybody being co-located, sitting together in an office. So now as we look forward, we're thinking about how do we take all those learnings and forward cast those. And so we're doing pilots. Actually, next week, we're kicking off. There'll be about 3,000 employees in pilots across 50 teams in each part of the company, really taking all the learnings and some of the tools that we've built for what the future will look like as we begin to, bring forward all of these learnings. And I think through the pilot, we're going to gain a lot of insights. But I think our sense, and I think the employees, we've been surveying them and sharing out the feedback from their input as well. So I think communication, feedback loops, and advance notice are going to be really important. And then there's other things coming into play, like our school's going to be open. What are going to be the protocols? Do people have access to the support that they need that are going to help us as employers come up with all the right ways to have everybody thrive together?
One thing I find so impressive about the pilot program that you're describing is this real intense focus on details, like down to every single process. And you spoke to me earlier about meetings. Meetings used to be in person, and then you'd call the person who, might not be at the office for the day. Then it all went remote, and everybody is in these tiny little boxes, as we're seeing now. And now you have to kind of figure out hybrid. So how do you do that? And is that precision down to every moment of the day really necessary, do you think?
Well, we're calling our program Work Forward, and we've built a microsite, and on the microsite will be tips and guidelines for teams, and it'll give them insight on if this is the kind of thing you're looking to do, a collaboration, an ideation, a personal project, support for a customer. Here's sort of the best ways to do it, and then establishing some norms so that as we continue to navigate the new normal, there's kind of some established protocols, and that'll give people comfort. And I think people knowing what's expected of them is always a really important framework for people to have to know how to be successful, because ultimately people want to be successful. And I think if we don't take the time to clarify some of those things, there'll be this murky unknown and then just a default to what it was before COVID. And I think that would be a shame to lose all of the learning and the progress that we've made. And so for those reasons, we've developed this microsite. We've developed training for employees, for leaders. And one of the things we're doing is really distinguishing two things. There's how do you lead distributed teams, which could be a team where people aren't co-located. I could have a team and I could have team members in 3 or 4 countries, 3 or 4 geographies, states, work locations. And I could have a team where I have a hybrid team where some people may be working in a remote office, on site at a customer, maybe in a Verizon office. So how do I run distributed teams? How do I run remote teams? And we think these are skills that we need to have for our leaders. And I think it's going to be an important part of the world of work going forward. So for those reasons, we're trying to be specific and mindful.
I love that idea of addressing that murkiness, especially when you think of all the people who probably started at your companies during the pandemic and don't know what it used to be like. They only know the current. I wanted to move over to Ford and Kirsten, ask you a little bit about this idea of risk taking and kind of asking, soliciting feedback from your employees and kind of bringing them along for the journey. Can you tell us a little bit about that?
Yeah, it's such an important question, and it builds on Christy's point around change management. So if you think about it, the pandemic was something that was done to us. We didn't feel like we could control it. It created a lot of anxiety and discomfort because we didn't have that sense of control. And so one of the things that that's been a core value in our approach is continually checking in and understanding our employee sentiment and their experience. So similar to what Christy described, we're checking in with our employees every 1 to 2 weeks, asking them how they're feeling, what's working, what's not working, importantly, what help they need, checking in on their mental well-being as well as the flexibility they require to attend to whether it's childcare or elder care, and overall just what support is needed in general. And we've used that to really inform and shape every step that we've taken. So whether it's the communications that we do every 1 to 2 weeks, whether it's the safety protocols that we're putting in place, whether it's how we're thinking about actually redesigning the workspace, which puts the employee at the center, because we're really mindful for when employees are ready to come back into the workplace, and many are eager to get back into the office, then how do we ensure that workplace experience is one that reinforces our values around health and safety first and foremost, but also supports the purpose as to why they're coming into work. But it attends to some of the surprise and delight factors. So whether it's how we support potentially their shopping needs with buying groceries for their dinner that evening, or some other need they may have for well-being, we're being really thoughtful about the design of the workplace. And so they're co-creating that. And then finally, on the last point around those new habits and norms that we're going to need to adopt in a hybrid model, because it is important to provide some form of consistency and I think some guardrails so that employees do have a sense of what's okay, what's not okay, and how do they then structure the way in which they work within those guardrails.
Tom, I want to switch over to you. We have a great audience question about if you started seeing trade-offs between the digital connection, which provides greater flexibility for employees, versus the tax, regulatory, other implications associated with employees who want to work from overseas or just different jurisdictions. What is the trade-off there? And is this something that the company has committed to addressing?
Fortunately for us, we have a lot of locations, so we can, even though people are working from home or working remotely, we can align them to one of our work locations and work sites. And so because we are North America, we do have about 800 employees in India. We don't have the working outside of North America issue. And right now, our work locations, because we have so many, as I said before, we've really been able to accommodate the workforce. But that is something that we are definitely looking at in a more strategic way, because sometimes we may get into a situation where we don't have that particular one-to-one match. And so we're looking at how do we handle that. We may even look at, designating certain hubs by geography so that we can earmark people that are working from home to that hub and maintain the integrity of any tax liability that we have. But it is something that I think we're going to continue to look at, make sure that obviously that we are operating in a compliant fashion. And there may be a situation where we have people that are not in a geography where we have an office that we may not be able to accommodate the remote office request. But so far, so good. We've been able to do that because of the number of sites that we have.
And we have another question coming in about vaccines. So, by now, almost every single state has announced universal eligibility or a date when universal eligibility for the vaccines will be available. How has this been changing your workforce? And can you talk to us a little bit about the trickiness of do you actually require a vaccine for some of your staff? Thelma, do you want to start, and then we'll go to the other panelists?
Absolutely. So we are not going to require. In fact, I think it would be hard to enforce right now, especially since the vaccine is still in the emergency stage. But we are strongly encouraging. We're providing a lot of information that will prove to be helpful to our employees. And then as leaders, as we take the vaccine, we are role modeling the behavior that we want to see. But at this point, we don't have any plans to require it, but we are strongly encouraging it. And we're trying to role model that behavior in a way that I think will manifest itself in a very positive way for our workforce, leading by example.
And Christy, what about you guys?
I would just say ditto to everything that Tamla just said, and we're strongly encouraging. We've been very actively promoting vaccine awareness and information. And, typically in the flu season, we run flu shot clinics. We're not allowed to do that right now, given the state of the vaccine distribution, and it's in the emergency authorization stages. But I think many of us as employers would look to work with the public health organizations to assist in that for our own employees, given the opportunity. And again, our benefits support it. We're actively promoting it, and we do not plan to have it as a requirement. And really, we find ourselves in this interesting position as employers. We've never really managed vaccine certification or anything like that. That's typically been handled through the school system or other public health venues. And I think on this area, we plan to follow whatever OSHA, CDC, and other guidelines come out.
Are you guys seeing any business implications around states or cities where there has been more vaccines? Like, are you seeing that show up in people returning to the workforce or even business coming back?
I can't say we have. We're in almost all of we're in every jurisdiction in the United States and a lot of countries around the world. I would say here, the U.S. is ahead of a lot of countries in terms of percent of the population vaccinated. And so we're seeing that. And I think that's critical to getting the economy reopened. So I think the two will go hand in hand.
And what about you guys, Kirsten?
So ditto, and what I would add to what's already been said is we've really focused on how do we get our employees access to the vaccine if for any reason they may have difficulty accessing a distribution centre. So we've fitted out many of our transits to provide refrigerated units so that the vaccine can be stored and more available both to our employees as well as members of the community. We've also reinforced that based on working with our own medical team and the external experts and CDC guidelines, that we're really clear that PPE will be an ongoing requirement even once you're vaccinated. So we're not requiring vaccinations like the other panelists, we're strongly encouraging it. And the requirement to continue to follow our safety protocols, which includes wearing PPE in the workplace, will continue at least for the short term.
How are you helping employees find access to appointments?
Well, so what we're doing is we
Go ahead, sorry.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Go ahead, Kirsten.
So we've set up a microsite using our medical team who have worked with a number of different distribution agencies, healthcare providers. We've also had access to facilities in some of our communities. So the Ford Field, for instance, in Detroit has been converted to a vaccination site where we've got 6,000 members of the community going through and being vaccinated every day. And so we post regular updates, even multiple times a day, just letting employees know both availability but access to registration.
That's interesting. And Tama, were you going to say something?
I was going to say ditto. There's a lot of information out there, so we're managing it from an enterprise perspective, providing kind of the microsites that have kind of the global information on there. But then we also have local sites that have local specific information that our people team are sharing with our employees in that regard. So we're trying to do both and to make sure that there's access. And the good thing is, in most of the states and cities and municipalities where we operate, there is now becoming an abundant supply, right now. And that's a good thing. That is a really good thing. But we do have employees in Canada that they are behind in terms of where we are from a U.S. perspective and also in India. So when we communicate, we got to make sure we're bifurcating it by geography because not all countries are created equal at this time. And we're communicating that as well.
That's really interesting. There's so many different balls that you guys are juggling. It's really amazing. I wanted to touch another audience question that I think is really important, asking about what responsibility do you put on managers to do check-ins with employees rather than just employee surveys or kind of mass communication? And what advice do you have to managers who are not only probably managing their own personal issues, but also have to be that empathetic ear to their teams? Christy, I want to start with you and then go around the panel.
To the audience, that's such a great question. So thanks for asking that. And I think it highlights one of the key things that we've all experienced during the last year with COVID, which is it's really a human crisis. And it's so important to keep that in mind. And I think because we were all thrust into it together, there's sort of a collective mindset. And so our leaders, our supervisors, our managers, they found a lot of very creative ways to stay in touch with their teams using a lot of the communication platforms we have in the company. Also just doing team touch-ins, calling in, checking in with folks. We encourage strongly to just keep in touch, reach out, text people. We also recognize for a lot of people, this has been a very isolating experience where even, maybe they have been working remote or from home, or their family members have been on people they couldn't visit. And so for that reason as well, we've been highlighting a lot of the importance that, it's not just our company top-down communications, our one-stop COVID webpage, all of the material and content that we have for our folks, but that for each of them to keep those connections among each other is really important. And our teams have found really creative ways to do it. So I think that part's been very exciting. And there's in a lot of ways, people feel like they got to know their coworkers on a more personal and a deeper level through the crisis. And I think that's another one of those benefits we want to carry forward.
And Tama, what about you? What advice would you give to a manager who's having to juggle both of these things?
The first thing is grant them a bit of grace because you're trying to balance so much. Not only are they leading in a crisis, but they're also managing their personal life. The good thing about waste management, we are a very familial culture and we're very close by default. So it wasn't hard for managers to stay connected to their workforce and to their employees because that's just the nature of what they do and who we are as a company. What I will say is that as leaders, we've taken it as an SLT team, we've been more communicative to our workforce as well. So it's not just the manager that's managing the day-to-day, but we've improved and increased communication across the entire enterprise. So leaders across the entire company are communicating with the workforce. And we also have, very similar to Christy, we have our WM Now app where we're pushing out information. We have, a hotline where they could call. So there are multiple ways for them to get communicated to, but the onus is just not on that leader. We are helping them lead during this crisis because we realize they also have a lot of stuff going on.
And what about you, Kirsten?
So I'd say ditto to everything that's been said, and to build on that, we've focused a lot on habits. What are the new habits of work that we as people leaders need to adopt? And so one habit is starting every single meeting with a check-in, and the check-in questions can range from a broad range of topics, from just how are you feeling right now in this moment, to what's distracting you. Is it the dog barking, the lawn being mowed, the kids not attending school like they should, and just having that moment at the start of a business meeting to actually check in with how people are feeling and thinking at that point in time has been a really powerful way to connect and build that intimacy, but also build and create empathy, because how someone shows up for a business meeting may actually cover over some of the undercurrent issues that they may be dealing with, and then using that as a platform to reinforce some of the wellbeing resources and support tools that are available.
That's great. Thank you guys so much. I could speak to you for hours on end about the future of work, because I think it's really going to be the next, huge challenge, or the ongoing huge challenge for all of us. So thank you so much for your time, and thanks for joining us.
Thank you for having us.
Thank you. It was great.
We've got an investor meeting in 48 hours. We got this. Gotta recharge.
You don't have funds for this.
Aggressive but doable. Let's get
legal.
You want a full compliance review, don't you? Gig workers, minimum wage, independent contractors, non-exempt versus exempt, full-time, part-time, vacation. This is just California.
FYI, TriNet can help us think about this whole compliance review thing. I'm gonna sign us up.
TriNet, we keep it going so you can keep on growing. Hello, I'm Scarlett Fu with Bloomberg Quick Take and Bloomberg Television, and I want to introduce our next guest. He is Jonathan Simon, Managing Director and Head of Leadership Development and Diversity, Equity and Inclusion at Apollo Global Management. Our focus here will be on the next step of companies' efforts to become more inclusive. We all know step one is very straightforward: recruiting diverse talent, especially at the entry levels, get them in when they're young. Step two is to retain that talent, to keep them on board and develop them for leadership roles. Jonathan, welcome to Bloomberg's Work Shifting event. It's so good to speak with you. You are a fantastic example of the diverse talent at the senior level that firms are desperate to get into their boardrooms. You joined the private equity giant Apollo in the middle of the pandemic last August, and you've got a pretty big task in front of you. Private equity as a whole has, I think it's fair to say, a pretty dismal track record when it comes to diversity. It lags behind corporate America, and one could argue that it lags behind the rest of global Wall Street when we're talking about the banks, the brokerages, and investment firms overall. You had described Apollo as being in build mode. So can you start us off by explaining what you're building at Apollo to create systems that will support, retain, and develop the diverse talent that Apollo is starting to attract?
Excellent. Absolutely. Thanks so much, Scarlett, for having me. It's a pleasure to be a part of this conversation today. So as I previously mentioned, we are indeed in build mode. When you think about the arc of Apollo, it's, as you highlight, a $400+ billion asset management firm that has diversified its portfolio from its initial days of being pure private equity to now having an incredible private credit franchise, a real assets franchise, and we continue to grow the organization, both, as I said, from an AUM perspective, but also from a headcount perspective. And that's geographic growth as well, both in our London and Powai offices. And so when I say we're in build mode, we're really rethinking not only the culture of the firm, but we're in a modernization. We're modernizing our human capital function. We're modernizing the institution that, as you point out, over the arc of 30 years and having tremendous growth, how do we put in place those functional disciplines to really support the growth of the organization, being able to think more intently about how we recruit, develop, and enhance talent through the organization? So we're really building out the functional areas within human capital. As you said, in my role, which is fairly unique across corporate America, financial services, and specifically alternatives, in that I wear two hats. I'm diversity, equity, inclusion head and leadership development. So when we think about that build, it's how do we design and architect a talent philosophy and framework that can support the ambitions that we have in terms of developing a diverse workforce and, more importantly, an inclusive workforce. So how do we make sure we're focused on that manager effectiveness, ensuring that we're giving our leaders at all levels in the organization the skills and tools to be effective and to really drive the kind of organizational change that we seek. So we're putting in place those disciplines and structures to really support the organization that we want to grow into over the next 30 years and being the kind of place where we can continue to recruit the best talent from across industry.
Okay, so you're trying to implement a lot of things in a short amount of time because, as with anything on global Wall Street, something has to be done yesterday. And we know that there is an added urgency because of what we saw last summer. It was a real wake-up call to everyone, especially those in financial services, when they looked around at their offices and realized that we could be doing a lot more and we need to be doing a lot more. What is the timeline that we're talking about here for Apollo as you put in these different disciplines and capabilities and structures in place and actually look for a tangible outcome?
Yeah, well, the beauty of it is when we say build, we're actually not totally starting from scratch. We've had within the organization a number of things that are giving us somewhat of a head start with respect to the work that we're building. So just as an example, when I think about our portfolio within diversity, equity, and inclusion, years ago, we had launched our first employee network focused on the women at Apollo to really ensure that we're creating a community within the organization to empower our women. That work will continue. We've expanded that beyond women to include pride, to include our families network, which organically had always been something that we'd done. In fact, culturally, there's something that we do around Halloween called Apolloween, which is a very long celebrated tradition of bringing Apollo families together to celebrate Halloween. And we've just launched recently this year Mosaic, which is a multi-ethnic network to really support our ethnic communities within the firm. So those are some of the things that are already giving us a foundation to activate on. I think when you think about kind of short-term goals, because we do tend to operate with a lot of expediency at Apollo. And so like you said, you know, what have you done for me today? What have you done for me this week? And so we're looking to really build over the next several months a learning pathway to take our leaders on a journey to educate them. We're really rethinking some of our recruiting strategies. Historically, we've looked at recruiting directly from investment banks after students have done 2 years in their early career. Then we attract them to Apollo. We're kind of disrupting that pipeline to see how are we able to tap into the college students and really build an undergraduate experience at Apollo. So we're having those conversations, really looking intently about tapping into that talent. And we launched this year something called Building Better Companies, which is really geared for Hispanic and Black students who are in college to educate them on private equity and the alternative space more broadly. So to that point, and to your question, we've got a number of things that are in flight as we stand up the talent philosophy, as we begin to kind of architect what does great leadership look like. As you know, we have a partnership model at Apollo while still being a public company. So really being able to put a fine point on what does partnership look like? What does it mean to be a partner at Apollo, and really building out those competencies? So some things are short-term in nature. We're going to leverage the energy that we've got around our networks to impact the inclusion side of DEI. And then some of the things are a little bit more medium term and long term, particularly around our talent philosophy and leadership capabilities.
So can you give me some hard numbers? I'd like to, look into how you make the sausage here. I know, for instance, the target is to have the boards of the companies in your portfolio to have 30% diversity, for instance. Are there hard numbers? I don't want to say quotas, but kind of quotas around these goals in the short term, in the medium term, in the long term that you can share with us?
Sure. So on the board side, and I'm glad you bring that up, because we've done a tremendous amount of work, our team at Apollo, that really focuses on the organizational functionality and operations of our portcos. We spent a lot of time on diversifying those boards and really hitting and surpassing actually that 30% benchmark, which we did in 2020, and really proud of that. We're not moving the ball down the field on in increasing that goal beyond 30 at this point, but we've surpassed it and we want to continue to surpass it. One of the things that we're really going to focus on, though, beyond the numerical goal, is the inclusion aspect of bringing these new leaders on the boards. So really making sure that we're creating an inclusive experience. Is one thing to go out and identify new women and new ethnic minorities to bring on the board, but what's the space that we're creating for those leaders to step into the boardroom and feel like they really have a true role in being engaged? Because our next metric will be, how do we evolve those individuals into leadership roles on the board? So how do we support them and really give them that infrastructure to be successful on the boards? The next thing we're starting to also focus on is helping the portfolio companies around their own diversity, equity, and inclusion strategies. So how can we at Apollo serve as a center of excellence for them? And we just are in the process of building out a scorecard to help them think about, across a number of different measures, how they can measure themselves on diversity, equity, inclusion, not only from a representation standpoint, but what are their employee surveys telling them? How are they year over year improving on the inclusion side, which is really critical as you think about also trying to increase representation. It's one thing to increase representation. It's another thing to also think about how are managers engaging and leading teams? How do folks show up and feel like they're heard, they're seen, and that they belong? Those are key things that we're focused on at Apollo within the company, but we're also taking that to our portfolio companies as well.
Very well said. In terms of in the office place at Apollo itself, when I think about what it's going to look like once we get to the other side of this pandemic and as people start to return to a more normal environment, we've known that during this pandemic, women and underrepresented minorities have a lot of responsibilities beyond their workplace, and they often can't put in the hours that's become part of the culture. And the pandemic has stressed that, has exacerbated that, but also in many ways given them the space to do that because they can be more flexible with their work time. This is something that people don't always feel comfortable bringing up to their managers. Certainly not more than once, especially if the first time it gets kind of dismissed by a senior manager who maybe doesn't relate personally. What are companies, what is Apollo doing to acknowledge that and to make it so that it is something that the employees themselves recognize Apollo takes seriously?
Yeah, I think we've learned a tremendous amount throughout this pandemic. I mean, who would have thought a year ago we would be sitting here now with, significant amount of the population having been vaccinated, really beginning to think intentionally about what does a post-Labor Day workplace look like. We've given a lot of thought to this, and we're really trying to co-create it with our employees. So we first kind of said, look, we want to experiment with, because we're all learning this, there's no playbook on how to return to work after a pandemic, right? And so we've kind of given ourselves permission to say, we're going to try some things. We really want to be flexible. We want to hear what our employees find to be most of need to them. We've seen tremendously over the past, several months that business has been great for the firm. And to your point, as you highlight, our junior talent, our senior talent, people working incredibly hard. It's kind of hard to disconnect from the vortex of Zoom. And so we've said, as it relates to flexibility, it's kind of a barbell when you think about coming back. There could be an approach that says everybody goes back for 5 days a week, or there could be the other end of the barbell, which says, choose your own adventure. What we've kind of said to employees is, look, we'd like to propose a 3-2 model that says, look, 3 days out of the week, we'd like for you to be in the office, 2 days, have the flexibility to work from home. Clearly, we know based on the business, based on the function, that means it's not a one-size-fits-all approach. So we're giving managers the flexibility to adjust and mold for their particular teams, how to achieve what they need to achieve in terms of 1, productivity and efficiency, 2, collaboration, which is critically important in our business. As we are an apprenticeship business, it's really important in businesses like private equity and private credit that our junior talent can come into the office and spend time with senior leaders working through transactions. We have really small deal teams. Our analysts get a tremendous amount of experience and associates. So we really want to make sure we can try to bring that back to life as quickly as we can in an incredibly safe way. So we're co-creating it with employees. We really want to create the space for our employees to have the flexibility that they need. We understand that many employees have different situations at home and will be juggling family and kids and education, and we want to create that flexibility for them. We've also gone through a significant renovation in our headquarters office. So when many of our employees return, they'll see that we've got a wellness center. They'll see that we've got a meditation room. They'll see that we've got new capabilities that we didn't have prior to COVID. And so hopefully making the workplace a much more flexible environment as well.
You mentioned that 3-2 model, and of course, it's going to be different for different lines of businesses, but are senior managers going to be also adhering to that 3-2 model, or will they be there 5 days a week, thereby putting pressure on their junior employees who get to spend some face time with them to also come in 5 days a week, even though the word from above is you can do the 3-2 model?
Yeah, no, that's a great point. I think modeling the behavior is critically important. I think we're all going to be kind of practicing this as we go along. The goal is clearly to have our senior leaders demonstrating this behavior every day. What will likely happen, though, I mean, as you can imagine, as we do begin to go back, many of our senior leaders will travel. They have busy travel schedules. If they're able to get back on planes and they're visiting investors, a lot of them will be doing that. And so what we do ask them is really think about what are those times during the week when you can really commit to be in the office, to create that collaboration, to create that engagement with the junior staff. And so that will be an iterative process. We really don't, we know that for some it will be difficult to just flip the switch overnight, but we really want to create the space for our managers to understand the importance that they have to be in front of the junior staff, creating those relationships, mentoring, and showing that visible leadership.
I want to give a shout out to an earlier conversation on the Bloomberg Work Shifting Conference. Our panelists from Prudential talked about how 1 in 4 workers are thinking about changing employers at some point, presumably when things settle down. And when workers are looking for a new job, for a new employer, hybrid and flexibility are key to where they're going to decide to work. How accepting of this idea is senior management at Apollo and also at the companies in your portfolio as well?
Yes, we know that, the work environment is quickly changing around us, and we have to be nimble if we're going to continue to attract the best talent to Apollo, and that includes flexibility. That includes really creating the space for employees to adapt and integrate work and life. And so we will be, as I said earlier, we'll be continuing to experiment around how we flex our model over time. I think with our portfolio companies, there's an incredible diversity within those companies. So everything from gaming companies to hospitals to retail. And so I think they will, those companies will have to adapt based on the requirements of their particular industry and of their clients, whether in person is possible or whether there's flexibility to do at-home work. So again, I think it's an iterative process. I think what we really hold dear is the ability to co-create these solutions with our employees. We're 1,700 people. So we've got the ability to be nimble and really pilot different kinds of work arrangements across the organization. And I think some of the needs may differ geographically. So having the flexibility also to allow certain offices, if need be, have different kinds of flexible arrangements. So, we're really leaning into the opportunity to be flexible and work with our colleagues and figure out what's the best solution for them so that we're maximizing their contributions and the environment around us.
Jonathan, what's the question that leaders need to be asking themselves and their teams to retain the talent that they do work so hard to bring in and attract to the firm? What's the one thing that you would advise those companies, those leaders do?
Sure. I think we're in an age where the word empathy is incredibly important from a leadership capability standpoint. So the more our leaders can be empathetic with those around them, really understanding that the work-life balance concept is probably a thing of the past. We really need to lean into integration. I think we've seen over the past year that has really worked, I think, worked in spades for companies. Better productivity throughout corporate America, tremendous results and performance. We've seen tremendous growth across all of our businesses. So now that we've proven to ourselves that working from home does not take away from productivity, how can managers really develop their own skills of empathy and really building those relationships with employees? Because there is a pronounced need in a virtual environment to make sure you're checking on your employees, to give them that opportunity to recharge, just like any high-performance athletic team. Same goes for our industry and our business, which is a high-performance culture. How do you give that creative space or the time for folks to recharge? You get more out of your talent when they're able to recharge, when they have health and wellness. So asking managers to think about that side of the equation, and we're trying to really upskill our leaders to do that in a more impactful and effective way. And I think that builds that stickiness when employees know that the employer and the manager care about them, not as the job that they do, but just as having that humanity.
So, Jonathan, we have a question from the audience, and I'm going to ask it on their behalf. This is the audience's members' question. Is your plan to allow employees to choose which days they will be in the office on a random basis? And if so, how will this support interactions and networking? This goes back to the 3-2 model that you were talking about.
Yeah, so I'll just use a quick example. I think the businesses will decide. And when I say businesses, when you think about all of the functional areas, human capital may have a view of certain days that they will choose and allow. Just say as hypothetical, Monday through Wednesday will be days where we'll work in the office, and Tuesday, Thursdays are days where, we're encouraging folks to work from home. That doesn't mean that has to be absolute. There may be employees who choose to still come in on Thursday because there's a special project that they're working on, or they may choose to come in on Fridays because they like to be in the city on a Friday and go to Central Park. So there will be flexibility within the 3-2 model. Some employees will have special situations with their kids from a daycare sitting perspective and picking up their kids from school. So we will still create, even within 3.2, the ability for employees to work with their managers if they have a special need. But at the manager level, at the team level, designing that 3.2 where they get to select as a team what are the best days to optimize that engagement, and that will vary from business to business. And so that's the beauty of approaching this like as an experiment, really creating that flexibility for us to adapt as we need based on the individual needs of the team.
Well, I hope if nothing else, the pandemic has made us all a little bit more empathetic, your word to people's different responsibilities and the fact that they do need to take their kids somewhere or bring their spouse to the doctor's office. Jonathan, I really appreciate your joining us. It was a really quick conversation, but full of really useful information. Jonathan Simon of Apollo Global Management. He's an MD and head of leadership development, diversity, equity, and inclusion. And I want to hand things over now to my colleague, Kylie Lambert of the Bloomberg Live team. Kylie?
Hi, thanks, Scarlett. And thank you, Jonathan. That was a fantastic conversation. That word empathy is one that we hear over and over again today, and I think it's might be the biggest takeaway from the last year and certainly from today. I want to go ahead and get us over to our next guest. She is the founder and CEO of, I want to get us over to our next guest. She is it? Oh, sorry, I lost my spot. Yes, our next guest, the founder and CEO of Modern Health. Her name is Allison Watson, and she'll be joined by Bloomberg senior healthcare editor, Drew Armstrong. Over to you, Drew and Allison.
Hey, thanks so much. And Allison, it's a pleasure to be here with you. So we've got about 15 minutes. I want to jump right in. Modern Health, you guys provide mental health services to employers. You've gotten a whole bunch of backing from some very high-profile names in the venture world. Started in 2017 by you. I believe most recently announced a $1.17 billion valuation, which is, I believe, one of the fastest to unicorn status by a female founder and CEO. I believe I read. So congratulations to you on that. And just for everybody who doesn't know about this, and I'll ask Allison to explain this far more correctly than I will in a little bit. Modern Health provides essentially digital mental health services. They sell them to employers. They provide a suite of potential options that employees can go in and use to help treat and acknowledge mental health. Allison, just give me the 60-second version of exactly what you guys do. I always rather, the founder and the CEO explain this to our audience than me. So walk me through exactly how your service works briefly here.
Thanks, Drew, so much for having me. And I'm Allison Watson, founder and CEO of Modern Health. And yeah, to go a little bit into what we do. So we are a mental health benefits platform for employers. So we work with employers to make it easier for their employees to get access to mental health resources. And that could be everything from digital content like meditations, maybe an evidence-based course that treats things like depression, could be virtual coaching, could be therapy, could be group sessions. And the way that it works is once we partner with an employer, the employees get access to the product, they download the app, they take a quick assessment to understand where they fall on the mental health spectrum of green to red. So we like to think about mental health on this spectrum from green to red. We all fall somewhere on that spectrum, but it ebbs and flows at different points in our life. I'm sure we're all feeling a little bit closer to the red zone right now, given everything going on in the world. But based on that and based on the registration process, someone then gets a personalized mental health care plan for them. So whether they fall in the red bucket, maybe they get connected to a therapist, or maybe they want to work on mindfulness. So we'll connect them to a coach who can help them with digital content that really helps them improve awareness and mindfulness and being more present. So there's really no one size fits all for mental health. And so we try to make it as easy as possible for as many people to engage and take a much more proactive stance with their mental health overall.
Got it. So, and just to clarify this for people, there are a lot of different kind of digital mental health tools that are out there. You all sell these things to employers in the same way that employers buy other benefits. You don't have a consumer offering, correct? So this is something people are going to get through their jobs.
Yes, that's exactly right. We really think about this as the fourth pillar, right? So you have medical, dental, and vision benefits. And it's actually pretty interesting that medical, dental, and vision benefits didn't always exist. They became something as a way to attract talent, and originally were through government programs, and then all employers started offering them. Well, mental health has become that fourth pillar. So we believe this is here to stay. Every employer is either rolling a mental health benefit out now or will in the next 12 months.
So I want to ask you, I mean, over the course of the pandemic, so many things have gone digital. I mean, here you and I are, I'm talking to you from my attic. I think you're in your dining room. But how has the way people are approaching these services and accessing these services changed kind of during the course of the pandemic? We know there's really, I know we have written about the shortage of mental health services that are available in this country, but how did the pandemic change your business, from the standpoint of where and how people were accessing what you all provide, not just because of the kind of stress demands, but just from the kind of, need for tele services that we've seen happen kind of across the medical spectrum for digital health?
Yeah, it's a great question. I think the biggest thing is just the appetite to be able to connect to someone virtually. Pre-pandemic, we still saw a large percentage of the population wanting to meet with a therapist or a coach in person. And now, of course, we've seen that shift to completely virtual. And we think that's here to stay. And we think that that's great because it really is a lower barrier to entry, right? For folks who might be working in brick and mortar, they can't exactly leave for an hour in the middle of the day to go see a therapist if they're struggling with depression. So this makes it way easier for people to get connected to care virtually. And just the awareness and the appetite to be willing to meet with someone virtually has skyrocketed since the pandemic.
How much does the in-person versus digital divide matter in the mental health world? I mean, obviously, if I need to go see my orthopedist, but they actually need to be able to take a look at my, my knee or something like that. But for mental health services, I mean, is there a meaningful difference between seeing someone digitally and seeing someone in person?
We've actually seen that it can be equally, if not more effective and impactful seeing someone virtually, just because it's so much easier. They can schedule it. They're more likely to show up. So we've actually seen that it can be just as, if not more effective as going in person.
So I want to ask you, I mean, I've talked to a lot of telehealth companies, right before the pandemic and during the pandemic, and they've all seen these kind of booms in business. But, with these employer, with people who have a kind of sales model like you guys do, where you contract with an employer, one of the things I often see is that, employers say, hey, this benefit is really, really important to us. And look, we've contracted with a company to provide this. And then, after that happens, you actually see very little either, obvious penetration into the employer environment. How do you guys get kind of, once you have your foot in the door with the folks in the benefits or the HR department, how do you get control into making sure that employees are going to actually use this stuff? Because I've been skeptical for a long time in terms of some of the, utilization numbers we saw, early on in the days of telehealth and telemedicine, where people say, this is amazing. We have so many customers, so many clients, we have so many members set up. And then you looked at their utilization numbers and they actually stink. I mean, they're, like 5 out of 100 employees have ever used the product even once. I mean, so talk to me about how you break down the barrier and kind of what those barriers are to making sure that people are actually using, that you're not just selling a benefit to employers that's kind of very popular and trendy and needed to offer right now, but that actually people are benefiting from this.
Yeah, it's a great question, Drew. I think honestly, there's been so much latent demand that we see such high engagement immediately upon launching. So just to give some context there, traditional EAPs see about 1% to 3% utilization, and that's because the user experience is difficult. You have to call some 1-800 number, you're on hold for 2 hours, maybe you eventually get connected to customer support who says they'll call you back and they'll send you a list of therapists, and it's just a terrible user experience, and so engagement was really low. Well, if we streamline that and make it a really great user experience and allow someone to get connected to care, whatever modality of care that is, right? Whether it's coaching, therapy, group, digital, but make it really easy and really fast, well, you're going to see higher engagement. So then the next big thing that impacts engagement is there a stigma around engaging? And we've seen a big cultural shift over the last 2 years as mental health has become more and more destigmatized. And it's really sad, but I do think that the celebrity suicides of Anthony Bourdain and Kate Spade opened up a conversation. People saw these folks as, wait a second, in the eyes of society, these folks are seemingly very successful. We had no idea they were struggling. So way more people started speaking up about their struggles. Famous athletes, more people said, hey, I struggle too. And I might be successful in the eyes of society, but I'm struggling with depression or anxiety. And so this really helped destigmatize mental health over the past few years. And then this pandemic hit and everything else that's happened over the past year in 2020, right? The ongoing racial injustice, the political environment, climate change, people who are home right now in isolation, who have lost of a loved one, have their kids home without childcare. All these things that are impacting people and have, to some extent, created a level playing field in that everyone struggles. Everyone struggles in some capacity, and maybe the perspective on that struggle is different, but we all are faced with different struggles each and every day. And so that's created a level playing field of people opening up and feeling way more comfortable to say, I'm struggling because of this, or I'm struggling over that, and I want to get support and I want to get help. So when a solution like
Okay, I think we may have briefly lost Allison here for a second. We'll see if she comes back online in a moment or two. Oh, wait, there we are. Allison, I think you're back. We lost you for a second there. Can you hear me now? Just give me a hello if we got you.
Yeah.
Okay, great.
Can you hear me?
All right, well, yes, I can. Okay, I think that's something we've all been dealing with over the last year or two. So I wanted to ask you, I mean, do you think that most companies really care about these issues? And I ask that not to be cynical, but I see some companies say, hey, we really care about mental health. And at the same time, I see plenty of other companies say, hey, we really care about mental health. It's great that you're working 100 hours a week. The barriers between work and home have completely fallen. I mean, what's your sense from the clients that you all have signed up, or even the environment you get when you're talking to people about your business? I mean, are companies truly committed to doing something here? Because I feel like there's some that are, and some that are forward thinking, and others that kind of pay lip service to this and that are saying, I mean, I know we had something, we've written a little bit about some of these incidents over at Goldman Sachs where they've got young employees working 100 hours a week. They feel like they've completely lost their ability to have any kind of even semblance of a personal life. And you've got the CEO saying, oh, I saw some junior banker out to lunch, taking a day off. What's that about? So, I mean, give me a sense. I mean, you know this market, you deal with these people. How real is the level of concern kind of beyond the level of lip service that I think we've seen from some folks?
I'm so glad you asked that question, because I think it's a really, really important topic. So if we just take a step back here and we look at over the past few years, mental health, even before 2020 started, was the #1 cause of disability worldwide. So before 2020 started, it was already the #1 reason that people were taking a leave of absence from work. And so we were seeing this increase over the last several years. Now, couple that with the way that we work is very different, right? We no longer work 9 to 5 and don't have smartphones or computers next to our bed, or sleep with our cell phones on our nightstand where we're checking our email in the middle of the night, or having the overflow of information and what's going on in the news and social media and all these things that are constantly impacting our ability to be resilient to what's going on in the world. And so we are at a point now where mental health issues are increasing so rapidly, and especially with adolescents, which is the future generation of our workforce, that if we don't do something about it, the rate of innovation will decline. And so these employers who are waking up to the fact that the only way to be successful in the long game here is to protect your employees' mental health. Or we will get to a point where, one, employees they will refuse to work at a company that doesn't help and support and protect their mental health. And two, the companies that do not take care of their employees' mental health, the company itself, the business will decline. And so I think we've got, another several years until employers will have no choice. So the examples that you gave where, hey, we're paying lip service, but we're not actually going to make this investment, those companies just will not be able to be competitive. They won't be able to attract and retain talent, and people just won't want to work there. And I really think it starts with the leadership. It comes from the top down of, we believe that in order for this business to thrive, we need a diverse workforce. We need to invest in all of your mental health. And we know that ultimately that's going to increase productivity and going to help us with the long game.
Talk to me. I mean, there are a lot of people playing in the space where you guys are now, because there obviously has been a huge demand for this. What do you think the biggest competitive differentiators are for your business versus your peers? Or is this kind of a place right now where there's just a lot of white space, there's a lot of room for everybody because of the, lack of these services previously and the demand for them?
Yeah, it's a great question. So when we started Modern Health, there were a number of other players who had raised a lot more money and who had been around a lot longer. And I actually think that was to our advantage, because we were able to see what works and what doesn't, and then build the right solution from the ground up, which I think has been the key to our success. It's been the key to our growth, is building that from the ground up. once a company gets to a certain stage or size and they've built a product that already has some customers on it, it's really hard to rip that out and start over. So we actually had the benefit of seeing what's going on in the landscape and knowing that the reality is with these companies, timing is everything. And we hit our stride at the right time of really seeing what was working in the landscape, what wasn't, and let's build that from the ground up. Now, what that thing was that we figured out was building a holistic solution that covers that full spectrum. So when people think about mental health, they typically think people in crisis mode, and they think people in the red zone, and they think the way to treat that is through high-cost psychotherapy or medication management. Well, that is a subset of the population. It's about 15 to 20%. But what about the rest of the population that's in the green and yellow? How do we get them to proactively engage in their mental health? How do we prevent them from getting in the red? So building a holistic solution that covers that full spectrum not only can engage a much broader population, but you actually can get all the incentives aligned between the employer and the employee to really proactively take care of people, get them to engage so that they get better and prevent them from getting into the red.
Last question for you. Signing up customers and companies that you're going to use your services, that's one half of this. You also need to sign up providers, mental health providers who are going to do these services. We've seen this kind of shifting medical workforce with the emergence of these digital companies where you have places like, everywhere down the spectrum from, Roe and Hims that have signed up a lot of doctors to do, men's and women's health, other kind of higher up the acuity scale, places that have signed up telehealth providers. And you see a kind of generation of physicians that have been very interested in this. What is the sign-up environment then for you all in terms of your medical workforce being able to attract people in sufficient numbers?
I'll be honest, the bar was abysmally low before starting Modern Health in that when a provider, a therapist typically works with a health insurance company, they were getting paid, the national average reimbursement rate is $40 to $60 an hour. So imagine you just finished your PhD and you have folks who are willing to pay $250 at point of service and you have a line out the door for your services. Why would you work with a health insurance company who's paying you barely enough to live in a metropolitan area, $40 to $60 an hour? And remember that therapists don't work a full 40-hour week. They can't just see people back to back for 40 hours. They have to prepare for those sessions. They have the follow-up. And so they're limited by the number of hours they actually can charge per week. So basically what we did is we said, we will actually pay you, rates that your own rates that are competitive. And not only that, we'll build technology that makes it way easier for you to do your job. At the end of the day, people who become clinicians, it's altruistic. They're doing it because they really care. They want to help people. So whatever we can do to unblock them from the admin, the overhead, how they get paid, all of the billing, and just make their lives much easier so they can just focus on taking care of people. Well, it's a win-win, right? We're bringing them business. We're a distribution channel for them. We're building technology that allows them to scale themselves. We take care of them. We've built a community where they can connect with others, where especially as a therapist who's typically in private practice, it can be quite an isolating job. We connect them and build a community around it. So now we've got this network effect where people are getting business, they're getting paid well, they get free technology so that they can be more efficient and scale themselves. And now they've got a community to connect with others. And this has allowed us to have a really, really sticky network with our providers.
Well, this has been an interesting conversation, Allison. Thanks so much for spending a little bit of your afternoon with us. And we'll have to leave it there. Unfortunately, we're a little bit short on time, but back over to you, Kylie.
Thanks so much, Allison and Drew. That was fascinating. And I think that conversation about mental health, we're coming right on the heels of a lot of talk about empathy. They're both a great segue into our next conversation. We have Dr. Dambisa Moyo. She's a global economist and author, and she's in conversation with our colleague Stephanie Flanders, the senior executive editor for economics for Bloomberg and the host of the Stephanomics podcast. Over to you, Stephanie.
Well, hello. I am Stephanie Flanders, head of Bloomberg Economics and senior executive editor for economics at Bloomberg. And I'm delighted to be joined by Dr. Dambisa Moyo, who occupies an unusual, I would say, unique position as not only a well-known thinker, author of multiple books and macroeconomist, but also an active member of the board of at least two major global corporations right now and several before, Chevron and 3M. Her latest book, How Boards Work, is, I think it's many things, but it's a manual for anyone joining a corporate board. She says she wished she'd had it when she first started working on boards over a decade ago. But I would say it's also something of a call to arms for companies and their boards to do a better job of making use of their resources to grasp modern challenges. And I noticed that the book has only just come out, and presumably you were finalizing it just as COVID was making its mark on company strategies and certainly government policies worldwide. So I think there's plenty to talk about, but maybe we should start with that. Did the pandemic make you want to edit or change any of the conclusions in that book, or were there bits that you wish you'd written more about or put in bold type? How did it affect you?
Well, so first of all, thank you. I'm delighted to participate here. And I think it's a great question. There's no doubt that COVID and the global pandemic has catalyzed and accelerated a lot of issues that were already being debated in the boardrooms. We were already worried about low growth. We were already worried about the impotence of public policy. If you remember, we were already in a negative interest rate environment in some major countries. We were already worried about the lack of investment in infrastructure. And of course, there was a whole suite of headwinds from climate change and income inequality to demographic shifts that were impacting both the quality and the quantity of the workforce, and indeed technology and the risk of a jobless underclass. These were all issues that were happening pre-COVID. So in that respect, COVID has essentially accelerated the timelines and made it even more important for boards to be focused on not just the short-term issues around financials and operations, which were really brought to the fore. How are we going to survive? Do we have enough capital? Do we know where our people are? Are people being treated? Do they have access to healthcare, et cetera? But also has brought really much to the fore the questions of longer-term strategic imperatives. What does the company do after COVID is hit? How are we going to, and in fact, post recovery, how does the company participate in this new world of ESG and stakeholder capitalism?
So what are I think there's so much there, and I know that you think that there are at least 5 big challenges facing companies. But if the big corporations that you've worked with and others that you see around you, what is the most pressing thing right now as we look for, we've got optimism about the recovery, but also a question mark about the future of work-life balance, the future of cities, all these things. Where do you start if you're a big global company?
Well, first of all, I would just say that, there's no doubt we're going to see a rebound this year. I mean, you've seen the Fed's new forecasts, look at China's forecast for growth this year, but I think we shouldn't delude ourselves into thinking that this is a fundamental recovery. We have not solved the debt problem that has gotten even bigger with the pandemic. We have not solved a lot of the structural problems that I outlined around income inequality and the risk of a K-shaped recovery. We have not yet solved a lot of the demographic issues. So there's still a lot of structural challenges, many structural challenges that we need to address. And we shouldn't think that we're out of the woods now that aggregate demand will be back up. But I think that to your specific question about what to me is the most important question is really defining what a worker is. What is an employee? What has become clear is that, although on paper you could have 10,000 full-time employees, but you can very easily have 100,000 subcontractors. During the pandemic, we had to, as business leaders, understand that delineation was a falsehood. And I think as governments and business leaders think about the recovery and think about how digitization and remote working are going to become even more central to the discussion of who a worker is, I do think that this is the big issue. It leads to questions around mental illness, mental challenges, and who's going to pay for those costs. It leads to brings into more stark relief the questions around retooling and reskilling workers in a world that we know is becoming more technologically focused. And so, who exactly are your workers? How do we define those workers? And what does that mean in terms of obligations for business leaders and for government? I think is really the central question. And from that, all the other aspects around worker advocacy, around mental health, et cetera, emanate from there.
Do you think that we've seen a shift? I mean, obviously, we talk about we've seen this enormous fiscal response by governments everywhere, which has expanded the role of government in a kind of classic expenditure way. But also, I think you see just more creeping, or you could just say active involvement by governments in the economy. The companies that they've lent to, they're now going to have a bigger role, want to guide what they're doing a bit more because they gave them a massive loan in the middle of the recession. Lots of ways in which government is potentially going to be more influential. Is that something that we've got used to thinking that businesses should run away from that and have tirades against it? But is it something that potentially they could welcome, trying to solve some of these issues? You know, what's a worker? It's governments that are going to have to really answer that question, isn't it?
Well, I think it's what you're getting at is a very important question. On the one hand, I am a big believer in market liberalism, and that we do want corporations to be at the tip of the spear of innovation. We know, if you look at some of the Fortune estimates, that the top companies in the United States, for example, are employing 30 million workers. They're big contributors, not just for innovation and R&D, but also in terms of tax base, in terms of investment. So they play a critical role, no doubt about it. In fact, I think the estimate is that their revenues are 2/3 of US GDP. So it's really important that we get corporations firing on all cylinders. But I think it's also critically important that governments provide a backdrop that makes companies perform at their highest levels. What does that look like? That just is not just about taxes and regulation. Of course, those are the levers that governments have. But it also means that governments need to be very intentional in terms of providing an environment that encourages innovation. So if you look back in history, the US government was absolutely front and center in the development of the Manhattan Project, DARPA, Silicon Valley. I'm afraid to say we don't see much of that in the West. And, if we look at what people don't like the idea of an industrial policy, but I think that sort of partnership and seeing government working hand in hand to think about the future and be visionary is an important place for government. And that has been ceded to a sort of a vacuum, if I'm honest about it. We look at places like China, who are so explicit about what their visions are, and we sort of find it a little bit cringeworthy and perhaps anti-liberalism. But I think that we are overemphasizing the sort of delineation between government and private sector at a time when we actually need them to working in concert and together. And history tells us that that is the best way to get not only improvements in society, but an expansion in GDP and the growth pie.
It's interesting. It's that the UK has not been very strategic in its industrial policy, but there's one area that it had actually been quite strategic, and that was the vaccination development, and that's worked out quite well. If only they'd applied some of the same strategy in others areas, but they had put money into basic R&D, all these things that don't always happen. But just going back to that crucial question about what is an employee, though, I mean, how is that something that companies have to decide for themselves in their individual case, or is it something where we need to be thinking about a whole new paradigm, and that's governments in fundamentally setting the rules for that?
Well, I think that government is becoming much more involved in some respects. It's a little bit early days, but we're hearing from the SEC and other regulatory bodies that they're interested in worker audits. If you serve on boards and you've served on the audit committee of boards, you know that we already do a lot of capital audits. We're required to present financials every quarter. So there's a lot of emphasis on the capital allocation and capital as a resource. But we haven't really been guided by regulation and government in terms of workers. How do we define worker productivity? What are the sort of things that we should be thinking about in terms of worker engagement and enjoyment of being in the workplace? And so those aspects are definitely things that regulators are thinking about. The SEC has been talking a lot about this, and I think that that's a place where government could lead. But I will say, even if they don't, the reality is that corporations are responding to the general zeitgeist, the mood music of the way we are living now, and that is also pointing us in the direction of being much more thoughtful about workers and more generally stakeholders.
And when we're thinking about issues around work-life balance and the mental health of employees coming out of this, what are the watchwords for companies if they're trying to do the right thing coming out of this? You know, a lot of companies are saying they don't really want people to be staying at home, but there's clearly a demand from a lot of workers. How are you going to walk that line?
So, Stephanie, I think the words that come to my mind are trade-offs. I think one of the problems that I see from the boardroom, but more generally from the decision-making challenges that boardrooms and companies have to make, is that for pretty much any issue that we're dealing with, whether it's climate change, pay equity, gender and racial diversity, aspects of worker advocacy, data privacy. I mean, you take your pick of these big issues that we're grappling with. They all have trade-offs. And I love something that President Obama said. I'm paraphrasing here, but by the time something hit his inbox, it meant it was very difficult, because if it were easy, somebody else would solve it. And that's very true for boardrooms as well. We get a lot of these issues on what I would call the cultural frontier, ESG issues that people think are easy to solve. If they were, somebody else would have solved them. They're incredibly challenging. And of course, issues around workers, as it falls squarely in that pile, because we don't know what the answer is. On the one hand, we are very sensitive. There's heightened sensitivity around work-life balance, for sure. And the truth is, it's basically there's no utility for a company to have workers that are going to underperform. That's of no value if you're taking a very utilitarian aspect to this question. But at the same time, there are targets and things that need to get done. And very often, in some cases, that requires much more collaboration. And so having people work from home is not something that would be ideal, not just for the company's goals, but also for the individual's goals. It might be harder to see how they're contributing. It might be harder. It's the sort of traditional FaceTime kind of, needing to be in the office to be seen. And I'm not suggesting at all that those are not areas for improvement. But what I am saying is that there are some jobs and some tasks that require people to be in the office, and their productivity increases in multiple forms by being in those spaces. And so I don't think there's an answer that will cover everybody. And I can only assure you that we are thinking about it, because certainly COVID has revealed that we can run companies with people sitting at home, but we do need to do a lot of work on figuring out whether that's the ideal model, given that people have many different tasks and terms of reference.
And you mentioned at the start, if we sort of broaden the lens a bit, that we've a lot of the inequalities that were evident before, but maybe perhaps more also somewhat hidden behind the surface, have been unburied by COVID, and would be harder to ignore, whether at a company level or a government level. How do you respond as someone who's been very vocal on these issues for many years? You see ESG now as like the flavor of the month. Some people talk about an ESG bubble. How can a company do the right thing on that? Make sure that they're doing the right things under that banner of ESG, rather than just being on a bandwagon?
It's a wonderful question, and it kind of touches on what I mentioned a moment ago. I think that one of the problems is that we have been led, and society as a whole has been led by a lot of narratives, a lot of PR and politicization of ESG issues, when in fact these are complex issues with very long-term. Not only are they, in terms of multiple time horizons, but they have multiple stakeholders. We're getting pulled in different directions, and I'll give you an example in a moment. But the fundamental point is that we need all hands on deck to solve these problems, and yet, ESG has led to massive fractures between groups. You hear about defunding energy companies. You hear about worker advocacy leaving employees pitted against their employers. And yet, this is, to me, it seems very short-sighted and actually leading down a path that is not what ESG is meant to be delivering in the first place. Very quick example of this: there are 1.5 billion people who don't have access to energy in the planet today in a cost-effective, sustainable way. And at the same time, we're talking about defunding the energy companies who really are not only investing in a whole area of new green and clean alternatives, but also we want more diversity in institutions and organizations. Well, how will you get the diversity if you don't have this 1.5 billion people being educated? There are lots of aspects of the debate that to me seem very short-sighted. They are not all-encompassing. They don't consider, and I picked on climate change, but it's very true for areas such as diversity. We want to pick the best talent, and that's the only way we're going to succeed. But we should not be fighting inequality with inequality. We have to be sensitive to that. And so there are many aspects of this, to me, are not sophisticated enough in terms of the discourse around the need to think about trade-offs and to bring everybody, civil society, government regulators, and corporations to the table to really think about what these long-term sustainable solutions might look like.
I was smiling slightly listening to you with some of your answers, because it strikes me as someone who started off writing about the challenges of development assistance and development aid. One finds again and again that the problems that you face there actually are repeated in advanced economies and in companies. I can see how you find that's a very useful grounding to be helping companies.
Well, you know what? You're right, Stephanie, because ultimately it boils down to good intentions that generate bad outcomes. And that's, you're absolutely right, is a very regular theme in our lives. And we end up with policies that actually not only are not solving the problem, but they're actually making things worse. And I'm really trying to get ahead of that, because we can do better. We can put a man on the moon. Why can't we solve these problems in a way that's equitable and sustainable? And it's deeply, very much at the core, as you just pointed out, of how I see the world.
Well, it's the first principle of do no harm. If only we could follow that, and other things might follow. Okay, I'm going to put you on the spot with a final question, which takes things back to what really matters, which is, of course, productivity. As a macroeconomist, we know it all comes down to productivity in the end, at least in terms of how fast the global economy is going to grow, what the potential is for increasing the livelihoods and standards of living. We've had a long period of very low productivity growth. All the things that you've been talking about, digitization, change, acceleration of many changes by COVID, does that translate more government involvement and spending? For you, does that translate into a world where we might see higher productivity, more growth potential than you had expected before, or actually one where the problems become more and more serious and the growth becomes lower and lower?
Well, I certainly hope we see more productivity. As you know, given your background, productivity explains somewhere between 50 and 60% of why one country grows and another one does not. As you just pointed out, we've had at least about a decade now of low productivity, particularly in developed economies. And this has been a huge drag, as we've seen in economic growth, both for developed as well as developing economies. I very much hope that the aspects and the inputs into productivity do spur a renewed sort of spurt of economic growth. But the truth of the matter is I'm deeply concerned about a more progressive and aggressive agenda that could actually discourage investment. We've already seen a lot of corporations increasing dividends, increasing share buybacks, and not being encouraged to reinvest in the economies. It's a breaking up of companies. It's another point for debate. But fundamentally, any progressive era that chokes off growth, really around taxes, around regulation, to me is of greater worry in terms of contributing to a drag on growth. And the reality is that the short-termism embedded in society is the problem.
Well, ending with a voice of caution there, but I think some optimism, at least at the start. Dr. Dambisa Moyo, thank you so much.
Thank you, Stephanie. Glad to see you.
These days, everything in the home is getting smarter. But here's the reality. A device will only ever be as smart as the network it's connected to. And when it isn't up to snuff, customers end up unsatisfied. Enter Plume. With AI-driven software, we created a superpowered, cloud-based experience delivery platform, fully attuned to the needs of any connected space, unlocking the potential in smart devices, beefing up security, and most importantly, adapting to the humans at the center of it all.
Well, that was a fascinating conversation with Stephanie and Dambisa. Thank you both so much for doing that for us. We've heard a lot this morning. I think there's a lot for all of us to process, things that we've been thinking about deeply. All of us, no matter where we are in our lives or careers. I think the conversations around empathy, trust, communication, leadership generally, all of these things that we've heard from the speakers this morning are all things that we are all thinking about. So thanks to all of our speakers this morning for bringing those topics to light. We've also heard a little bit about Zoom fatigue. So we're going to take a quick break. We're going to be back at 1:05 p.m. for our afternoon program. Please be sure to tune back in. We have a full lineup in the afternoon. We have Andrew Farah, Javon McCormick, Arvind Krishna, Kathy Basant from Bank of America. You don't want to miss any of our speakers this afternoon. So we'll see you back here at 1:05 p.m. Thanks. Welcome back, everyone. It's my pleasure now to introduce our next guest. He is Andrew Farah, the co-founder and CEO of Density, and he'll be joined by my colleague, Ellen Hewitt. Over to you, Ellen.
Hi, everyone. Thanks so much for coming. Yeah, Andrew, as mentioned, CEO of Density, which is a company, I'll let him explain it briefly, but a company that gives insight into how much spaces and buildings are being used and in what way. So I think, Andrew, maybe if you could explain a little bit of what you do and then try to answer the question of, what was building utilization like before the pandemic, and then how did it change like immediately or like in the first couple months of last spring?
Sure. So I'm the co-founder of Density. We essentially build an analytics layer on top of physical space. So we measure how humans use space in real time without invading privacy. So it's an anonymous system. Pre-pandemic, I'd say one of the most interesting stats I'd ever come across was that in the US, there's 10.9 billion square feet of leased or owned corporate office space. And 4.4 billion of that, or 41%, was vacant but paid for. Meaning, the conference room that you walk past and it's like never in use, or the workstations that are usually empty. So I don't mean vacant and on the market. I mean vacant, like occupied, just not in use. And the value of that's about $1 trillion. So that was pre-pandemic. Then the pandemic hit. And because we count people in buildings, building floor and space level, we can sort of measure in real time actual utilization and occupancy. We watched utilization rates plummet. There was like an airline we watched drop 87% week over week in foot traffic. We watched utilization in tech drop below 1% pretty much across the board. And as the months passed, we even saw some buildings that were supposed to be closed that people went back to regardless of the pandemic. So it was a really fascinating time in measuring building use.
Yeah, and what have you seen kind of in the last 6 months? Like, have you started to see some sort of shift back to the office, or what has that looked like?
Well, I think, we have the privilege of being able to do this digitally, this conference sort of digitally and working remotely. But about 46% of Americans have been going back to their place of work throughout the last year. And that includes some offices, not just sort of, food and sort of other particular segments. So I would say for those folks, a lot of the question has been around how do you set maximum safe capacities, meaning no greater than 25% full, no greater than 40% full, whatever sort of the local ordinance may be. But as the clarity on vaccine distribution started to become a bit more concrete, we have watched utilization rates increase across the U.S. and certainly internationally. I mean, if you look in places like Singapore or in places like Australia, they are back in office. They are living and sort of working the way that they were or close to it pre-pandemic. So it's happening, and it's happening in the hundreds of millions of volume. I mean, it's really remarkable.
Yeah, and I love this anecdote about like people think, you talk to heads of real estate and they're like, oh, no one's coming to the office, but actually, the data shows that a lot of people are, or the opposite. People say that, lots of people are coming and actually very few. Why are executives so wrong about how their buildings are being used?
Well, I think so to sort of round out that story that you just mentioned, we had noticed across a customer's large portfolio, they had about 70 buildings in 50 cities. They had teams that were asking to reopen the office immediately. And so they did. And utilization rates for 1,000-person spaces stayed below 1%. There's sort of a difference between what we think we need and what we actually use, I think is sort of one point. And then the opposite was true, which was, as I mentioned before, that they had buildings that were closed, that were not supposed to be in use, that had local ordinances that were limiting capacity or stopping it, and they were at 26, 30% utilization. The point is that measuring this is really important. in my opinion, and I'm biased, but we build a lot of space. We ought to measure it. It's one of the largest asset classes in the world whose performance we don't measure. And in my opinion, I think that there's a real upside to doing that, but doing so in a way that doesn't invade privacy. The pandemic, and I would say we have a lot of historical context for this, but we will do a lot of things in the name of safety and security. We'll do a lot of unorthodox things in the name of safety and security. PRISM is a great example of this. If we choose, the pandemic has sort of put us in a circumstance in which we need to measure all the space that we have, and there's an opportunity to sort of choose: do we put cameras everywhere and end up with sort of this large-scale mass surveillance or persistent surveillance, or do we build infrastructure that preserves privacy? And I think that that's sort of one of the interesting privacy questions that we're going to be wrestling with, kind of in the coming years.
Yeah, and do you see people having, even after, okay, let's say, knock on wood, that this particular pandemic comes to a lull, people feel something closer to return to normal. Do you feel like there's still going to be this push for more surveillance simply because it happened once and people do want to better understand who is where, or do you think that it would actually, like, the need for surveillance or the interest in surveillance would dim if the sense of danger was also a little dimmer?
Companies have been measuring or working to measure and modernize how buildings, essentially to make buildings aware of how humans use space for half a decade. It was only sort of in the last half decade that the technology's gotten good enough to be able to start to understand how humans are using space. People are really weird. They just do stuff you wouldn't expect in doorways and in space. They bump into each other. They take phone calls. They bring bags and boxes and bicycles and all this other stuff. Makes it very hard for systems to make sense of how people are using that space. So autonomous vehicles come around, technology sort of improves, gets a bit democratized, and that technology is starting to wander into the built environment. So it had been happening over the last 5 years. The pandemic has just accelerated what was a 10-year sort of modernization into like the next 18 to 24 months. Like, everybody is trying to figure out, how do we bring people back in a way that's safe and productive and secure? Do we need all of this space? And in the end, what spaces are in extreme demand? I talk a lot about space waste, but the reality is that for every number that you have of like 1% utilization, there's another side of the bell curve that's at 136% utilization. And it's like, how do you load balance humans a bit in a way that makes us all a bit more productive?
Yeah, and to be clear, I know you do have you are coming at this with sort of a personal bias in a reasonable way, which is,
yes,
your product uses non-cameras, right? You guys use lasers and radar and things like that to measure spaces rather than cameras. Is that right?
Yeah, I'm certainly biased towards privacy. I have a bias towards sort of the systems that we build. But I think irrespective of density, we're working with one organization who has hundreds of millions of square feet of space. So we're talking one of the largest landowners in the world. And they designed their space for about 150 square feet per head. I'm sure that anybody who's worked in any type of like space design has heard this. Well, it's 150 square feet per head. Well, that's a sort of an approximation of the need. They knew that they were underutilized, but their expectation was that they were at about 300 square feet per head. So a little bit too much, maybe double. And they measured it, and they were at like 1,900 square feet per employee. They had like a 3-bedroom house per employee. And I think that the point isn't, our technology or somebody else's or whatever else. The point is that the delta between what we believe we're doing and what we're actually doing is so vast as to be almost an order of magnitude. And that vast inefficiency existed. That's pre-pandemic. That vast inefficiency existed before people were trying to work in a hybrid fashion. And so we're now moving into a position where I'm going to spend 2-3 days a week inside the office. And I might commute from a secondary or tertiary city into a major city like New York or San Francisco. And when that happens, there is immense value to understanding how that space is actually used, irrespective of our technology or someone else's. Like it's crazy for thousands of years that we've been building buildings without knowing how they get used. You know, that there's no future in which we don't eventually figure it out. It's just a question of when and with what technology.
Yeah, and let's talk about what is the office going to look like? You mentioned hybrid stuff, or sort of a hybrid model, or I think everyone who has been working from home has been thinking about how would I actually want to work in an office going forward? What are the things that I've experienced in the last year that might change the way that I expect? How much do I expect to see my boss or my coworkers? Do I expect to have a assigned desk? Like, let's talk about what are you seeing? What are you both seeing people weigh when they're thinking about changing offices or what they might look like in the future? And what do you think is actually some of the best ways to approach it?
So there are a number of organizations that, and these are technical companies that you would expect to have really large remote teams already, with remote teams at about 5%, meaning the vast majority were in office. Their numbers, and we're talking, call it 10 to 20,000 employees. They're going from, they expect to go from 5% remote to 40% remote. That's a huge cultural shift. And so number one, I think that like just sort of the tools and sort of remote first or distributed first as sort of an assumption is happening. And then the other thing is these same organizations are going from 100% assigned to 100% unassigned seating. And what that means is lockers. I mean, it's in its worst case, or in sort of the things that people are most concerned with, it means lockers for your personal belongings, right? But in its best case, in its best incarnation, it actually looks a lot like a really high-end hotel. So most of these organizations are essentially moving to a hospitality model where you have shared resources, you use space as you need it. Maybe you don't have your own belongings at a particular desk, but you're able to kind of move pretty freely. You sort of have access to net more space and more space types, and less, even though you're giving up ownership. And then the last thing that I'd mention is if it were me, and it's not, but if it were me and I were sort of working on real estate strategy or workplace strategy, I would think of people's homes or a piece of people's homes and their internet as a part of the as a part of my real estate portfolio. I mean, the quality of your internet makes this conversation possible. Why would that not be something that is offset by your employer? You having dedicated space to do work is now the place that you're doing work, maybe 3 of the 5 days each week. So why wouldn't that be something that's supported by the employer? And I think that we're seeing some really interesting experiments with that. By and large, the pandemic is and was devastating. But the silver lining is that the number of positive, productive changes that are accelerating in adoption is pretty substantive. It's a very long list.
Yeah. I think that's a really good point, and I have seen just anecdotally among my friends different approaches from employers about like how supportive are they, how explicit are they about making your home their workplace. And it's also making me think about WeWork, which may have been super early to the idea of like they sell hot desks, or they do try to make their spaces look like a hotel. I mean, is that just kind of what an office is going to look like, or it is going to have? Do you think like in a couple of years, just an office is going to have a lot more of that feeling and fewer desks?
Well, I think, and I don't know if these numbers were WeWork's, but and I don't know if I feel like I heard them in a conversation recently. Maybe it was with you, but it was like 50 square feet per person was sort of like the target, right? Be as dense as possible. And I think that is an interesting outcome of sort of the hospitality model, but isn't necessarily the end objective. It's not like how do you get more people in fewer square feet. It's how do you measure your square feet so you can figure out how to get sort of the right amount of folks in the right amount of space. And to that end, I think that a real estate strategy that allows you to sort of be in any major city and still have access to the type of space that you need to do your work is a substantially more sustainable long-term strategy than trying to build very large sort of shrines to a logo in major cities as a way of thinking about real estate and like offices. Like those things are great, but I think, you know, being maybe more modest around those and more aggressive about the spokes around that hub is likely a winning strategy.
Nice. Well, great. I mean, lots for people to think about. Andrew, thank you so much for talking to us and for sharing some of the stuff that you've learned. Really appreciate you taking the time.
Sure. Thanks, Ellen.
Hi. Thank you so much, Ellen and Andrew, for that. I have with me now Javon JT McCormick. He's the president and CEO of Scribe Media. Javon, welcome.
Kylie, how are you, sir?
I'm good. It's good to see you. How's life in Austin?
You as well. Man, it's excellent. We got through the our single-digit temperature drop and the freeze and the electricity going away, but we're good now. We're excellent.
Yeah, so it's back to 100 degrees then?
Back to 100 degrees. That's the beauty of Texas. You know, 1 week it was 9 degrees, the following it was 72. So here we are.
Yeah, I spent a little time in that city, so I understand the challenges sometimes, but it's definitely worth it. So welcome, and thank you so much for joining us. I want to say, first off, congratulations. I know that Scribe has had an incredible year. I know from personal experience that the pandemic has been very, very good for book sales. So I think it's a real testament to you and the leadership and the team at Scribe for posting such record numbers. What's it been like for you leading this team through such a deeply weird time?
You know, it was challenging early on, and I'll say this, in my opinion, for leadership. You know, you're only as good as a leader as the great people you're surrounded by, and we're surrounded by a great, what we call ourselves, a tribe. So we pivoted quickly. You know, March was a big hit for us. Revenue-wise, as it was for so many, but then we came back in April and had a record month and had another record month in May, June, July. And so overall, we pivoted nicely. Most of that was set up because of the way we already operated as a company. You know, we have always had a dynamic culture where there's no, okay, be at the office at 8 a.m., leave at 5 p.m. People come into the office 2 to 3 times a week. You can come in at 10 a.m. You can leave at 7 p.m. There's no micromanagement. You know, we hire adults and we set the expectation. We want you to drive results in your role. We want you to perform in your role, and we want you to live by the principles and values of the company. If you're doing those 3 things, hey, we don't really check on you if at 2 o'clock in the afternoon on a Tuesday you're down on Town Lake paddleboarding. Good for you.
I love that. I do think that there's a lot to be said for companies like yours that were sort of ahead of the game on that. Earlier, Alonso Vance talked about Patagonia as one of those companies, and I feel like those companies definitely were a little prescient. So in terms of your culture, can you tell me a little bit more about the culture at Scribe? Like, what are the values when you say that you know, as long as the adults that work at your company that live by the values, what are those values? Can you outline those for us?
Yeah, so we've got a pretty big list of values and principles, but I'll start with what it's all predicated on. So our number 1 value is people. Our number 2 principle is do right by people. My opinion, if you always put people first, you will always succeed. So people, process, profits. And as an added bonus, if you're profitable, you can do great things for the communities that you serve in. But profit is not a bad word. And we want to make sure that above profit, we put people first. So if we always do right by people, we can build great process, we can make great profits. And as I said, we can do great things for the communities in which we serve. But it all starts with people. And this is key, Kylie. It starts with the whole self, all of the person, not just your work self, not just when you're at home. If you have challenges outside of the office and we can assist somehow, we want to do that. We've had people who have been heavily in debt. So we've had roundtables of how can you get out of debt? We've had people who've had family issues. How can we assist with that? With a group that's almost 100 people, I would like to believe someone within our tribe has had some type of encounter with so many life issues that go on that we should be able to rally around those individuals and help them with life issues as well. It's not work or life. It's just life. We all have to work. We all have bills. So we focus on life, not work-life balance. We do not use that phrase here at the office.
That makes, I really, really appreciate that. And speaking of life, I know that you've written and spoken a lot about your life and your upbringing and sort of the path that you took to get to where you are. How has your past and what you've learned along the way informed you during this past year when things have been really, really difficult, not only with the pandemic, but the social unrest and sort of everything that was going on? How have you leaned on your past to get you through?
Oh, Kylie, you know that's you opened up a question right there. so let's put a little context behind that. So, as you know, my dad was a pimp and drug dealer back in the 70s. He fathered 23 children. I'm one of 23. My mother was a single mom. I'm the only one by my mother. She was an orphan. She was raised in a 1950s institutional orphanage. When she graduated high school in the orphanage, they gave her $20, a small suitcase, and said, "Good luck to you. There's the world." Unfortunately for my mother, one of the first people she met was my quite a bit older, fast-talking father. And that is what I came into the world. You know, my dad's black, my mom's white, so I'm mixed race. And I say this to people, especially now, you want to have a race discussion? Let me explain to you what it's like when black people don't like you because you're half white and white people don't like you because you're half black. And you have an identity problem at times. You were never white enough, you were never black enough. So, you know, that's what I came into the world, man. I've watched my dad collect money from prostitutes, and I can tell you hands down, that's where I learned empathy. When I saw how the prostitutes were treated, I remember as a 9-year-old kid saying to myself, wow, I wonder if I had the prostitutes keep part of the money, and if I treated them better, could I make more money in volume just based on the fact that I treat everyone nicer? And I know for a lot of people, they're going to like, oh my God, what kind of lesson is that? Well, it's the lesson of where I grew up. It's where my lessons came from. But it was my first introduction to empathy. How do we do this better? How do we put people first? And so that was my takeaway. How do I scale this? How do I treat the ladies better, if you will? So my lessons came from some very odd places in life, but when it comes to treating people and empathy, that lesson has stayed with me my entire career, that you can't go wrong if you put people first. And that's just the way we do business here at Scribe. Like I said, the number one value, people.
Yeah, I mean, it's just a remarkable story. And for those in the audience who haven't seen Javon speak, please go find those videos. He's a remarkable presenter. Speaking of empathy, it's been sort of the word of the day, right? We have heard from many people from many sort of different roles talk about the importance of empathy. You're a deeply empathetic person. How has this conversation about empathy struck you? As someone who just assumes empathy as sort of table stakes, how has this conversation about leading with empathy and empathy as sort of something you should start doing, how has that struck you from what you've heard over the last few months?
You know, I say this without being arrogant or cocky. For me, it's a bit of about time. We should have always been putting people first. And again, for me, I've known since my childhood what it was like to not be accepted because, again, being half white, half black, so I've always been empathetic for gays. I've always been empathetic for people who don't fit what society's mold is, because I know all too well what that looks like to not be accepted. So I have long felt that, we'd be a better society if we just come to accept. You don't even have to respect. If you just accept that we all have different beliefs, we all have different family values, we all have different religious beliefs. But the fact of the matter is, we can all coexist. And for me, again, I know all too well what it's like to eat out of a trash can, be raised by a single mom. I have no college degree. I have a GED. So I've lived in a world of constantly being judged by my background. So empathy for me, I'm looking at society saying to myself right now, it's about time you caught up.
I totally agree. I mean, part of me thinks that, yes, this is great that corporate America is learning the word, right? And that it's now part of the conversation. And I feel like as much as the pandemic has taught us, I feel like the events of the last 12 months, including the social unrest, the George Floyd murder, those events have also, deepened that sort of respect. And that for the word empathy. How have the events of the past year outside the pandemic, but the other events, the social events, how have those sort of affected, the job that you're doing or the work that you're doing at Scribe, the team there, the tribe, as it were? How have you guys dealt with those sort of social issues as well as the pandemic issues?
Obviously for us, as with all companies, the social unrest that happened after the George Floyd murder was huge. And I remember we had an all hands and everyone wanted to know, okay, well, Javon, what's your thought on this? And I was open, I was direct, and I was honest. And I said, I'm frustrated. I'm frustrated by the fact that this isn't new. I'm frustrated by the fact that if you say to me right now, wow, did you see what happened to the guy who died saying, I can't breathe? I'm frustrated by the fact that I got to ask you which guy. You can't just be talking about George Floyd because he's not the only one that did that. So I was frustrated by it. And I let people know, look, I've been going through this since I was a kid. This isn't new. I knew what it was like to be evicted with my mother and put on the streets because she had a mixed race son. And they didn't want the quote unquote special N-word lovers living in the public housing. So this isn't new. And really what came to a head for me is back in my early 20s. I remember trying to get on people's calendar to get a job, to get, make a sales call. And I could not get on someone's calendar to save my life. One gentleman was kind enough to get on the call and he said, hey, I got a question for you. Because my name's Javon McCormick. He said, how did you get a black first name and an Irish last name? So here's what's funny. My last name, I never knew it was Irish. My mother got that last name in the orphanage, and we have no clue where it comes from, no clue why we have it, but it's my last name. So I was excited to find out that my last name was Irish. But when I hung up from the call, I realized, oh, Javon, that's why I'm not getting on people's calendars. You're seeing the black name. So I made the decision. My full name is Javon Thomas McCormick. I made the decision back in my early 20s. I'm 49 now, so this is a long time ago. I made the decision to start going by JT. I'll be damned if the next week I didn't start getting on people's calendars, just lit up with appointments. So from the time, my early 20s till last year, call it May, June, when the George Floyd murder happened, I went by JT. When I watched the George Floyd situation happen, the murder happen, what really disturbed me and quite frankly frustrated me, the shallow, stagnant status signaling things that I saw happening. Blackout Tuesday on Twitter. People, we support too. We blacked out our Twitter, our social media. And I thought to myself, what does that actually do to help change the situation, to help move the needle? Okay, great, you blacked out Tuesday on social media. And then we were arguing over a syrup bottle. And I'm thinking to myself, okay, what does this do to help with the situation? But then I read an article, and this is what jumped out to me. I saw an article that said that there were only 3 Fortune 500 CEOs in America. And I said, interesting, Black Fortune 500 CEOs. So I went and looked at their names, and I saw their names: Kenneth Frazier, Marvin Ellison, and Roger Ferguson. And I love all 3 of these guys because they made it to the top of the game. Worked hard, they deserved everything they received. However, I noticed there were 3 very ethnic-free names, if you will. And then I noticed that the richest Black man in America is named Robert Smith. And so I said to myself, okay, wait a minute. There's no Javon on that list. And I said to myself, okay, I've made it to the CEO chair. I'm going to reclaim my name from JT to Javon. And I'm not doing it for myself. I did it because I want every kid that comes from the situation I come from, those lower economic communities I come from, every kid named Revante, Martavius, LaQuanda, Lucretia, to one day, maybe you'll be able to go into the workplace and work next to a Javon and not just a JT. And that's why I changed it back to Javon, because there was a belief that one day you won't be judged by your name. You'll just be judged by, do I have a great character, and do I have a hell of a work ethic?
Absolutely. I think that's a really remarkable stand to take, and a very personal one, and taking a very personal stand on a very public level. How was that message received by the tribe at Scribe? I think what's really fascinating about Scribe and you, Javon, is the fact that it's not a big company, but it's doing big things, right? It's amplifying a lot of voices. You guys have a lot of really, really well-received books. I think there's something about what you're doing at Scribe that are lessons much larger companies could take away, especially when it comes to issues like this one. How was the message? Did you have a message for the team at Scribe, like, I'm doing this and this is the reason I'm doing it? Or was it something that they just noticed and then you addressed it? How did that unfold for you with the Scribe team?
You know, it unfolded during that all hands is when I actually made the decision to reclaim my name back to Javon, and it was well received. In fact, it's probably been 2 years in the making. I've had so many of the tribe members say, hey, you should start going by Javon again. And I never did. And just that whole moment of where we transitioned as a society really, I guess, in my opinion, gave me the opening to make that change and reclaim my name. It was completely well received. Most people said it was long overdue. I agree. Hell, my mom was even happy. She's been trying to get me to go by Javon for years. And I always make the joke too. I have a Black name, but it was my white mom that named me. So it was very well received. And you're right. Within our tribe, that's how we live. We don't pass judgment here. You know, it doesn't matter what your political view is. It's do right by people. That's it. And I won't make this a religious aspect, but I find it interesting that in the Bible it says, love thy neighbor. And it says, this is the most important commandment. Now, what's interesting is it didn't say love thy neighbor, but not if they're mixed race. Love thy neighbor, but not if they're gay. It just said love thy neighbor. And so the way we live as a tribe is love thy neighbor. And it's such a simple concept. We can all have differences of opinions, different religious beliefs, different, whatever your sexual orientation is. But at the end of the day, put people first. That's the whole driver behind this.
Absolutely. I think that's a fantastic message too, and one that we've heard a lot today is the centering people in sort of everything you do, like employees, your customers, looking them as people, right? I think is the one of the most important takeaways from the past year. So speaking of takeaways, if you had one piece of advice to give any of our leaders, executive leaders, business leaders in the audience today, as they face a very uncertain future, what one piece of advice would you give them?
Get away from this topic, this what I call a BS phrase of work-life balance. It's just life. People have children, people have things that go on outside. And here's what's interesting to me as a society. If you say work-life balance and you ask people, what does that mean to you? If you can ask leaders, you can ask individuals, people who aren't in leadership. But if you ask, what does work-life balance mean to you? The first thing you're going to hear is they're going to attack work. Don't work 60, 70 hours a week. Don't check your emails first thing in the morning. We should have a 4-day work week. Everyone attacks work, work, work. But no one actually looks at the life side of this. No one says, maybe I shouldn't binge watch Friday through Sunday and then wake up Monday morning upset that I haven't achieved my dreams and goals. Maybe I shouldn't go to the bar Thursday through Sunday and then be pissed off on Monday because I haven't achieved my dreams and goals. So I would get away from the whole work-life balance. There's life, and life really got stuck in our face during the virus disruption. Yeah, we had to have Zoom calls where people had their children sitting in their lap on the call. But you know what? We still made it through. The world kept turning. We're all still here. So it's life. How can we support one another in life?
A great message, Javon, and is I feel like a really great place to leave this conversation. Thank you so much for being with us, Javon McCormick, the president and CEO of Scribe Media, coming to us from Austin, Texas. Tell Austin we said hello.
I will, man. Kylie, I appreciate it.
Yeah, you bet. It's great to see you. Up next, we have a fascinating conversation with Kathy Besant, the Chief Operations and Technology Officer from Bank of America. She's joined by Bloomberg opinion editor, Sarah Green Carmichael. Over to you, Sarah.
Kathy, thanks so much for joining us today.
It's great to be here, Sarah.
What have you been hearing from employees about some of the advantages or disadvantages of working remotely over the past year?
Well, we have been getting a ton of feedback, no question about it, and it's all over the board. Everything from people never wanting to come back to the office and people desperate to come back as soon as it's safe. And it varies by country, it varies by city, and even floor by floor in our various locations. I would say in the United States, we tend to hear more of the former, which is a great reluctance to think about coming back to the office. Not pervasive, but certainly more significant than in other places where maybe the home working environment is not so conducive to long-term work from home.
Mm-hmm. And as a boss, how are you thinking about allaying some of those concerns people have as you try to bring people back to the office at some future point? I mean, people feel, I think, pretty anxious about going back to the office. And are there things you're thinking about to try to assuage some of those concerns?
Absolutely. One thing that's important to remember is because we run actual bank branches in the United States and operating centers all around the world, we have had people in the office. Roughly 5% of our population has been in the office for the duration. And so we've got a fair bit of experience on how to keep a work environment safe and a work environment productive. We are absolutely committed to our co-location culture. We believe it produces a better outcome. It's better for clients and customers and better for teams, and just more consistent with who we are and what we want to be. So allaying those fears is incredibly important. We are very clear that we have one decision point, and that is safety. None of us can lose sight of the fact that this is a human health crisis and that lives are at stake, and that safety is really the only thing that matters. Overcoming reluctance, general reluctance, is much easier once we ensure that everything we do, everything we decision is based on safety.
Mm-hmm. You know, it's interesting and maybe surprising that the last year has actually not been as disastrous for a lot of big companies as maybe they would have thought if you told them you're going to be working remotely mostly for the next year. I'm curious specifically to know about how your team has approached innovation over the past 12 months, because I think a lot of executives, that is the real concern. Like we've been keeping the lights on over the past 12 months, but have we been inventing the new next thing? How has that been going for you?
Well, the great thing about technologists and great operating people is that they love to take a hill. They love to fix an obstacle or seize an opportunity. They're just natural problem solvers. So for us, 2020 was our most innovative and creative year ever. We had more patents issued from the U.S. Patent Office than at any other time in our history. Some of that was, shall we say, mandated by government programs and the need to implement them innovatively and swiftly. And much of it had to do with simply the DNA that says, we've got a number of unforeseen things in front of us. How can we make that special? And how can we make that something positive? Now, that is not sustainable. Where I see it most is in the question of a 3 to 5 year horizon, which is extremely important for any large company, and certainly in my space in technology. Very important because you're making long-term decisions every day. That kind of strategic collaboration requires us not to have every dialogue scheduled, not to only be able to see each other on screens. And so while we've been, in my view, wildly exceeding expectations from a creativity and innovativeness perspective, in order for that to continue, we've got to, when it's safe, we've got to get back to the office.
Mm-hmm. And how about on the customer end? Have you been hearing anything about how customers' habits have changed, or has it given your team any ideas for new offerings, products or services?
Customer behavior and customer demand has changed wildly. What we used to push as digital adoption of our digital channels, we're now stand back because customers are pulling for it. I call it, we've made the transition from digital adoption to digital demand. In our consumer spaces, the use of our digital assistant is up 40% year over year. In our wholesale businesses, corporations and businesses, our demand for our electronic portal, essentially our digital portal, is up almost 70% year over year. So we don't have to worry about adoption. Certainly we have to worry about slipping back. Now we have to make sure that every day we're making changes, almost updates, as we think about it in the consumer space, updates on a very regular basis to stay fresh and innovative and continue to expand offerings through those channels.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it seems like once some of those digital offerings are expected or out of the box, there's no going back. Customers want to keep going forward and doing more stuff online. Is that more or less what you expect to see? Do you think that there are things that as offices reopen, as other sort of areas reopen, you might expect to see some customers going, back into banks to do things in person? Or you think, no, it's all moving online?
Well, two thoughts here. One is, ever since I've been in banking, which sadly has been 40 years, people have been talking about the demise of the physical branch, and we haven't seen that. What we find is that when people access us through our digital and technological channels, they have a greater demand for the parts of their business that are more strategic and less transactional, greater demand for in-person contact in our branches and in our offices. So we call it high tech drives high touch. And it is proving, no question, to be true. The other thing that I think is really important is not only has demand skyrocketed, but drive for perfection on the part of our customers has skyrocketed. When digital channels are a way of delivering, even a brief glitch in that delivery has the potential to have monumental impact. So one of the great opportunities I think we have as an industry, and certainly something we're always striving for at Bank of America, is to make that digital experience, regardless, flawless. So a lot of work has gone in. Maybe it doesn't look like a new product, but certainly a new capability that makes the firm better at making what we do flawless to our customers and clients.
Mm-hmm. We've talked a lot about the pandemic and the impacts of that, but one of the other big themes of the past 12 months has been, companies stepping up their commitment to diversity and diverse hiring practices. And there's a lot of academic research showing that diverse teams are more innovative, sort of the other thread of our conversation. So I'm wondering, if you could talk a little bit about some of the diversity efforts underway at Bank of America, how they're working so far, whether you see that as sort of a core part of innovation, just kind of an update on how that's going.
Well, I've read, as many people have, all of the research that proves without a doubt that diverse teams are more creative, they're better at problem solving, they create better organizational results, without question. I also know it to be true, again, going back to my 40 years of experience, when I have teams with different perspectives, we don't always reach simple consensus. And it's that debate, just as one example, it's that debate that makes us better. So diversity is really at the core of how we want to continue to be an exceptional firm and want to continue to be exceptional for clients and customers. The bank's efforts have been long-standing in this area. Our CEO, Brian Moynihan, for years and years has chaired our Diversity and Inclusion Council. We have a strong accountability framework where I and every other manager in the firm are measured on the composition and diversity and progress that we're making with our teams. And that poll has created innovative ways of hiring, innovative ways of developing talent internally, and making sure that we bring people up through the firm so what happens at the top of the organization happens throughout. Got a very diverse board. Over 40% of our board is women, a very diverse senior leadership team. 60% of our management team, what we define as our management team, is women. And just as one example of diversity, I would never welcome the reasons behind the new urgency in focusing on diversity. I welcome, however, the urgency itself. And I believe we have the opportunity to make light years of progress and turn excellent intentions over decades into a changed world. The bank has announced, I think, as you know, now $1.25 billion commitment to investment and development of capital markets, of investing opportunities, of financial services for every element of our diverse community. And that isn't really a declaration of who we want to be. It's more a manifestation of who we are. So I'm very proud that we can put a number behind a culture that has always tried to be at the forefront of important issues.
Mm-hmm. And in terms of how some of those choices might affect the actual products or services being offered, I think you've talked in the past about how diversity influences AI, that an AI product might be better if it's developed by a diverse team. And I'm curious to know, as someone so plugged into the technology side of things, how you see it sort of a more diverse team producing actually a different product, and a product that might be better than one produced by a homogenous team.
Again, no question that that's important. AI has the opportunity for all of us to be a tremendous source of growth and a tremendous source of prosperity for all of our communities. But pick the simple things, facial recognition. There's no question that the accuracy of facial recognition changes by skin tone. And people of color are recognized far less frequently than Caucasian people. And certainly face masking has thrown facial recognition for a complete and total loop. And so I think we're learning that the things that we think will be important have to be developed and tested, importantly tested by diverse teams, in order to avoid the potential for unintended bias. And I could give you a lot of examples, but when people can sit, I'm hosting an event next week or maybe in 2 weeks, to talk about the diversity of people with disabilities. And I'm not having an academic come talk. I'm with us. I'm having a person who is sight impaired come to speak, because we need to hear what it's like to try to navigate an application that is not accessible for people who are sight impaired. And that kind of experiential learning only happens when teams are diverse. So that's just one micro example, but inclusion is really important to getting AI right.
Mm-hmm. Kathy, looking ahead at sort of what comes next and talking about talent, I'm reminded that there was a fierce war for talent underway before the pandemic hit. I'm not sure the pandemic actually interrupted it that much at places like Bank of America. Are you finding that the pandemic has reshaped the competition for talent, or do you expect it to change sort of post-pandemic? Or is it just sort of the same sustained free-for-all that it's been?
In a macro sense, there's absolutely, unequivocally, there's still an intense war for talent. What the last 12 months have done with our company is change the way we intend to win that war. I will give you my own example of that. A year ago, about 39% of the way we filled our job openings was with internal hires. Today, that number is almost 90%, because as we went through the pandemic, as we needed to repurpose people and roles, we learned a ton about reskilling, retraining, adaptability, and mobility within the company, because necessity required that. And how we win in the war for talent is not necessarily to go out and hire new people from the marketplace. It's to ensure that the people that we have today have the skills that we need today and in the future. I'm 100% convinced that that's possible. I've seen it over the last year, as I said, doubled our rate of internal hiring. And I am very encouraged that we have found the secret sauce to winning the war on talent.
Good. I mean, great. It's one of those things I know that often is a struggle. So it's good to hear you're feeling confident. Another sort of looking ahead into the future sort of crystal ball question for you is, the shift to work from home last year was really sudden. It was like sort of a door clanging shut, and suddenly we were all stuck in these rooms in our homes. And then I think it sounds like return to work is going to be much more gradual, with different regions opening up at different times and people going back to the office more gradually. Does that present its own sort of management conundrum if you've got some people in the office and some still working from home? And how do you think about managing that hybrid environment?
A hybrid environment is a very big concern. It's almost less stable than is 100% work from home or 100% work in the office. Constant change of location is disruptive. There is no question about it. Managing a team, half of which might be in a conference room and the other half of which might be on individual devices in remote locations, that is not the kind of interaction that provides a level playing field. At least when we're all on screens, where the playing field is and the opportunity for participation is completely level. And so the return to work will be slower. We are going to, all of us, learn as we go. We'll be conservative in making that happen for the safety reasons we talked about earlier. But the period of time I believe we should be the most concerned about is that hybrid period of time. I say it this way. We thought 2020 was complicated, and in fact it was. But in many ways, what we needed to do was more clear. We needed to solve a health crisis, and many other things. But the hill to take was clear. 2021 is far more complicated, because how we do things, at what pace, and what impact small individual decisions will have, we will only know by experiencing it.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And what about lessons learned from the past year to take ahead with you? Are there any sort of experiences or lessons from the past year that you don't want to lose as we go back to maybe something like normal life, hopefully soon?
Well, I have binders full of the lessons I've learned, because I believe in contemporaneous note-taking as the way to remember the things that you might otherwise forget in hindsight. 2 or 3 things. 1, human connectivity and human engagement have to be deliberate. You can't leave it to the chance that you're going to run into someone. And I want to take that lesson forward, absolutely. Managing talent will be very different. Crises bring out lots of different sides of people. And I have a much different assessment of my top 100 people today who really stepped up and was an MVP, who was a ghost, who struggled and who was a go-to person immediately. And so I think talent management changes, and I'd like to take that forward. And then I think risk management changes. What's the character of our supply chain? Do they care as much about getting us things in times of crisis as we care about needing them and using them with our clients? So character and how the supply chain works. And then the last is identification of risk. Bankers are great at talking about tail risk, actually industry in general. Tail risk, low probability of happening, but high impact. And we tend to ignore the tail risks that are less probable. That's no longer a plausible way to work, right? Because we now know that the impossible is possible, and we have to revamp our thinking from there.
We've only got about a minute left, but I want to ask you for your thoughts on burnout, because I know a lot of us have felt this past year has been a surprisingly challenging one where we maybe barely change out of sweatpants. How are you thinking about managing burnout on your team and in yourself?
I think it has to be deliberate. I am better managing on my team than I am at managing it for myself. But what I've said to people is my 2 tricks of the trade are find something new to do that makes you feel like you're moving physically or mentally forward. I'm growing plants. I've never grown plants before. And I actually did needlework. Okay. Second thing is find out what it takes to really drive your wellness. If it's fitness, if it's yoga, if it's meditation, what is it that drives your own wellness? And it's hard to hold people accountable to that. But it's my job as an executive to encourage it and to talk to people about it so I can assess whether or not it's really happening. The most important thing, I think, is for people to pay attention to it and to have an action plan.
Well, Kathy, this has been fascinating. Thank you so much for your time today.
Thanks, Sarah. Really enjoyed being with you.
Thank you so much, Bloomberg, for having us. I'm Debbie Lovich, and I'm joined by my friends Allison Bailey and Carolee Close. Welcome, Allison and Carolee.
So nice to be here, Debbie.
Hi, Debbie. Thanks for having us.
Of course. And we're here to talk about BCG's learning on how work is shifting, not just now, but for the long haul. And Allison, maybe I'll start with you as you reflect on this past year. What's 1 or 2 learnings that just really have stood out to you?
Debbie, if I think about in the near term, we have a really big opportunity to rethink work for the way work should be, not the way it has always been done. And if I think about an example of this, I have clients who would have never thought that call centers could be effective with people working from home. And now they're actually planning to keep all their call center employees home, only bringing people together for formal learning and team building. Amazing, isn't it?
Oh my God, that is amazing. Carolee, how about you?
I think we've also learned a lot about what customers want, and that's really changed in front of our eyes. And it's important to think about when we think about that in terms of the future of work. I work a lot in healthcare, and I think I'm the first to say our progress in digital and use of technology has been really slow as an industry. We're seeing an incredible shift. For the first time this year, we've had more visits by doctors conducted via telemedicine than in person. It's a massive increase than what we've seen before. And I think the learning from this will fundamentally change how we think about actually the physical aspects of healthcare, so hospitals and doctors' offices. And that's actually some of the more fundamental pieces of what we think about when we think about healthcare. So we could be much more oriented around what people need and not the physical space. We could rethink or reimagine how services work for people. So fundamentally, we need to reshape work around what people actually want and not what we've done in the past, whether that's the hospital or the doctor's office, the bank branch, or the office where employees work.
Wow. So Allison, you talk about shaping the work for the work, and Carolee, you talk about shaping it for what customers want. Well, maybe I'll add the third dimension about how much we've learned about what employees want, right? And our research shows us that, there are really different segments of employees. Anywhere from 50 to 60% really want to keep some sort of flexibility, but not just flexibility of place, also flexibility of time when they work. So it's not just about do you have an office or not, right? But then another 40 to 50% are dying to get back to the office. They need to be around people to work. They value, working in rooms with colleagues. And so the managers of the future and leaders of the future are going to have to build the muscle to manage, engage, develop, coach, connect with employees in very different situations and manage that. And that's like a no regret move. If you haven't started already, building muscle of your leaders to do that. We have one client, a financial services company we've been working with, that identified that priority as early as last June and identified their best managers who were able to manage remote and use them to create a program. And they upskilled 1,500 managers. And based on that pilot, they're now well on the way of upskilling another, over 50,000. So lots of learnings there. But maybe let's shift to the value. Allison, let me start with you. What's the value at stake here?
I'm so glad you asked that question, Debbie. I've been working with a global media company whose CEO has a really strong vision for the future of work. And in his mind, there's really dramatic near-term value, whether we're talking about rationalizing the real estate footprint or accelerating their digital transformation or just fundamentally changing the way work gets done. But there's even more long-term value in his mind. And he's rallied his stakeholders around a really bold vision that's longer-term in nature of becoming a platform organization. And that organization is going to be much more global, much more digital. And they're also thinking about how to evolve their overall business model in conjunction with that, leveraging new technologies like blockchain and cryptocurrency. So fundamentally, he's taking this moment in time, not just to think about short-term value creation, but really to think about unlocking long-term value and thinking about how to evolve the organization to support that.
Carolee, how about you? What value are you seeing?
I'm seeing real value in innovation and in speed. And that's about getting people and technology working together differently to deliver better outcomes. So I think about in healthcare, how we've seen research and drug development fundamentally change before our eyes around the vaccines. It's an incredible acceleration we've seen. So what's taken years in the past has taken months. And thankfully, we have some great news on the horizon. But researchers across disciplines and companies, as well as government organizations, during this crisis, they work together differently. They focus on common goals. They partnered in new ways. They used technology differently. They exchanged data in incredible ways. And they learned in real time. Actually, all of these principles are the fundamentals of agile teams. And so many companies are actually saying, is now the time to really embrace this new way of working to get more innovation and speed. And I actually think it's going to be much more widespread in terms of a new model for teams, responding more quickly to the external environment, because so much is changing even beyond COVID, and to deliver much needed innovation in the world to the most difficult issues that require cross-sector collaborations.
Thanks, Allison and Carolee. Totally agree. Okay, for our last question, I'm going to do a little speed round. What one piece of advice would you give your clients today? Allison, I'll start with you.
So, Debbie, what really resonates for me is to think beyond the near term to the long-term transformation opportunity that this moment provides.
Carolee?
I would say it's more than technology and using Zoom or Teams to do what we've done before. Real outcomes will be about bringing technology and ways of working together for better outcomes.
Both very well said. Well, thanks, Allison and Carolee. What I hope you've all seen today is that shifting work is so much more than just whether you go to the office or not. We've never had such a clean sheet opportunity like this to boldly, broadly, and intentionally rethink what we do and how we do it. And we encourage all of you to seize this moment in time now. We shared some resources in the chat for anyone who wants to learn more, and also just feel free to reach out to us directly. Thanks, Carolee, thanks, Allison, and thanks everyone for listening. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Deborah, Allison, and Carolee for that. Up next, we have a late addition, but a very happy addition to our program. It's my pleasure to present Ian Roberts. He's the Chief Operating Officer for IDEO, and he's in conversation with my colleague, Dimitra Kesanides. Over to you, Dimitra.
Hi, so I'm going to jump right in. I want to welcome Ian to our conversation today. And this has been a really remarkable year. We've been hearing about this from so many people. Ian, the first question I wanted to ask you was, there's so much from the perspective of a non-designer about the change, the dramatic change, adjusting to a new future. I'm curious what your takeaway is at this point in time, nearly a year later, with respect to opportunity. I mean, change, yes, but really trying to look at this moment as more of an opportunity rather than a hardship or a challenge that people might not be welcoming necessarily.
It's a great question, Dimitra. Thank you for asking it. It's been a year. Right, and we're still all muddling through this and finding the best way that we can. I think the thing we have to acknowledge is that we're talking here today about the future of work, but actually the moment we're in is we're all surviving, working from home remotely with kids and lives and everything that comes together with being a professional in the middle of a global pandemic. And the experience we're having now is so inextricably linked to the whole of our lives that we have to imagine that the future is going to look quite different. I'm particularly inspired and excited by that question of what do the future ways of working look like, not just the future of work. And when I have clients come to talk to me at IDEO at the moment and ask that question, the thing that I encourage them to tune into is this idea that there's not one future of work. And that actually the moment we were all in 14 months ago was a dominant form of work. It was like we all commuted, generally speaking, 5 days a week to go into an office in a co-located environment to work together. It's a dominant form that's been in place for 100 years or more, right? As we look to the future, I'm particularly excited to start to ask companies, what is the type of work you're doing? What is the type of talent that you need to attract? What are the type of functions that you need to employ? And out of that, actually start to stitch together a unique future way of working for that company. Because I think the future is pluralistic. It is not moving from one dominant mode to another singular dominant mode.
That's so interesting. I think because I've heard, again, now a year into it, so many different versions of the way people have adjusted. And I'm starting to hear a little bit now from colleagues, family members and others, a bit of almost it's a lament saying, oh, we think the pandemic is almost over and we wish we had more time to explore this new way that we carved out for ourselves. And my reaction to that is, I actually don't think it's the end of that point in time. I think we're at the beginning of that point in time. So you should really welcome that and try to take that information forward to your employer. You might be self-employed, however it is that you can try to fashion something based on what you've learned that really works for you. So I just wondered if you might react to that again, this idea that it's not something that's ending and then we're going back to it, but it's actually a beginning.
We are at the beginning, for sure. We're at the beginning of a series of shifts that have been unfolding, actually. Let's be clear. These shifts have been unfolding over a long period of time, and they're being accelerated by this moment in time. I think what we're beginning to see is a fundamental shift in the power dynamic between the employer and the employee as well. Right. And it used to be in order to, have that job, to hold down that job, you needed to live in New York City, or you needed to live in the Bay Area, or you needed to live in Chicago, and you needed to be set up in that environment and to be beholden to that entire context. I think we're beginning to see a shift in that dynamic, right? Where employees are beginning to realize they have a bit more agency and choice than they might have had in the past about how they balance their lives, about where they work, about what they work on, and is it meaningful work? And so, I'm excited. Even at IDEO right now, the question we're asking is not what's the future of our work, is actually starting to reframe that slightly and ask what are the relationships that our employees want to have with us, IDEO, in the future? And acknowledge that there may well be different types of relationships that different types of employees want to have with us. And we have to attract the best talent, so we're going to have to accommodate those different types of relationships in the future. That's a really interesting design question.
Well, so we'll get to, in a minute, to that, or part of this next question, which is that, now you're dealing a lot with clients. Presumably you're dealing much more with the corporate sort of company end of it, not necessarily with the routine sort of day in, day out employees. Are you hearing anything in particular at this point that suggests what might be the sort of biggest hurdle for the decision makers to have to make? And how are you talking to them then about overcoming that hurdle and moving forward, again, in a way that will then start to really allow more people into the discussion, into the consideration, and into the ultimate design?
That's another great question. It's a really challenging one, because in this space, it's all too easy, I believe, to lead with capital allocation and budgets and policy, right? What's the policy we need to design? Where do we need to put our money? Where are we investing the money that we have in the right places? I think we have to challenge that. I think we have to challenge that to say, in a future marketplace where we will compete and win by having the very best and brightest talent in our organization at all levels, we need to think about the experience we're delivering for them. And I'm not meaning, snacks and foosball tables. I mean the benefits and the day-to-day employee experience we're building for them that will be competitive over the people in our category and the people beyond our category. And that needs to drive, that understanding of experience needs to then drive policymaking, needs to drive capital allocation, needs to make us think very differently about things like, why do we have space? 14 months ago, we had an office because it was the central place for us to come together and collaborate. Well, we're learning that different types of work actually thrive in different types of environments. So even at IDEO, we're having to ask the question, how is space a strategic asset for us versus just the default place where we come to work?
But so I'm curious about what some of those answers or discussions are, because space is important. We're not saying space is not important, right? But it could be different, it will be different, and it can keep evolving. Space also is not just indoors, as we've learned in this past year, right? The understanding and the degree to which the outdoors plays a part in every aspect of our lives has really become so much more pronounced and obvious to us. But I feel like that's one area that we probably haven't discussed it as much. We've talked about outdoors in school, but we haven't talked about outdoors in work as much. So I'd love to hear a little bit about, again, the consideration of space and in the way that you talk about it with clients, so that there is a process that can help them start to really consider it very differently than they ever did before.
Yeah. Again, we're moving from a very binary situation where I have an office and I commute to an office to do my work, to models where we're beginning to say, well, how do we provide flexible office space, co-working space closer to where people live? Not a central campus, but actually maybe a decentralized or distributed campus where people are coming into a work environment, but it is not a centralized office. Right. And then on the other end of the spectrum, we're beginning to ask the question with our customers, how do you better support employees who fundamentally are going to be onboarded in a remote manner and fundamentally are going to live in a decentralized, distributed world? How do you support their office setup in a new way? How do you actually allow them to collaborate in new ways? We did this wonderful experiment with our Tokyo team, It was foisted upon us by the pandemic at the start of last year, working for a large client where we needed to take our design workshop, the place where we build prototypes, and actually decentralize that into everybody's apartment in Tokyo. And we had 3D printers and machine shop tools all scattered across the offices in Tokyo, the studios in Tokyo. And that made me think, well, why do we have this tightly held assumption that a workshop has to be centralized? Does it afford us new ways of working when we actually think that I have a personal set of tools and we're all connected through the cloud anyway, and it changes the ways of working? So I don't think anybody has the right answer right now. And for all companies, what we're encouraging them to do is to fundamentally ask the question, what is the purpose of your business? What is the dominant form of work that your business needs to undertake? What are the roles of space in that entire equation? And then ultimately begins to pull out of that to say, where are you investing money? Where can you save money? For us at IDEO, we're beginning to think about our spaces much more as a place for convening, where we're bringing coalitions of change makers, coalitions of clients together for a specific moment in time, and much less about an office that we're going to go and work at 5 days a week.
How do you talk about time? I mean, these are things that are going to require a lot of time. Is that right? Or is that a wrong assumption? It feels as though you can say, yes, this is how you should start to think about it. It will be different, reevaluate everything. And what you're left with, if you're a chief operating officer, a human resources director, any number of management level positions, is this idea that this might take a long time. and we might not get it right. At the outset.
Yeah, so 2 really important points here. Yes, we like everybody, I think, we commissioned a study inside of IDEO last summer about the future ways of working, right? Thinking naively that we might be through the pandemic by Thanksgiving, right? And now that I look back on that work, it feels dated immediately. And so the commitment we're making as a company, and I would urge every company to think about this, is that this isn't a moment in time. This is actually a longitudinal research project that we're all going to have to engage in, and that will unfold over many, many years, over horizons, right? The future ways of working are going to evolve and continue to evolve, so we need to continue to study them, right? Now, this is actually where design, I think, has a superpower to play a role here, because design is so good at allowing us to prototype and pilot new possibilities. And we're going to have to acknowledge that much of what we do in the next 12 months, in the next 18 or 24 months, are going to be a series of pilots, gathering new data and learning about what works well, and acknowledging actually what doesn't work well for people, and making changes and iterating and improving to get to better outcomes.
Are there any examples of some of these projects that you've started on that you can share with us that might highlight some of the points that we've been touching on so far, without revealing necessarily a lot of specifics if you're not at liberty to do that? But it would be interesting to hear about a pilot maybe that is underway, and what sort of is at the center of that you're trying to help the client address.
I mean, there's 2 examples that jump out for me. One is for a large tech company that I won't mention, I can't mention, but had a very dominant in-person culture, a very dominant creative in-person culture. And what we found by effectively setting up this longitudinal research study inside of their organization is that the operating rhythm of the organization was unclear. As you decentralize, as you distribute an organization, the way that you bring people back together to share information and to collaborate and to kind of acknowledge how we're making progress becomes really, really, really important. And when you lean into that just happening through osmosis in a space, it's very easy to get lazy. Right. And so a lot of what we're doing with that organization is building that operating rhythm, building the organizational systems and that operating rhythm, so that people feel that they have situational awareness, they understand how decisions are being made, why they're being made, how they're being included. And frankly, all of that in a moment where we're all lacking a bit of trust and belief, builds a belief and belonging in the enterprise, right? So that's a really good example of one. And then another one that has inspired me recently, and it's a collaboration between another large client and IDEO together, is acknowledging how do you go and do global research when you can't get on a plane, right? And our normal model is we would send a design team, a client team, and an IDEO research team all around the world to go and learn about customer needs. And in this case, well, we can't do that. What we've built is we built a global research network with this client that comprises of a network of journalists and photographers and producers all around the world. And it's allowing us to go deep into local community context in a way that we hadn't been able to do before. And the thing I love about this idea, it's allowing us to play with time differently. It's much more efficient. We'll never go back to doing it the old way. And it's allowing us to see the design problems through the eyes of locals, of the community. And so it's feeling like we're co-designing. It's feeling like it's adding a new perspective. It's actually feeling like it's eliminating bias in our research process as well, which are all virtues that we want to hold on to.
Wow. Yeah, that's great. That's that's a challenge and an issue that feels very relatable in some of the work that we do as journalists at Bloomberg, because so much of what we feel can be the most effective form of storytelling is when you're able to travel and really observe things firsthand and upfront. And so, I think that has been an interesting process coming at it from where we come from, and maybe enabled us to rethink our approach to stories. There might be one way of telling a story, or two ways, or three ways, or there might be 5 or 6 or 7. It's not just a narrative that you interview someone and you get what they tell you and you observe them and you describe them. There might be something very different about the way that you go about it. So you mentioned a word that I think is super important in all of this, which is trust. I don't know how much more there is to say about that, but I did just want to touch on that a little bit more, because in addition to everything else, I do think that design can maybe be used very effectively to address the question of trust. Trust as it comes up in so many different ways. Is the person doing what they should be doing? How do we know that they're doing what they should be doing? How do we measure what they're doing? And there might be very, very strong design solutions and approaches to that ultimately get you to a place where you can have full trust in your employees and in things working the way they need to for your business.
Yeah, it's a huge issue. And the sensitive balance in this space is how do we do it so that people don't feel as if they are being monitored, right? What we actually want to do, I passionately believe that the best way to build resilient, agile, thriving organizations today and in the future is actually to be distributing power as much as possible, by pushing as much power, as much decision-making, and much agency as close to the edges of the organization as possible. Because frankly, the edges of the organization, where the organization meets the customers, is where most of the knowledge resides, right? And so I think that's a significant part of actually engendering trust. But then it's also the million other small qualitative things that add up to a company's culture, right? That say, we trust you to make this decision. I had a coffee chat with a colleague the other day talking about when all of the perks and the benefits that you have of being in an office are stripped away, the true demons that you have to face in your culture become apparent, right? Because those are the things that have maybe been masking everything. And so that gives you opportunity to say, well, what do we need to do to ritualize things, to build stronger trust there? And the last thing I'll share on this idea is the idea of belonging. You use the term belonging as well. And we are asking the question at IDEO, how do we create a greater sense of belonging in our community? Again, it used to be I belong to the office called San Francisco, but actually what we're finding is that we know communities exist digitally. We know they exist to span geographies. We know that affinity groups and ERGs exist. And so how do we put as much energy into the belonging of those communities as we have done in the past to the geographic community called the office?
Yeah, super interesting. And I think another thing now that I'm reflecting on, it's not a question, is this year in many ways we are a very global organization as well. And yet we're based in certain offices. Our roles are dictated by the region within we're which, but we've had to, make adjustments based on whether we're taking care of children or older parents, and maybe we work in the middle of the night. And I think that the sense of belonging for me and for some members of my team has increased with other colleagues in other parts of the world that we were not as regularly in touch with. And that is very much, a result of this past year. And I don't think it would have happened. So we don't have very much time left. I have to throw out a couple of questions, very quick ones, which is the one thing you don't miss at all about being in your office, and the one routine or habit you've developed that would have never happened had this pandemic not have happened for you personally.
The ironic thing that I don't miss is my commute, right? I live up in Marin County, and I've variously had to commute from down to Palo Alto or to San Francisco, or a lot of time in Detroit as well. And so there's some real benefits that's afforded me of thinking about not having to be wedded to that commute every single day. I'll enjoy going back, but not 5 days a week. And then the thing that I've loved is that, frankly, I live here for a reason. There's beautiful outdoors here. Simply having a moment every day to stop, have lunch, walk amongst the trees, and take my dog out, right? To reset, to tune into nature, which I know sounds maybe a bit hokey, but it absolutely is the sort of thing that allows me to keep going, and has allowed me to keep going over the last 12 months.
That's great. Well, there's so much more we could talk about on all of this, but it's been super interesting, and I think we'll find ways to keep the conversation going in many of our projects going forward. So, Ian, thank you very much for joining us today.
Not at all. It was absolutely my pleasure, Dimitra.
Hi, everyone. I'm Emily Chang, host and executive producer of Bloomberg Technology, and joining me now is the CEO and chair of IBM, Arvind Krishna. Arvind, I'm so excited to be interviewing you. I interviewed you a couple of times before you became CEO, but we're now coming up on your 1-year anniversary on the job. So good to have you with us today.
My pleasure to be here, Emily. Good to talk to you again.
And it is actually almost exactly 1 year, because you took over officially on April 6th. IBM announced you'd be becoming CEO on January 30th, and then the world changed. By the time you took over, we were in the middle of lockdown. You had 345,000 employees in 175 countries that you needed to look after. What was that like, taking over as CEO of such a massive company in the middle of a pandemic?
Yes. So Emily, it's a great question. So end of January, I got named, and I would say in hindsight, we should have seen the pandemic coming. But at that point, we didn't really know it was coming. And I remember I was out in Davos the week before I was named, and there was no talk, not even a whisper, not even a murmur of a global pandemic. But obviously, it was already happening, because if I remember it right, Northern Italy, Singapore, Japan, China were all in there. So the first thing you got to worry about is the health and safety of your employees and your clients. That really becomes priority number one. And so we focused upon that. We made sure everybody could work effectively from home, because when you say safety, it's not just enough to make sure they don't get infected. They want to get their work done, because in the end, we live to service our clients, and you got to make sure that can be done. And I remember that weekend very distinctly. I think it was 9th of March. Then we said, okay, 13th, likely we're going to have to pull this. And we got to get all 350,000 people working from home. Over 200,000 of them were used to working from centers. How do you get them equipment, all the cybersecurity, all the safety, what's going to be our protocols? Then you have to evolve into what's the social contract going to be? How do you make sure that people don't work all the time? How do they make sure you don't get burnt out? Because people can sort of expect, do you work all the time or some of the time? And we had to come up with social rules on the fly. And that became a very good learning experience, where a lot of our people talked about this in terms of, hey, it's okay to be off video, not like we are doing on video, because people have small homes sometimes, and that's where geography comes in. You have to follow the guidelines.
Right.
Go ahead.
For you as a leader who's not just taking in charge of these 300,000 employees, but also just starting a new job, was that scary? I mean, another CEO described it to me as like a moment of terror. And I'm wondering what was going through your mind.
So maybe as an engineer and a technologist, I tend not to approach these things with so much a feeling of terror. But you have to acknowledge things are uncertain. We don't have all the answers. So I was very clear. Look, I'm going to go by 3 months. By 3 months, I'm not going to try to pretend that I can predict the answer for you. Because some were saying, oh, get back to work right away. Some were saying, no, it's going to be a year and a half. And I said, I don't know. I know it's going to be at least 3 months before I have a better answer. And so you step back and you say, what can you get done? But team building and culture, I think, is the point which you're making implicitly is the most important. So when you come in, you know the team, but they haven't all worked for you. So how do you build a team virtually? That's something then we had to learn on the fly, because you have to learn to work with each other. You have to learn to trust each other. They have to know, okay, we worked with Auburn's predecessors, but can we work with him? Do we trust him? Is he going to lead the company in the right direction? The world's changing. Actually, you're accelerating 10 years worth of change into 1 or 2. And so as you do that, there is going to be a lot of uncertainty and fear. And how do you get people over that hump? But I think actually that also sometimes maybe in the crucible of the crises we are in, maybe you gel a team quicker and you can get there quicker, and you can also get change done quicker, not only to service the market, but also that which is essential to grow the company. So Emily, both. So you have to service the moment, and you can't ignore the crisis. You can't pretend it's not there. But at the same time, you can also then take advantage of the moment and get change done.
So where are you now? Some folks have called this the sort of messy middle. Some people are vaccinated, some aren't. There's still a health risk out there. There's also, we've learned there can be some good things to come from remote and hybrid work. I've heard it all from CEOs. Reed Hastings, the CEO of Netflix, says he wants people back at work as fast as possible. Satya Nadella, the CEO of Microsoft, has said he's concerned about the social capital that expires over time. Then you have Jack Dorsey, the CEO of Twitter and Square, who said people can work from home forever. And Coinbase has gone completely remote, whether you like it or not. Where are you on the spectrum?
I'm probably somewhere in the middle. So I would tell you, I believe that over time, maybe 80% of people are going to come back to work in a hybrid way. But let me explain hybrid, because hybrid doesn't mean that some are remote or some are in the office. By hybrid, I mean 80% will spend at least 3 days a week, maybe not all 8 to 10 hours, but at least some fraction of those 3 days in the office. Because of how do you create teams? How do you do creative work? How do you have the serendipitous actions, etc.? Do I have all the perfect answers for are we going to leave it up to individuals? Is it going to be more orchestrated? Those are all the questions we have yet to answer. So I want to be clear on that. But I expect 80% will spend some time in the office or with clients or with each other somehow, somewhere. Could I see 10 to 20% being remote forever? It's possible. But then I'll tell you, I worry about the same as the words you mentioned. So when people are remote, I worry about what's their career trajectory going to be. If they want to become a people manager, or if they want to get increasing responsibilities, or if they want to build a culture with their teams, how are you going to do that remotely? So I think we can maybe figure it out, but we got to go work on it. On the other hand, if somebody's in certain roles, I could imagine in some form of deep customer service, it's probably fine to be home. But now if they want to do something else, now what do you do? So I think that the answer I have is maybe closer to your first half. They're going to come in. But that means the nature of the workplace is going to change. So the workplace may not be a set of cubicles or closed offices where people come in, go behind a door and get all their work done. That they might be doing partly at home. The workplace is going to be a place where you meet and you build your culture together. That means the physical nature of the workplace is going to change. And likely the amount of total real estate you have might also change.
So going into the pandemic, you had 70 million square feet of office space and more than 1,000 offices. Are you getting rid of some of that? Have you already?
I would imagine that we will get rid of tens of millions, Emily. Are we going to go towards zero? Absolutely not. Will we have over half of what we had? Most likely. But I think that as we consolidate, as we want to bring people together, there's an opportunity to make the shift from, as I said, from cubicles to more meeting spaces. But also, if people are only going to be in there half the time, maybe 2/3 of the time, the total amount you need is going to change. And we are lucky, maybe. A lot of our office space is leased, not necessarily owned, albeit where I am sitting, I can tell you, is a building we do own, not lease. So it's a mixture. But I would imagine that there is going to be a substantial change, but it will take years. It's not going to happen overnight. I don't want to pretend that we are done with a plan for like next month.
What are your biggest concerns about innovation, and can innovation keep up in a hybrid environment?
I'll give you a great example. So my research team, who works on some of the hardest problems around quantum computing, around physical semiconductors, around chemistry, they actually have been coming in through the pandemic because they saw that they could not get their work done remotely. And they were excited to come. They were following all the protocols on social distancing, on testing, on signing up on everything as you enter and leave the building, and being careful at home. By the way, that whole community has had, I think, maybe one incident in the last 12 months. So that's remarkable. I believe that the serendipity of being able to walk the halls, of having those conversations, we know that those are where some of the eureka moments come from. By the way, my R&D community is hankering, by and large, to be back together. Maybe not 40, 50 hours a week, but at least some. So I see that those communities are going to be back together sooner rather than later. And so sort of full credit to all the vaccine makers and the rollout. I think the rollout is more optimistic than our worst fears. Of course, we would all desire it to go even faster globally. But at least in some countries, I can see a pretty good take-up. And I'm hoping that by late summer, we're in a state where a lot more can be back together.
So where are you now? How many people are back? How many people are still remote? And I understand that there are plenty of people who never went home at all, the people testing the mainframes and the quantum computers.
Yeah, so 350,000 people globally, about 5% never went home. The people are, as you said, on the mainframe floor, the people in doing sort of the physical hard R&D, but that's maybe 8,000 people who continuously stayed. Today, we are at about 15% are in the office. It varies a lot by geography. So at that number, you can say somewhere between 40 to 50,000 come into work some. But now I'll take two extremes. If we look at Australia, we look at China, a lot of people are coming back to work. We look in Singapore, maybe in the middle. I now come to Western Europe, almost nobody's in the office. I come to the US, maybe 10% are in the office, but it varies. Where I'm sitting is in a suburban location. You can easily get 20% of people into the building in a completely safe way. If I'm in New York City, our buildings there are at 1 or 2%. By the way, the 15% we're in is not mandated. We simply open the buildings right now and we say that those who feel safe can choose to come in. Somewhere later, maybe we'll get to who should come in, but we're not yet making hard and fast rules.
Now, one of the things that I'm really concerned about is women backsliding in the pandemic, leaving work, not going back, taking care of the children, helping them with school, not going back. Are you seeing evidence of women opting out, given that you have such a large number of employees? Is that a trend?
So let me begin by saying I am worried about it, but the numbers don't show it to us. Now, it may be because we leaned in very heavily towards the issues you're mentioning. So last July, when it became clear that the pandemic is longer and deeper than we had hoped for, because I could say hope, but I'm not saying that was the science. The hope was, hey, this is getting over. We were past the first bounce. Maybe the second bounce will be lower. But the moment schools went remote, we were clear to our employees, and it is because of some of these gender-based roles that just seem hard to budge in society, Emily. So we looked at it and we said, I'm not going to make it gender-based, but if working parents want to declare that they want to be someplace else for the next 9 to 12 months until schools come back, we are not going to penalize them. So we're going to say, even if we happen to come back earlier, working parents can go be where they can get the appropriate help. By the way, if working parents need to say, I need to take off for 2 hours because my kids have to get extra help at that time, we said, fine, that's great, completely allowed. So you got to give flexibility. Maybe because of all that, our numbers show we have not lost more. If I remember correctly, our promotion rate for women has remained steady. We are at, I think, 36 to 38% of all, and we feel good about that. I'd like to improve that, and we keep chipping away and making it better. But I think compared to many people in the industry, at least, we do feel good about where we are. And by the way, it's more than women, Emily. I think it's women, it's underrepresented minorities, it's people who come from disadvantaged backgrounds. I think the impact on some of those is going to be even bigger as we all sort of read and research.
100%. And on that note, the role of the CEO is changing. CEOs are now expected to put statements out about social issues, controversial social issues, whether it's the Me Too movement or the Black Lives Matter movement, or now it's about stopping Asian hate. I'm curious how you see those responsibilities and how you intend to fulfill those responsibilities as part of your new job.
Very, very deep question. So one, there is a role for us because we do deal with a lot of our employees, in my case with 350,000. Then I look at the pipeline of where we recruit from. You can say the ecosystem of who we work with. So it's obviously an influence across millions of people. So the positions you take are important, but you should back up your positions with principles. So we have always held a principle around, I think it goes back to 1923 or 34, around equal work for equal pay. We talked about you're going to be, that was across gender. Then we opened it up to ethnic identities. So if you look at those are principles. So whenever you see those principles being attacked, you should be willing to go fight for your principles. And we have done that around gender identity, around some of the claims around the elections. We were clear about our statements. Yes, I did put out a statement around condemning the violence against Asian Americans, but it's in the category of all hate crime. I think that we should respect all ethnic minorities, Emily, not just one or two. And so it's in that context, and we'd be willing to then back up. And we did. We asked Georgia, for example, when they had the hate crime legislation, we leaned in. We will not fund politicians. We will not fund certain elections, but we will advocate for policy positions. And you have to be authentic. And when it is true to your principles, you should be willing to make those statements publicly. And that's the role we have taken. And as you point out, people look at us for taking these positions. And I believe it helps the business long term. May not always help it right in the moment, but I do believe it helps the business long term because you can attract better talent. And in the end, we all agree, talent is the lifeblood of our business.
So you are now tasked with innovating the next chapter of IBM. And I'm curious where we should expect you to lead and how you intend to lead. How should we judge your progress? Certainly investors will be watching the stock.
Of course, investors only have the one measure, which is the stock price, and that is a definite part of my own report card and the company's report card. But let's just step back a little bit. There is the strategy of what you do, and then there is the how you do it. So I have been clear, we are going to be a hybrid cloud and AI company. And then I would say, as a bit of a half sentence, and quantum into the future. So the first thing we did is we sort of took out and we're going to spin out our managed infrastructure services business. So that's part of the focus. We are a hybrid cloud and AI company. So the pieces that fit that the most stay here. The pieces that don't, we'll spin out to go get value for our investors. Next, how are you going to lean into being even more of a hybrid cloud and AI company than you are today? So we're leaning in both organic investment and inorganic investment. I've completed 10 acquisitions, all on hybrid cloud and AI in the last 11 months and 25 days. So that's one step. But we've also opened up money for investment in terms of how we are going to invest both in our own organic innovation as well as with partners. So I announced a $1 billion fund that we're going to work with partners to enable them on our platforms. So you begin to put those things together and you say, okay, you're increasing investment, you're focusing the company, you're spinning out pieces, you're acquiring companies, you're increasing your ecosystem with partners, and those should all result then in revenue growth, and we have committed mid-single-digit revenue growth in the medium term. Now you put all that together, and then you begin to say that that is how you're going to value the company. And my goal is then to create a hybrid cloud platform that is even more vibrant than the mainframe and middleware was in the past, which are two platforms that we had a lot of success with.
Now, I know you're super excited about quantum, and I speak to many people who say they just don't think quantum is coming anytime soon. When will we see quantum truly transform the industry?
I give it a 3 to 5 year time period, which is not that long. So when you think about how hard that technology is, and I say that the market, you always got to keep your eye on the economic opportunity. I think the economic opportunity, not just for us vendors, but for the people who use it, is in the $450 to $500 billion range within the decade. So then you can turn around, Emily, and say, how much of that will those of us who produce the technology get? If I go to all other technologies, 20% seems like a reasonable number. So the leaders in quantum stand to get as much as $100 billion somewhere in the next decade. Then you say, when is it going to happen? I think that it's quite real. So today you're having computers that they're measured in qubits, quantum bits. So 30, maybe 60 is the range for this year. We just announced a partnership with the Cleveland Clinic, who wants to use quantum computing to further drug discovery, molecules, interactions around pathogens, et cetera. And that's an example where it's real problems. But I'll agree with you, it's not necessarily a commercial advantage or other forms of high performance computing or cloud today. I think that period will come in the next 3 to 5 years. We put out a roadmap to say we'll put 1,000 quantum bit, 1,000 qubit quantum computer in 2023. I think that's a bold goal. I think it's hard. I wouldn't tell you we have every problem solved, but I have a tremendous pride and confidence in our scientists and engineers. And by the way, engineers are as important here as the physicists to get these big systems working in this time period. And that's where I believe we'll then get on the roadmap towards those billions of dollars of advantage that I mentioned.
3 to 5 years is pretty close when you think about the scope of massive technological change. So we'll certainly have to catch up, at least at that point. Big news in chips. Recently, you're doing a partnership with Intel as they're doubling down on manufacturing, doubling down on a foundry business. Given all of the many industries that IBM is involved with in all of your diversity of clients, how devastating has the chip shortage been? And how much longer do you think it will last?
Whenever you get a constraint in a supply chain and you find that the sources and the manufacturing is down to 1 or 2 regions, this is going to last a few years. This is not a few months or a few weeks. So we should be clear about the impact. It's going to last that long. Then you say you've got to solve it. So we are working together with Intel because we do believe that there should be alternate sources of fabrication. And we do believe there should be competitive advantages in the more advanced nodes that are to come. That's where we have our strength. So we have a lot of work on 5, 3, 2 nanometers just to sort of categorize where we are. And just by the way, the world today is at 10 and 7 nanometers. So we're talking about the next generations. So we'll bring our advanced R&D into Intel, who will then produce the fabrication plants that can produce this at scale. And so we believe that that's a great way to work together. We also believe that that'll allow the pair of us together to be much better positioned to compete for the monies that are in the CHIPS Act, Endless Frontiers, as well as the National Semiconductor Technology Center. So those are all the opportunities in front of us that can result from the work we do together to advantage competitiveness within the nation.
Given how important talent is in terms of driving all of these innovations, President Biden now plans to let Trump's ban on H-1B visas expire, which has been considered a huge victory for tech firms, which have relied heavily on H-1Bs to bring in talent from overseas. How significant is this in your view, and what does it mean for IBM?
I would put it in the medium category. I would not put it in the highly significant. While we do use H-1B visas, we are not amongst the biggest users of H-1B visas. That said, there are multiple uses of these. One way is to leverage graduate students of other countries who are here getting advanced degrees, and then they get onto these visas in order to bring their skills after being heavily trained in US universities. That piece I find extremely interesting. In terms of the others, I would say that it's a medium impact to us, not a high impact. However, we are all in favor of immigration for skills. So when you have the right skills, I believe the government should put in place policies and principles that do allow that to happen well.
Now, IBM, meantime, is deep in major COVID innovations that are working to help us get out of this pandemic. Digital health passes that you're helping to build for employees with various companies. How do you think the pandemic will be written in our history books? What do you think the enduring story of this moment will be?
I think it'll be about the rate and pace of transformation. So we began by implementing techniques from the 14th century of quarantines to begin, because that's really what we did in order to service it. But then I think here is the first advantage. Scientific computation really helped get the vaccines into the market. So that's one. So that's a triumph of science over nature. Next, we are going to see a digital acceleration. More and more companies want to do everything digitally. That's not in the place of physical, but maybe it's an augmentation. But I think 10 years worth of digital acceleration is going to happen in 1 or 2. I see more and more CEOs talk about, let me emerge stronger from the pandemic. So people are really taking the hard task of how to get there. And the digital health pass you mentioned, New York State just went ahead and implemented it. They call it the Excelsior Pass. And this is, I think, a great technology that you can carry around, just like you have passports and driver's licenses. If you're vaccinated, maybe you can get in and see theater, or maybe you can watch live television in a studio for the small audience that is allowed, whereas today we are all isolated.
So, and final question then, it's obviously also a moment to redefine work and what work is, how we work. How do you intend to keep the good, leave the bad, and keep moving forward?
Look, this is why I begin by saying we don't have all the answers. So let's look at the good. Productivity is higher because people can work from where they are. We've also democratized talent because when everything is virtual, people can be anywhere on the globe. Those are great positives. But let's worry about the negative. You use the word social capital. We are burning up social capital. People who already know each other and trust each other can certainly work well. But how do we onboard people? How do we bring people in to understand the culture? We got to go learn that. As well as, what about disadvantaged communities because of the shrinking networks? Because of social capital, you work really well with the network you know, but you kind of ignore the larger network. So those are the balance points between what you should keep, the productivity, the flexibility, but maybe you should work towards how do you get over the inhibitors that are on the other side. But I do believe, that's why I said, I think hybrid is here to stay because that'll allow us then. And I think that we all got to work together to redefine how we're going to take advantage of all of the changes that are now accepted because of this.
Absolutely. Well, I look forward to helping you chart that progress and having more conversations on Bloomberg Technology. Arvind Krishna, CEO and Chairman of IBM, thank you so much for joining us. Kylie, I'll send it back to you.
I'll be with you.
Thanks so much, Emily and Arvind. That was a fascinating conversation, and I think we can all agree hybrid is here to stay. What a day. It's been amazing. An incredible collection of speakers and conversations about the future of work. I hope you've all heard something you could take away with you to your own jobs and lives. I want to thank our presenting sponsors for today, BCG, LinkedIn Sales Solutions, and Plume, and our supporting sponsor, TriNet. I also want to encourage you all to go to the resources tab before you leave the website. You can find a lot of information about what our sponsors are doing, links to some of the other stuff we've done today. So please, before you leave, check out the resources tab. Also, if you missed any of today's panels or discussions, you can find those on our Bloomberg Live YouTube page. I want to give a special thanks to our speakers and moderators for making time for us today. Also to the teams at Bloomberg and D3G for all the work you do. And thank you all for joining us. You can follow us at Bloomberg Live and visit BloombergLive.com to learn more about events coming up. And also, if you've enjoyed any of the journalism you've heard today, please consider subscribing at Bloomberg.com/subscriptions. Also, a special shout out to my little ones at home, Dorothy and Solomon. I'll see you soon. Thank you all for joining us, and we'll see you at the next one.